Holy ADHD, Batman. Sup? I turned my live on and then I got distracted in the kitchen because I was going to start cooking.
Oh, hi.
I'm gonna sew some bags and watch some YouTube. Smooch! That's what we're doing today. If you thought we were doing anything else, you were wrong. I mean, we might play more games later, but bags. Let me share. Let me share. Oh. Boop. Cool. All right. And BJ. Play.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. It is Sunday, August 24th, 2025. It's 7:56 p.m. There is some breaking news, but it is, I will start this video out. It is a little bit hard to figure out what's going on. Because why? Because, hold on. I think that's like not so bright. It's too dang bright in here. Okay, so the reason I wanted to go live is because of this video right here. And also I was just kind of like looking at like Emmanuel Harrow on Twitter, and I'm following this case. Wow. Right. It's breaking, it's developing. Let me share the screen. I'm going to show y'all a few things.
Wait,
so there's a, you see, look, just random Twitter accounts are like reporting that they found Emmanuel Harrow's body. However, you know, look, here's another one. Chris Stewart, his body has been found, rest in peace. But then look, baby search update per the actual sheriff's department, quote, Jake Harrow was at the location with detectives. The search is wrapping up and Emmanuel was not located. So you might wonder, yeah, and there's other things here, like some people are reporting that Jake Harrow confessed, that the father, the dad of the baby, confessed. However, look, Channel 2. Now, take with a grain of salt. This is a developing story. I don't know if it is true that this father confessed. As you can see, it is from August 24th, which is today. Channel2now.com. Hey, what is this news source? Never heard of them in my life. Take with grain of salt. But it does say in this headline, Father Jake Harrow confessed. Body of infant found. But again, they're saying that the sheriff is saying that has not happened. I wanted to jump on here in case we're going to get more developing information in the next hour or 30 minutes or so, just to get some clarification here. It says authorities in Southern California have confirmed. Now, which authorities? That the body of missing infant has been located following a confession from his father. But which authorities? I mean, first of all, I need to know who. On Friday, they got arrested. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department announced that both Jake and his wife, Rebecca, were taken into custody at their home, or from their home, rather. The couple has been booked into the Riverside County Jail. Investigators stated that Jake confessed during questioning and subsequently led detectives to a remote area along the 60 freeway near the Badlands, where the remains of the baby were discovered. Again, this is conflicting information. This information has been contested. So let's go to the actual sheriff. Twitter, let's see. They haven't tweeted anything since 2 days ago. But then we have this video, and I think this may be what started it all off. This is an on-the-ground reporter. I don't know what his name is. The channel name, however, I do know. It's on the Tierra. Sorry, my Spanish could use some work. Sorry to the Spanish-speaking cousins in the chat, but this man has been on the ground doing coverage here. So I don't know how loud it's going to be. I got it turned all the way up. I'm still doing some tweaking with my audio system here for live streaming, but I'm going to press play here. So warning. It's not very loud. Okay, I'm going to pause it every so often because you really can't hear him that well. He said that the highway patrol is there. This was posted 57 minutes ago. He said there's some other authorities there. Now, he does say it pretty confidently. Again, y'all, this is a breaking and a developing story, And I cannot attest that this is accurate information. It has been contested. It has been, you know, combated. We're going to have to see if we can get some more information while the live is going on. There's police right along Gilman Creek Road. So, I mean, he is obviously somewhere. I mean, unless he's had a green screen, but y'all, I mean, this man, he has been here. He's been here on the scene. I don't know anything about him. Truly don't even know his name. Tira might be his name, Tira. But anyway, look, like there's all these people back here you can see.
Jake was here. He confessed.
Jake was here. He confessed. He said we already had the story, but we were waiting for this.
Now we have footage 1080. We have found Emmanuel, homie.
So he said we have found Emmanuel, homie. Okay, but and again, there's these this article from Channel 2, confessed body of the infant found, and they say it with such conviction. They say it as if it is true. The video posted earlier showed investigators with Harrow along the side of the 69 freeway where he appeared to be cooperating. Let's head on over back to Twitter. As you can see, they do have a picture. Again, we have to be very careful in the age of AI and the age of deep fakes. You know, it looks real to me. I don't know. I wasn't there. I will say, though, that there are conflicting reports. Unfortunately, the remains were not recovered. The father led investigators there, but nothing was found. And so did he confess? Did he lead them there? Again, the sheriff department has not made any statements. So thank you so much to A Young 283 for the $9.99 super chat. Thank you for covering this story. Hugs from California. Shout out to the California cousins. So was he out there? Let me just look at the more traditional mainstream off of Twitter news real quick. Emmanuel Harrow confess. Let's see if any of the mainstream news has picked this up.
Liz was Burf was telling me.
The only people talking about it so far are TikTokers, YouTubers, people on Twitter. Did the man confess?
Pirates.
And did he you know, lead them, let's see, to the remains?
So is it it's new content? Right?
That the body was over there near the Badlands.
Oh, hi.
Okay, look, 18 minutes ago we have this. It says, breaking, is Jake Harrow showing detectives where Emmanuel Harrow is? Did Jake confess where the remains are? I hope the baby is found. TikTok user Sanovicta caught this a little while ago. So let's click this. Says, was on our way home and came across this search party for Emmanuel Harrow off the 60 freeway. Jake Harrow can be seen with detectives. Poor baby. May they find him and properly lay him to rest. Now, where I am, it's 8 o'clock. I mean, the sun is pretty much set. It's like a little bit light-ish still outside. But we're talking about all the way over there in California. I mean, it's like 5 o'clock. So there's a couple more hours of daylight over there. Anything could happen. So let's start from the beginning here. Again, this was apparently from someone with the TikTok username Sanovicta, Sanovicta. I am on Twitter. I'm reading this from a Twitter account, I am Legacy23. It was posted just about 20 minutes ago. So here's a video. These mountains just so breathtaking on like as the backdrop. I mean, I just can't get over. I didn't grow up by mountains. Look, cars on cars on cars. Is this a police search party? Yo, wow, look, they paused it right there. Y'all saw that pause? Let's watch it again. If you get car sick, look away. I'll pause it on the part. Okay, look, watch. Oh, I stopped it too soon. Okay, so I've paused it. They had it paused too. They are saying on the internet streets that this is Jake Harrow. I do not know. I did not take this video. But they're saying that's him.
Kisses.
Is it him? I don't know. This is a
I'll be
breaking
here when
developing
you're
story.
done,
I
Mac
jumped
Mac.
right onto the live stream. Rabbit posted that they found him. I know some people did post that. I thought they found him, but then we're getting conflicting reports. Shout out to Rabbit. She has been covering this story for at least a week. Was on our way home and came across this search party for Emmanuel Harrow off the 60 freeway. Jake Harrow can be seen with detectives. Again, guys, I don't know for sure. Jake confessed is what they're saying. This was 47 minutes ago. Now again, Jake Harrow, they're saying this is him right here leading investigators to the grave. Now again, guys, this was posted 24 minutes ago. I don't know if that's true. We have seen other JLR Investigates is posting. We've seen other things though posted, y'all, that the Sheriff's Department has not confirmed and will not confirm that they have found the actual remains. Okay, so people are asking Grok to weigh in based on recent reports from San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department and news sources like LA Times and CBS. Emmanuel Harrow's body has not been located. The searches continue and his parents are arrested on alive charges. And, you know, I am not saying that, oh, wow. Okay. So there's just too much conflicting information here for me to say he's found. A lot of people are saying he's not found yet. Rabbit is also still trying to get to the bottom. We'll head over to her live in a moment. A search for so this is another, like, again, y'all, we're just reading literally tweets. Like, I don't know. I'm just reading as much information as I can to try to get to the bottom of what exactly is the current status of this case. Is it the case that the father has confessed? It could be the case that the father has confessed and is leading them around to try and search for the baby. It seems most likely to me right now, as we sit here on Sunday, August 24th, 8:08 p.m. Eastern time. So it'd be like 5:08 p.m. on the West Coast, on the Pacific time zone or whatever. I think that's what it's called, Pacific Standard or whatever. They do have a few more hours of daylight over there. I heard something very loud coming from downstairs. Okay, so
yesterday.
Trying to get to the bottom of it, what seems most likely to me at the current moment, what seems most likely to me is there is a search underway. It seems likely that perhaps this Jake Harrow has confessed, at least to knowing something about it. We need to be very careful. Whenever they say confessed, I didn't hear him say exactly what it is he confessed to. Okay, so what did he confess to? I don't know. I don't know if he confessed to anything at all. Okay, officially, it doesn't appear as though the sheriff has weighed in yet. As you can see here, the most recent thing that they said was August 22nd. That was Friday. Again, we do not know for certain. However, we did hear this. They're out there. I mean, look, what I'm willing to say is that it does appear that there is an active search effort going on. Perhaps they left that particular scene. Let's go to latest. Okay, let's go to Rabbit. Let's go to Rabbit's live. I know. It's like, I do think I think it's a foregone conclusion as to what happened. I do believe. Let's go to Rabbit.
And they have little Emmanuel. No, there's no crime. I mean, there's no crime scene, no crime tape. Excuse me. Like, if Jake and Rebecca left baby Emmanuel here.
I just asked a question in Rabbit's chat. I was like, what did I say? Still haven't found yet, right?
Found him, BJ. Thank you. BJ's in the chat. BJ, I think Agatira misspoke. I'm also looking online. Nothing has confirmed that his body has been found. it's still, I think people just said it because they were so excited. They saw Jake out there with his
Okay.
uniform, and so yeah, no, not yet. Has not been confirmed. Has not been confirmed.
Okay, so now I'm asking her, did he confess? Okay. So Rabbit has been following this story. I think it's a little bit of a... Okay, CBS, thank you, Tara. CBS says the baby is still missing after search, posted 9 minutes ago. Well, Rabbit does know. So whoever was just now said Rabbit knows no more than me. That isn't quite exactly true, because she has been following the story and she does know more than me as to the details that have transpired so far. She's been keeping track of it every single day, day by day. So she would know, I think, better than me at this point, which, sources have the up-to-date information and things like that. But yeah, I don't think she knows any more as far as like exactly what happened or if they found... I want to go to CBS. Let me go to CBS. Okay, CBS News 13 minutes ago did post. Emmanuel Harrow still missing after San Bernardino County authorities conduct search near the highway. Ongoing search for the baby. Yes. So, okay. This is too freaking much, for the love of God. The ongoing search for the missing baby continued today as authorities conducted an operation off the side of the freeway in Moreno Valley. It's unclear exactly why the Sheriff's Department deputies were drawn to the area. They confirmed that both cadaver dogs and detectives were at the location along the westbound shoulder of SR-60 near Gilman Springs Road in the Badlands, a sprawling expanse of wilderness that includes canyons and mountains. The search is wrapping up and Emmanuel was not located. Deputies told the CBS News Los Angeles around 4:30. Okay, so about 45 minutes ago. Okay, so here's another photo we are getting from the search. It does say the baby's father, Jake Harrow, was also with the authorities when the search was underway. Rebecca was not out there, okay? So that's giving us a little bit of a hint, a little bit of a clue, okay? The fact that Jake was out there with them and Rebecca is reported as not being out there with them, I think says something. I do. I really do. I'm reading somebody else's comments.
Fuck is Nightbot's problem?
Okay, so they were both arrested on Friday, accused of murder, after detectives determined that their claims that Emmanuel was kidnapped were not true. Now, also today, the woman in the jailhouse, Rebecca, apparently is still doing interviews from inside the jailhouse, and she said that the baby was kidnapped. So she's still going with that story as of earlier today. Okay, we are reading this breaking news, this breaking article from CBS. This was posted about 10, 15 minutes ago. Detectives believe the baby is no longer living. They said this on Friday. Just days after the investigation began, the sheriff detectives revealed that they were unable to rule out foul play as they searched for the baby, as they found a number of inconsistencies in the mother's story. The mother claimed that she was changing the baby's diaper in the parking lot of a Big Five store in Yucaipa when she was attacked. When she woke up, Rebecca Harrow said that both Emmanuel and her attacker were both missing. At around the same time, the deputies changed the case's classification from kidnapping to a critical missing child. Jake Harrow obtained legal representation, meaning a lawyer. The dad got a lawyer. He previously pleaded guilty to willful child cruelty in 2023, and prior to his arrest, he was slated... He was already going to be having to go to court early next month, so just in like next week or within the next couple weeks, for firearm violation charges. Okay, y'all. While searching the family's home in the days after they reported their son kidnapped, deputies removed a 2-year-old child from their care and transferred the baby, or the 2-year-old, into the custody of the Riverside County Department of Public Social Services. Jake's ex-wife then filed for a restraining order against him, and court records show that she was also seeking to have his visitation rights stopped in light of Emmanuel's disappearance. He got none but problems. Sunday's search, that's today, was the latest in a number of attempts made by the county deputies to locate the baby. They previously followed up on several reports that he was spotted in various places, but none have led to his discovery. Both Jake and Rebecca Harrow are due to appear in court this week, everybody. This week, I believe it may be on Tuesday. Now, okay, so I'm looking at y'all's comments. I want to make sure that I'm staying on top of everything. Let's go back to Twitter. Okay, we do have a couple new things here. Okay, here's one thing that was posted just 27 seconds ago. Breaking. Here's what news outlets have been told about investigators being spotted near the highway. Investigators were assisted by cadaver dogs. Those are the dogs that sniff for things. Jake was at the location with detectives. The search is wrapping up and Manuel was not located. Apparently that's him. We're getting these pictures. Does this play? No, it's just a screen shot. And here's, again, everybody, let's be very careful. Let's consider sources. I don't know what missing persons around the world is. From what I can tell, these appear to be real. There's a lot of conflicting evidence, there is a lot of conflicting reporting coming out. Was Emmanuel found? Were his remains not? It looks like no. It looks like his remains were not. The TV broke. And what could be a major update in the case of missing 7-month-old California child Emmanuel Harrow? Locals claim that the baby's body was found near the freeway. However, the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Office reportedly confirmed the remains were not found. The Sheriff's Office confirmed that the remains were not located despite the search effort with the child's father on Sunday. Again, another photo we're getting from out from the scene. Okay, allegedly. He has not been found, they're saying, despite earlier reports from on the ground. Why Jake Harrow would lead detectives there is beyond my guess at this point. Yeah, I don't even really want to guess.
Happy birthday.
Oh shoot, hold on.
Alice is gonna be 8 soon.
Let's see. So, unfortunately, baby Emmanuel Harrow's remains were not recovered. The boy's father led investigators there, but nothing was found. This is crazy. Why would he lead them there? He must have thought. that the baby was there. Yeah, he was not located. Okay, so investigators report that Jake Harrow did confess to killing the baby and led authorities to a remote area near the 60 freeway where the infant's remains were recovered. But again, this has been contested, and this is why you have to be very careful. It's crazy. So was he? Yeah, I mean, I need to change my title too, girl. See, look, they were all saying, you know, he had been found. Let me go to the mainstream. Thank you so much, Lindsay, for the 4.99 super chat. The sight of that man makes me ill. I do think it is true he confessed because he is there leading them around. That's kind of what I thought. Like he's leading them to something. It's just too it could anything it's just too many things could be possible for me to try and guess, but it could be a wild goose chase as well. Thank you for that 4.99. What a shame. Right. So let me just go on like regular like Google or whatever. See if anybody else, anything else. 25 minutes ago, KTLA. Okay, we have another news story. This is from 25 minutes ago. Father of 7-month-old missing in California assisted in search for child's remains. Let me do the reader view. The father of the missing 7-month-old Emmanuel Harrow, who is presumed dead, assisted investigators Sunday in Moreno Valley searching for the remains of the child. Authorities in both San Bernardino and Riverside counties launched an extensive search August 14th after Rebecca and Jake Harrow. Rebecca is like 9 years older than him. Said their little boy was kidnapped from a parking lot. In the days following the kidnapping, new revelations emerged, including that the couple was being uncooperative with investigators from the sheriff's department, that the video of Rebecca with a black eye on August 3rd may exist, that officials removed the couple's 2-year-old from custody, and that Jake has a previous felony conviction for willful child cruelty. Investigators then turned their attention to the parents, using cadaver dogs during the search of the family's home and seizing Jake's vehicle along with cell phones and other electronics to preserve and process any potential evidence. So this is another, I think, brand new picture coming out of the scene. So he seems to maybe perhaps not remember where this baby is. I don't know. I don't really want to guess too much. I don't even know if that's for sure him, y'all. I mean, I don't really know. But look, it does say here, this is KTLA. Jake Harrow, father of missing 7-month-old Emmanuel Harrow, is seen helping investigators search for the boy's remains. His parents were arrested Friday. Escorted by deputies, he was seen in a prison jumpsuit, assisting in search and rescue crews near the 60 freeway and Gilman Springs Road in Moreno Valley. Investigators with the sheriff's department were also seen using cadaver dogs. However, look, sheriff's officials confirmed to KTLA that the afternoon search was wrapping up and the 7-month-old's remains were not located, but this story is currently being updated. Okay? So
if it's 7 months old and he tossed that body out in the Badlands, the critters got it. No shit. The critters have got it by now.
No, that was... See, people be saying stuff is like new, and it ain't.
What up, bro?
Has he confessed? They're not even actually reporting that in the media yet. So it seems like he must have. If like y'all said, he is leading people or assisting with a search. Now the Hindustan Times, y'all can't believe nothing they say at the Hindustan Times, girl. They will run anything, but they are reporting the body was found. Latest on missing child, reports claim. So let me change my title while I'm at it, because I don't actually think he was found. I mean, I don't say it in my title that he was found, but it is like a question mark, and I don't want to make it seem like he was whenever it seems like he actually wasn't. So let me change my title. Okay, cool. So I do have some more information. Let me change my title. Emmanuel Harrow dad helps cops search for missing baby. Or did he confess? Okay, so I changed that. So there's apparently a video of this search. So let me pull this up. So this is apparently a video here. Hold on. We gotta sit through this. Lima Vermara ad. Here we go. Look.
Seven-month-old in the Inland Empire. Skycount live over Moreno Valley right now. Detectives brought baby Emmanuel's father out of jail to look at any possible remains. Right now, this is along the 60 freeway.
Look.
Near Gilman Springs Road. San Bernardino Sheriff's Office says they
look video. They haven't found him.
Yeah, here's what else we know. The baby's parents were, of course,
being raised by wolves.
Murder on Friday. We've been tracking this. Today, his mother, Rebecca, spoke to a reporter from the Press Enterprise from jail, saying she will not give up on her baby. Now, she insisted that Emmanuel was kidnapped, despite authorities saying that she faked the story. She also said that she wishes she was out of jail looking for her baby. Both parents are expected in court this week. And we're going to continue to update you on this search against SkyCal overhead as we watch this unfold, as well as the court case here on KCal News and KCalNews.com.
So there was the video. Someone said they did find it. Viva La Beyond, they said they didn't find it though. They said they didn't. So anybody saying they found it, I am gonna unfortunately need to see some type of source, because I mean it was being reported that they found it, but then the sheriff saying like no, they did not. We did not find it. Impossible. So again, I'm waiting for them to actually make an official statement on their own Twitter. That's where I really like to go for the source, itself. In the meantime, I mean, all we can really do is...
Thanks for the resub, baby.
No remains have been found. Behind the Harrow home lies nothing but open fields. Okay, let me turn the... So this is apparently the...
not great. They added
this is
Xanax
like their backyard
to my medications today.
So
at the
he probably don't
office,
remember
and I have to
how
go
far
do a
he
bunch
went.
more stuff and testing and things.
If he confessed, again, y'all, I mean, I don't know. This is what's being
and
reported,
tomorrow
but
is going to be a rough day.
It's unclear exactly
we'll
if
see.
he like confessed or not. Like this is apparently their house, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's their backyard. Okay, so that's across the highway, and then it's just desert. I mean, I don't know. I'm not an expert. I don't even really follow like true crime like up to the moment, like usually. So I don't know how long, it would take for something like just not be findable anymore. Yeah, Knuckle Dragger said Jake Harrow led the police to the supposed place he dumped the baby, Emmanuel, and then they found nothing, I guess. Is he playing with them? I mean, well, if you look at what we just looked at, this, I could, listen, I could see how it might be difficult to locate. Still missing, despite the latest search, they're saying. This is like the top one. We have this one. Again, there's some things saying he confessed they found the body. There's some things saying he confessed they didn't find the body. There's some things that aren't really clear that he did confess. Let me go to look at just like regular Google. Again, we did see a video of them doing the search. So that was one thing. It's interesting, TMZ hasn't said anything. Let's do Emmanuel Harrow. That's the only... Okay, so the Desert Sun. The Desert Sun said something. Let's pull that up. NBC4 Los Angeles 20 minutes ago said they searched. Well, I do think we're all in agreement on all counts that a search did happen. Okay, so this is the desertsun.com. This is from within the last hour.
Oh,
Jake
y'all
Harrow
want me to
on
be
the
banned,
scene
huh?
of search for
Y'all want me
son
to be
along
banned,
shoulder
huh?
of State Route
Aight.
60. A search for the missing 7-month-old Cabazon boy continued today, August 24th, along the westbound shoulder of State Route 60. And one of the baby's parents was present. Oh, this one's not going to let me read it. A Desert Sun editor spotted several first responders along the westbound shoulder of the 60 freeway near Gilman Springs Road in Moreno Valley Sunday afternoon. And when a reporter contacted the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, an officer confirmed an active search was underway in that area. Investigators were assisted by cadaver dogs on the scene, the department said, adding that father Jake Harrow, who was arrested Friday on suspicion of murder with malice, was at the location with the detectives. Does the police department have drones out there? I do not know. I do not know.
7-month-old baby.
Let's go back to Twitter. It's looking like, the search may get called off soon because they're like, oh, we're wrapping up the search for the day. Okay, so this girl's now updating her story. Investigators report that Jake Harrow confessed to unaliving the baby and led authorities to a remote area near the 60 freeway where they searched. Contrary to several news reports, the remains have not been found. Okay, whatever. This man went on national TV. Okay, so she updated hers. No body was found. Despite him confessing, he was unable to lead investigators to the baby. First responders searched along the shoulder in Moreno Valley. So along the shoulder, I don't know. They haven't found the remains. So again, y'all, I don't know if they're going to call the search off for the day. It doesn't appear, it's inconclusive at best. Okay, we got ABC 7. There's another video here. I don't know how, good it's going to be. But, oh shoot, we gotta wait for the ad, I guess. So they do have a video that's gonna pop up here. They're not paying me, so I'm not running this ad on my channel till it's over. Okay, according to CNS article, they did have dogs. CBS, they did have dogs, yeah. But Beautiful Messy Ball said, I didn't see any dogs. The article said there were. The CBS article. Okay. ABC breaking news. Here we go.
7-month-old Emmanuel Harrow, the baby's father, was seen with San Bernardino County deputies in the middle of a field in Moreno Valley. Now, it was this week that detectives revealed they believe the baby is dead. I'm Mika Kazori.
And I'm Jory Rand. Let's get right to that video. Just
look, there he is.
There you can see, escorted by deputies, that is Jake Harrow in a prison jungle, assisting search and rescue crews near the 60 freeway in a field off Gilman Springs Road. This is in Moreno Valley. This is not.
They're gonna find that baby.
Anyone holding out hope that
maybe not today.
Alive, Emmanuel Harrow. If you have the father of that child with deputies and a large law enforcement contingent searching a field off the side of the freeway. We do have more information. The couple, Emmanuel Harrow's parents, claimed baby was kidnapped in Yucaipa on Thursday, August 14th, but detectives say after interviewing them multiple times, that story quickly fell apart. Rebecca said,
look at the video, they're just standing there.
Conscious in the parking lot of a Big Five store in Yucaipa. We heard from her in a, I guess you could call it a tearful interview, although we did not technically see any tears coming from her eyes as she was crying.
The shade,
She was knocked unconscious, regained consciousness, telling investigators her baby had been taken. He had been kidnapped. After that disappearance, the boy's parents came under scrutiny, and the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department said investigators found inconsistencies in their story.
And this is our Air 7 video that we have right now. This is video in Moreno Valley. We saw that video a little bit earlier that had the baby's father, Jake,
look at that video.
Just with the detectives there, just searching this area again in Moreno Valley. We're zooming in.
So it's like a mountain.
Get a better view of what we are looking at right here. That looks like a police car.
It's highway patrol there.
A highway patrol, and it seems like there is a woman standing right
yeah.
next to the
There's a woman right there.
Moving toward that area, it's an empty, open field.
What the heck is
on the side
this?
of the highway in Moreno Valley.
See how it kind of goes into the side of the mountain?
At this point, this is simply conjecture as to why they are searching this field now, why the father of the missing baby is in a field with deputies searching. We can, of course, wonder and make some assumptions, but we don't know until we hear from law enforcement. We saw Highway Patrol there, the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. But again, this missing child has been missing for 10 days now. His mother said she was attacked in the parking lot of a Big Five store.
She's still going with that story.
The baby was gone. It appears that there were holes in the parent's story. Those quickly fell apart, and they were placed under arrest this week. We do have a map of the 3 locations that are in question here.
Okay, so here's a map of the 3 locations in question. Here's Yucaipa, which is where the alleged kidnapping happened. Here's Cabazon, where their house is. And then this, okay, I mean, that would make sense as a place, like, you know, the triangulation of it all, literally shape of a triangle. I do have some true crime experts in here saying different things. Alicia said once the white tents go up, we will know for sure. What's the white tents, girl? Tell me. That lady might have saw something. They're going to probably go a mile out to holding him, probably start early in the morning. I'll give it to them. They are going all out to find this baby, they saying. Okay, let's see what else they're saying on this video.
Is where the parents said the babies were kidnapped. You see on the northern part of the screen, Cabazon is where the family lived. I believe that's where they were placed under arrest this week.
That was just 2 days ago. I believe that was on Friday morning. And we had many deputies out there. They had a pretty intense morning that day. There were armored vehicles. They took away the parents, both Rebecca and Jake Haro, early that morning. Large police presence. Neighbors came out as well. They also expressed concern and, of course, shock and anger, especially watching the parents getting taken away. They, of course, have so many questions. That night, they actually held a vigil for Emmanuel, and we had video from that night. Neighbors came together tearful and asking, where is Emmanuel? So it seems like we are getting one step closer.
I had to
That's
turn the oven on for dinner.
Right there, we have Rebecca and Jake Haro and their recent mugshots.
What the hell?
From Friday.
We're allowed to say that.
Due in court on Tuesday. Again, law enforcement believes baby Emmanuel is dead. The parents were placed under arrest, and now the father was seen with law enforcement searching a field. We will continue to follow this story.
That's a funny one, though.
That is something. White tents usually means.
1 second, they're a neighbor you like. The next, they're a neighbor you trust.
Hold on, this stupid thing.
Not so proud of your home.
Okay.
Girl. What an annoying ad. Okay,
Well, I'm not one.
I'm a chronic hand waterer and proud of it.
Am I the a-hole for trying to get a coworker fired for having a service dog? Come again? Last summer, my employer hired someone new. On her second day here, she shows up with a dog, telling everyone on our shift that it's her service dog. I personally don't like dogs at all. And honestly, this girl doesn't even look like she's sick or disabled. Our manager told us he told her she could bring it in, but he didn't bother asking our shift for approval about it, so we all feel blindsided. Blindsided. Someone having a service dog is not a personal offense to you. And I told him none of us are going to work with her or train her, and there will be problems if he lets her keep bringing the dog. I mean, they don't really need your approval. Like, do you have allergies, or do you just, like, not like dogs? The dog was huge and looked like a police dog. Not even the right breed for a service dog. And it mostly just laid under her desk the whole time. There's plenty of different breeds for like service dogs. And I would actually argue that the police dog breeds are more likely to be service dogs. She told another employee that she has him for PTSD and she has heart problems. She looks like she's only maybe 25 or so and doesn't look like she did any military service. And I personally think she's lying about everything and is just not all there in the head. Working with someone like that worries us. Most of our shift and night shift wrote emails to our manager saying we didn't want the dog here and had concerns working with someone like her. But he wouldn't listen to us and said the dog has a right to be here. Yeah, like legally, yeah. They can't not hire someone because of a disability. And what you're talking about right here also sounds like a lawsuit waiting to happen. He likes dogs, so of course he doesn't care. Most people are okay with them, especially if they're really well behaved. None of us on that shift want to be around a nasty dog all day. So we made several complaints to his boss and to HR, and she went on leave for a good month before coming back without the dog. What is wrong with you guys? Like, what? Manager moved her to another shift, and I'm skeptical if it even was a real service dog, if she came back without it. Plus, she didn't even have it on the first day she worked with us. However, just a few days ago, she showed up with it again. The other shift doesn't seem to care, but sometimes there's overlap once or twice a month where she could be on our shift, and I do not want to work with a dog or a brain-damaged girl. What the? Are you okay? We immediately complained again about it being there, and she said that her accommodation to have dogs was approved by HR, and she wouldn't need it with her all the time, but just on some days where she was in bad shape, whatever that means. Why are you being so weird? Also, it's not her obligation to tell you what her medical history is. Like, I highly doubt, you know, a random emotional support animal or something that she doesn't actually need if she didn't need to bring it to work with her.
Goodness.
I think she's faking. She does not look sick at all. I mean, you sound sick in the head. That's for sure. No matter what we do, management isn't on our side. Even though our manager's boss agrees with us, HR doesn't and seems to be on her side, which is really infuriating. Right, because they probably know her medical history and why she needs the dog. Our shift threatened that we'd have to quit if she was allowed to keep the dog with her at work, and we've expressed we refuse to work with her because of it. We told HR that we have people in here with dog phobia or allergies and basically anything we could come up with to get rid of her, but they don't care. Okay, so you're lying about having a phobia of dogs. We could come up with. Like, be freaking for real, dude. Am I the a-hole for wanting her removed?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Nobody except a couple people on her new shift even like her, and we don't want to have her work in the same place as a dog. Then leave. Like, you have no good reason except you don't like dogs. And I hate to break it to you, but some people actually need them. And also, you're like not being very respectful of this person. I feel like she's alluding to the fact that she was in the military and she has PTSD from that and she has heart problems. Like, you're weird, dude. You're the a-hole. This girl doesn't even look like she's sick or disabled. Not every disability is visually obvious. He didn't bother asking our shift for approval about it, probably because it's none of your business. I told him none of us are going to work with her or train her. If it's within your job description to do so, then that's a great way to get yourself fired. It mostly just laid under the desk the whole time. Okay, so the issue is it doesn't look like she did any military service. PTSD isn't military exclusive. There are many invisible illnesses that require a service dog, PTSD, epilepsy, etc. The really cool thing is dogs can actually be trained to recognize when someone is about to have, for example, an epileptic attack, like a seizure. They can smell that and respond accordingly. They really are amazing. We literally do not deserve dogs. They are incredible.
Even your dog agrees.
Yes, you're the a-hole. You said the dog was just lying under her desk the whole time. Why do you even care? I also hate dogs, but if it's a service dog, they legally must allow it. You're literally trying to force your workplace into like a lawsuit situation. In addition, brain damaged girl, what the hell is wrong with you? Just the way you phrased this whole thing. Even if you aren't trolling and this isn't rage bait, I have a feeling that there's lots of people who do feel the same way that you do. And unfortunately, it's too bad. You're the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for checking if a girl really spoke languages she claimed she did and calling her out? I, female 20, am a uni student in the UK and my semester just ended. Instead of going back home for the summer, I looked for a summer job. I've been working at a cafe for 2 weeks now. It mostly hires uni students, so we're all around the same age. Apparently, all the workers are fairly close and they go on nights out often. One of the girls, let's call her Ivy, also works there. I didn't know this, but she was Polish. Her accent was very good and I only realized when she spoke it. Apparently, she moved to the UK for uni. I don't know why, but I feel cheated. I mean, I have nothing against her, but it would have been nice to know, I guess. Anyway, people I work with had a night out last night and they invited me. We were going for pre-drinks. For those who are unfamiliar with our culture, it's when we have drinks at Ivy's before going out to pubs and clubs, and we typically play some drinking games. Ivy was there as well. She seemed well liked. Another co-worker there was Mark. Mark is Spanish, and I overheard Ivy and Mark's conversation, and she seemed to throw in some random Spanish words into the conversation when it was just the two of them talking, and he didn't seem to mind and did the same. Anyway, I admit, I kind of fancy Mark and found it a bit annoying. This is so funny. I'm sorry. This is the problem. She talked to a boy you liked and you have a problem with it. I took Spanish in school, but I'm not fluent, and I wouldn't just throw in random words into conversation with him. I mean, I'm sure he would have appreciated it, you know? Like if trying to strike up a conversation with him and you like try to learn his language. We were playing games and I asked about languages. Everyone spoke. Turns out Ivy spoke Polish, English, Spanish, and some Dutch. I pretended to be impressed and used Google Translate to ask her things in those languages, and she played along, answering them. And then I got to Spanish, and I thought that it would be a good time to get her to stop showing off, as I assumed Mark was too polite to tell her to stop. I asked her a question, and she started replying in very fast Spanish. I stopped her mid-sentence and told her I was surprised at her bad pronunciation. Bad pronunciation. But you need Google Translate in order to ask her questions. I really don't think that you should be dictating to her pronunciation. Both her and Mark looked surprised. I explained that hearing her English, I thought her Spanish would be better. Why are you all high and mighty? You don't even speak Spanish fluently. I really hate it when people are like judgmental about learning languages. It's very hard to learn another language. It's also very hard if you're like a Polish immigrant and you're multilingual and you have an accent. You're really doing your best to learn languages and it's like a passion of yours. I find it really weird when people are high and mighty about it. Stop gatekeeping languages, okay? PSA. She told me her pronunciation is not wrong, but that she learned Spanish as a child watching Argentinian telenovas and she speaks with that accent.
Dulce de leche.
I told her to stop lying and just admit that it wasn't good, but Mark chimed in and told me Ivy did in fact speak with said accent and it's not wrong and her Spanish was excellent. That's embarrassing for you. Let's be honest. You're pissed off that she's talking to a guy you like. And he probably likes her more, not only because she's making an effort to talk to him in his language, but also because you're weird. I told him that he didn't have to pretend to not hurt her feelings, that she has to accept that she's not good at everything. Okay, yeah, if he didn't like you before, he for sure doesn't like you now. Ivy had the audacity to laugh in my face and told me to stop talking about things I know nothing about. I said that it's true and she should just accept it. She called me an a-hole and told me that this conversation was over. Everyone was very weird after that. This morning, I tried to explain myself in our group combo, but found myself blocked from everything. You're being very strange and you're kind of bullying her, quite frankly. And I'm glad that like no one is on your side. Jealousy is a very, very ugly color. My sister told me Ivy was right and that I was the a-hole, but I don't know. I think I was in the right. So I'm asking here, was I the a-hole? Yes. Relevant fact check. Poland is consistently ranked as top 10 country for quality of public education by the OECD, and Polish students typically learn at least 2 foreign languages, with English, German, French, and Spanish being the most common. Yeah, you're not only jealous of her because she's talking to a guy you like, but you're jealous of her because she is smart and she bothers to try and learn other languages. There is an update. Am I the a-hole for apologizing and asking my coworkers to talk to others so they could stop excluding me? I posted today about questioning a girl's language skills and got my butt handed to me, and it made me rethink a few things. Because of that, I need to ask for judgment again because it was helpful the first time. I went to Ivy's house and managed to speak with her. I apologized for my behavior and said I shouldn't have tested her, but it's not my fault she spoke so fast and with such unusual pronunciation. She, instead of a certain sound, some of her S sounded like H. Apparently it's called aspiration and is common in some dialects. I did some research. Correct, yes. Just because you speak Spanish doesn't mean that that's the only type of Spanish, you know? Like, Spain Spanish is different from Mexican Spanish. And Argentinian Spanish is also different from other types of Spanish. I added that she couldn't have blamed me for thinking she didn't speak the language well. You're still kind of like making excuses here. You're still kind of deflecting and like you really didn't have to say what you said. You could have said, oh, you have like an interesting accent. I've never heard Spanish being spoken that way. You said it in a very judgmental way that accused her of not knowing the language. Oh my God. No, you're bullying her. Like you flat out bullied her. You're making excuses. This is not a good apology. She just stood there looking at me and didn't say a word. It annoyed me, but I kept quiet this time and continued. I apologized again and asked if she could tell the others how sorry I was. Okay, This is the thing. You're not apologizing because you hurt someone's feelings. You're apologizing because now everybody thinks you're an a-hole and you're worried about the perception of you. Because you are an a-hole. Sorry. Not sorry. She said she'd see what she could do. It encouraged me, and I went a step further, hoping to smooth things over with everyone. I asked Ivy if she could tell Mark I was very embarrassed and sorry. Why don't you tell Mark that you're very embarrassed and sorry? She looked at me and laughed, and she laughed at me again. Because she knows that all you're worried about is Mark, because you have a crush on him and you made yourself look really rude in front of him. I tried my best, but that was just rude. Interesting that you can recognize when other people are being rude, but not when you're being rude. She laughed and told me I was still an a-hole and that my apology meant nothing. She kicked me out of her house, and when she closed the door, I could hear Mark was there. I tried to listen to their conversation, but they spoke in fast Spanish, and I couldn't understand it. Can you understand the word puta? What? Am I the a-hole for trying to apologize to her and asking her to speak on my behalf to others? Okay, again, that was not an apology. You were you need to really understand what you did there. You just dug yourself deeper in that hole. Oh my goodness, there's another update. Oh, there's several. Oh my. Would I be the a-hole if I reported my boss for discrimination due to me not speaking their language? Interesting. Long story short, I have beef with a coworker. I tried to be the better person and apologize. I went out of my way to go to her house and make amends, but she laughed in my face. Because you didn't try to make amends. You just tried to make excuses. Not only that, but I think she's doing it with the guy I fancy. I was so angry yesterday. She disrespected me by laughing in my face, ignored my apology, and is just overall a crappy person. And because of her, I'm now being ostracized and bullied by my coworkers, removed from groups, etc. It's not because of her. Your actions caused that. Fully, this is your fault. I was working this morning. I had an opening shift at our cafe, and the owner came around. The owner, Becky, is not there every day. The manager handles everything day to day, and the owner comes in once or twice a week. Sometimes on Sunday. She was chatting with me and asked how everything was going. I thought it was my chance to stop the bullying. I told her everything that happened, how Ivy was mean to me, and how she laughed in my face, how she made everyone stop talking to me, and how she would ignore my apology for the innocent mistake I made. Well, it seems Ivy got to her first. Becky knew about everything that happened. She told me she had multiple people tell her about Friday night, including our team leader and manager. She told me that she's not going to fire me, but to be warned because I'm on probation and to make sure I behave at work and think before I speak to people. She went on and on with her tirade, basically accusing me of starting issues with Ivy and me being mean to me when it's others who are excluding me. They're excluding you because you were a jerk and you don't really seem to understand that what you did was really rude and jealousy fueled, quite frankly. I am like dead serious when I say that jealousy makes people so ugly. I can tell that you're jealous and that you acted from a place that is you're upset because the guy you like doesn't like you back. You're upset that this girl is better at speaking other languages than you, and you're not hiding it well. I tried to defend myself, but she was having none of it. She was cut short by a phone call, and she excused herself to answer it, so I could hear her speak in Spanish. Everything clicked. I remembered her saying she's originally from one of the South American countries. I think that I'm being discriminated against. Interesting, because I also think that there are some undertones of discrimination here on your behalf. You are discriminating against other people. They're ganging up on me because I don't speak the language and they're bullying me for that. I think I may take it up further and report the owner for discrimination. Would I be the a-hole if I did that? You're just really trying to die on this hill, dude. Like, I can't believe there's another update. Let me guess, you got fired. I, female 20, used to work with this girl, Ivy. Ivy hated my guts and complained to everyone about me. She made sure coworkers excluded me, complained to our boss, and I eventually got fired. She was overall a very nasty person. Again, you're playing the victim here. You're writing separate posts, changing the story, and not being fully forthcoming about what you did. You haven't learned, and you've had like several consequences for your actions, and it hasn't like made you look inside yourself, think maybe I might be the problem. Recently, I had a falling out with my flatmates and had to find a new house to live in. I found a lovely little 1-bedroom flat in a 3-floor terraced house converted into flats on a quiet street. I was moving in this morning and was taking my stuff out of the moving van, and I saw her and she saw me. She was walking with one of the guys, let's call him M. She turned against me. She saw me and I thought I would be the bigger person and I waved at her. But she whispered something to the guy and they went inside the house. It turns out her window is directly in front of mine. We are only separated by a narrow road. I finished carrying my stuff and started unpacking when I heard the doorbell. It was her and she told me she couldn't believe I moved directly in front of her when I knew exactly where she lived.
A neighbor suspecting neighbor.
That is hella weird. You went to her house. You knew where she lived. That is like very, very strange. You not only are jealous of this person, but it kind of seems like you kind of want to keep like tabs on her. She started screaming at me. I told her she was crazy and I didn't care for her enough to move in next to her. But why would you do it then? Why are you trying to like helicopter around this girl? You sound like a little obsessed. Like this is like fan behavior a little bit. She started crying and left. I later sat watching telly and saw her in her window with M and some other people from my previous job, and they were looking at my window, pointing and talking. It was absolutely awful. She opened her window and shouted, "Stop spying, hole," and closed the curtains. My sister told me I shouldn't have moved in, but I told her I needed a place and it was cheap. But I'm wondering, based on that reaction I got, was I the a-hole for moving in front of her house? Relevant comment as to why OP suddenly had to move. As for the flatmate situation, I might have slept with my flatmate's boyfriend, but I didn't know he was her boyfriend. Interestingly, we actually have a post from Ivy. Am I the a-hole for reporting a coworker to my boss after she kept calling me a spoiled and privileged white girl? So this is suspected to be from Ivy. I, 20 female, work at a cafe to support myself. A new person, Anna, started working here recently, and she seems to have a huge issue with me. She gets annoyed when I speak other languages other than English with other people and appears to perceive it as a personal offense. A little backstory, which I think is important for context. Currently, I'm living in the UK, moved here for my degree. Originally, I come from one of the Central European countries. In my home country, language education is mandatory and kids start learning one language as soon as we enter school, and a second foreign language is added 2 years later. And both continue until we leave school at 18. I seem to pick languages easily. Obviously, I kind of speak English, and when I was a child, I picked up Spanish and then learned it at school. I also learned basic German and some Dutch. Latter one is a hobby in my free time. Our university has a lot of international students, and I'm in a few societies and sports, meaning that I tend to know quite a lot of people casually. Our town is very touristy and some tourists don't speak English. Since I work at a coffee shop, I often speak to different people. When I'm serving a Spanish friend, I will switch to Spanish. When a tourist is having a hard time ordering, I know their language and I'll switch as well. It's never been a problem, ever, until Anna started working with us. The other day, she accused me of being a spoiled and privileged little white girl. She told me average people don't speak nor get to learn so many languages and that my daddy's money paid for it. I love how she left that out of her post. I explained to her that I don't even know my father and my family is poor AF and I have to work to get through uni. Yeah, literally, that's so strange. Like, you literally work at a coffee shop just like her. Would you really be doing that if daddy's money was behind you? She doesn't have to. She's working for extra spending money. She told me it's disgusting how I'm refusing to see my privilege and how I shouldn't be learning how to speak with local accents because it's verging on appropriation. I'm sorry, learning another language is now cultural appropriation? Make it make sense, because it really, like, the math is not mathing. At that point, I've had enough. She's been weird with me since the day she started. There's more to that, but word limit. I tried to change the topic, but she kept going. It was after closing and we were tidying up. She wouldn't shut up and kept accusing me of more and more ridiculous things simply because I had access to education that everyone in my home country has regardless of their income. She ignored everything I said and showed me a TikTok she made where she explained how it's borderline racist to learn languages with native accent. She just kept going and wouldn't stop. I was done with her and told her to F off, and I reported her to our boss the next morning. When she found out, she spammed me with texts calling me all sorts of names. Anna's having a disciplinary meeting on Monday, and I'm sitting here feeling guilty that she may lose her job because of me. Everyone is telling me I was right to report her, but I'm not sure and keep feeling guilty. Am I the a-hole for telling her to frick off and reporting her to our boss? In addition to all of this, like, this girl had such a problem with you, but it's crazy to me that the girl in this situation literally moved next to a person that she had such a problem with. This is hella weird, dude. Who moves across the street to watch the guy they like? Screw the woman they hate so much. It's so weird. Dude, she obsessed. pissed. Even if she gets him when they break up, it will just be because he can't have Ivy anymore. She will always be second choice and yet did this. She ruined all chances of ever having a thing with the guy. I had a hard time getting past I felt cheated because she was Polish. What does that even mean? Everyone is saying she's racist. Yeah, I get that. No, that's why I said like she's being discriminatory. How is she cheated because she didn't identify as Polish so she could be racist faster? Like people are supposed to tell me if I'm supposed to hate them. If you can't tell someone is in a certain category and you think they're okay, how does it not click for you that they're just people too and it's stupid to hate someone for where they are born? Very interesting to hear from both sides in this story. In case you were wondering, OOP, you are the a-hole, like through and through. Am I the a-hole for not telling my friend she was getting fired and that I saved her job, which led to her getting super fired? I work with my best friend's girlfriend. Her and I are friendly, but not really friends. If it weren't for her relationship with Jeremy, I would not be friends with her. I told her about the job in question and even put in a good word for her. She wasn't working out. She tried her best, but she had a personality clash with her supervisor. She was still in the 90-day probationary period, so she was going to be terminated with no notice. That's life, really. We regularly hire a bunch of people and keep the good ones and dismiss the ones that can't cut it or aren't a good fit. We actually were getting rid of over a dozen people that day. I know that her and Jeremy aren't doing well financially, so I stepped in and volunteered to take her on my team. It was a lateral move for her. I didn't really need her, but my boss gave me a lot of freedom in my department. I didn't want to freak her out, so I never told her she was not working out well on her team. To say the least, I can understand why she didn't work out. She's great at her job and a hard worker, but God almighty, she has a terrible job site personality. She rubs everyone the wrong way, including my supervisor. He actually questioned my decision to transfer her to my team. I couldn't protect her from herself. Originally, she was just being terminated and that was it. She would have been free to reapply to the company. Now, she's on the NERF list. Not eligible for rehire. She really thought the reason I got her on my team was because we needed her help. She alienated everyone. Again, she's good at the job and incredibly dedicated. She's just shisa-y person to work with, and she brings down morale. I told Jeremy what happened and he said he understood. But she is pissed. She said that if I told her she was on the chopping block, she would have behaved differently. She said it's kind of my fault for not warning her. I don't know, I feel badly, but she kind of dug her own grave. I feel like you actually gave her a leg up. Yeah, like didn't you like save her job? Like they wanted to get rid of you and then you offered to take her on and now she's mad at you because you didn't tell her that being an a-hole gets people fired. So there are actually comments that are kind of critical of OP. Like she can't necessarily change her personality. I feel like we also need to be telling people when they could improve on certain things instead of just like firing them. So there were actually some people in the comments who were like, you're a leader, you're supposed to tell people. At the same time though, like if you're kind of just a jerk, you can't be that like not self-aware, right?
Are you ready
if
for
OP
supper
was her
or not
supervisor,
yet?
then it kind of is on OP to give her feedback and they failed at their job while allowing her to hurt the rest of the team's morale.
Well, when you're
OP,
ready,
you're a
let
bit
me
of an
know.
a-hole for adding her to your team and not telling her what the problem is. If you're a team leader, it's your job to address those things. If she chose to ignore, that's on her. Yeah, I mean, you knew she was on the chopping block. If she's just a rude person, then that's really not your fault. But maybe were some things that she could have worked on. I don't think you're the bad person in this, but I do think you should have told her about her attitude and how she could fix it. I think you should have explained that she needs to have a good attitude in jobs, and if she doesn't choose to take your advice, then she's in the wrong. Yeah, I mean, I know I kind of was like being a little critical, but like now that I'm kind of seeing, people are changing my opinions. And listen, I'm allowed to change my opinion. I feel like this is an everyone sucks, honestly. Like OOP kind of maybe knew that it was probably gonna happen anyway, and maybe it was like, why try? I think that maybe some feedback could have been given, and then if she chose not to take that feedback and change her behavior, then you would have been like not the a-hole for sure. Info, did anyone tell her that her behavior was unacceptable and give her a chance to fix it? If not, everyone sucks here. How can she know there's a problem if no one tells her? It could be just an attitude problem, but like, you could have said something. You could have. So this might be an everyone sucks.
Everyone sucks.
Siscat!
Oop. Charlotte has another video.
Beep. I think he's on the Wikipedia page. Teaching jujitsu to the 6th Marine Regiment.
Okay.
Am I the a-hole for wanting to uninvite my sister-in-law from my wedding? Hey everybody, welcome back. My fiance, Nate, 27 male, and I, 26 female, have been together for almost 3 years. He proposed to me about 6 months ago, and shortly after, we found out I was pregnant. We are planning on having our wedding in the spring of next year. Nate has a twin sister, 27 female, who we will call Kayla. Nate and I announced our engagement and my pregnancy at the same time. We made a cute little Facebook post with a couple engagement pics and an ultrasound photo that said something along the lines of, the Smiths family is going to have 2 new additions. Oh, that's cute. Oh, so cute. Kayla commented almost immediately that we will have to wait until next year to actually get married because she looks best in fall colors. And as my maid of honor, she'll get a say in choosing bridesmaids' dresses. Is that a joke?
This is a joke, right?
Tell me that's a joke. Bold of you to assume that you're the maid of honor and that you'll get to pick bridesmaids' dresses, even if you are. I literally stared at my phone, wondering if I read something wrong. I showed the comment to Nate and asked him why she thought she would be my maid of honor. He had no clue. So I texted her, and this is how that exchange went. Hey Kayla, I see you saw our announcement on Facebook. Thank you for being ready to step up for me, but we haven't started working out our wedding logistics yet. And I haven't picked my bridesmaids, much less my maid of honor. Once we have more details of the wedding worked out, we will let you know. Well, you don't have to choose a maid of honor anymore. I'm your maid of honor. Oh. I don't understand. I never asked you to be. You don't have to ask. That's what makes me such a good sister. I'm sorry, you're not my maid of honor. We'll see about that. Safe to say it wasn't a joke. Oh, I'm already so uncomfortable. Oh gosh. I showed these messages to Nate, who said he would deal with it. I have no idea what the extent of their conversation was, but Kayla never brought up being my maid of honor again. She just reared her ugly attitude in different ways. Oh my goodness. It's really strange to assume that she would be your maid of honor when she's not officially even your sister-in-law yet. Maybe she could have a bridesmaid and she could be a bridesmaid, but maid of honor, no. That's reserved for besties and sisters or mothers or grandmas. I don't. As of now, Nate and I have booked the venues, caterer, the florals, decorations, and the DJ. A couple of months ago, I invited mine and Nate's mothers along with my sister Sam, who I asked to be my maid of honor, to do some dress shopping. Kayla found out from her mom and invited herself to tag along. Okay.
Are you being for real right now?
We're already sticking our little fingers in the pies. I don't like fingers in my pies. Don't. I know you're thinking it.
That's what she said.
We started by looking for a dress for Sam. I wanted my bridesmaids in a pretty pastel yellow. Oh, so cute. Good choice. But Sam is gonna be more golden. Kayla would not shut up about how yellow is such an ugly color. Since when? I love yellow. And I should go with pink or blue instead. Okay, she can do whatever she wants for her wedding. She even grabbed a bunch of pink and blue dresses to try on herself. I tried my best to ignore her while her mother entertained her bizarre ideas. Sam and my mother were making constant comments about how it's my wedding and if Kayla isn't gonna be helpful, she should just leave. Unfortunately, she didn't. And I'm too nice to kick her out in front of my mother-in-law, who I already have a strained relationship with. Oh, no, no, no. First of all, yellow is not an ugly color. I have seen a beautiful pastel, butter yellow, looks so good. I love me some yellow. This girl is just trying to project what she looks best in on you. And also, is she a bridesmaid at this point? Is she even a bridesmaid? If she's a bridesmaid, it would make sense because she's trying to wear the color that she likes wearing. I don't know. We'll find out. Our mothers were able to shop for their dresses with little interference from Kayla. But as soon as I start trying things on, she has all sorts of things to say. She would tell me that certain styles wouldn't look good once I had a baby bod. And even told me I should consider not wearing white since I'm obviously not a virgin. Oh, absolutely not. No.
I would rage.
I told her she wasn't a virgin when she got married either. Oh! Yet she still wore an adorable white sundress to the courthouse. She grumbled about how that wasn't the same.
I bought this a week after I met her. Soon. I know. We've only been dating for 6 months. But, you know, when you...
The Conjuring, Last Rites, rated R, only in theaters September 5th.
Chewy believes all pets are exceptional, especially when you feed them vet-recommended Purina Pro Plan.
But I was already halfway back to the changing room. I still don't know what happened while I was in there, but when I came out, Kayla and mother-in-law were gone, and Sam had a smug smile on her face. I never discussed any details of the wedding with Kayla if I could help it, but I've heard Nate sharing some of our plans with her. He told her we were planning a buffet-style meal because we have a lot of dietary restrictions in our family, and that was the cheapest way to accommodate everybody. Literally a few $1,000s difference. She told him he deserved someone who wouldn't go cheap on his wedding, even though the buffet was his idea. He told her about our venue choices. He picked the reception venue. I picked the ceremony venue, which is in the same place my parents got married. My father passed away, and since he can't walk me down the aisle, I always wanted to get married in the same place he married my mom to sort of feel like he was there with us. Oh God, oh, that's so sweet. She told Nate that my venue choice was tacky and people would make fun of us. Who, you? When he mentioned he wanted a DJ, she made a comment about how she knew I wasn't classy enough to want a live band. Okay, no, she is just like... My patience is wearing thin. Each and every time she would make comments like this, Nate would tell her that they were his ideas, but not call her out for how she spoke about me. Which I do feel a little hurt by. I am hurt for you. That is messed up. I've expressed this to him and he told me he would try and do better by calling her out, but she just always has been this way.
That's not an excuse. It's never an excuse.
Okay, but she's also been this way because nobody calls her out. I think it's gotta be you. I think you need to do the calling out. I told him that's no excuse for her to be disrespectful and stick her nose into business that doesn't concern her. He hesitantly agreed. On Friday, I got an email from the venue for our ceremony, confirming our cancellation and asking if we need to reschedule. Shortly after that, I got a voicemail from our caterer explaining that my new wedding planner had just called, but the line had dropped and was wondering if I could pass along her phone number so they could finish going over changes to the menu. I immediately emailed the venue back saying that no, we are not canceling or rescheduling. Please keep our original date on the books. Ooh. Oh no, 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 no. I called the caterer who explained that a woman had called and said she was my new wedding planner. She said that I wanted to make some changes to the contract, namely switching from a buffet style to plated meals. I told him this was not the case. I do not have a wedding planner and please do not make any changes unless contacted by me or Nate directly with the information we have on file. The caterer suggested putting a password. I was just about to say that. Like, it's so crazy that you even have to do this. He said he wouldn't make any changes unless the person requesting them knew the password. I called both venues and all of our other vendors to put in place the same types of precautions. They all gave their sympathies for me having to deal with this. Yeah, this is nuts. This is like so unnecessary. I feel like she's done enough at this point that like, at the very least, you need to call her out. When Nate got home from work, I confronted him about it. I told him someone tried to cancel my venue and change our catering. I told him the only person it could be was Kayla. He tried to deny and said she wouldn't do it.
Bologna.
Yes, she would. I guarantee she would.
But I reminded him of how she's undermined and insulted me during every step of this engagement. I told him I wanted her uninvited. I will not give someone who's already done so much to make this wedding stressful the opportunity to do something like show up in white. He fought me on this, but I basically told him I felt disrespected by him over how he's allowing Kayla to treat me. I feel like sometimes men do not understand the nuances and like how catty some women can be. Just because she's not that way toward you does not mean that she's not that way toward other people. And he should listen to you when you're telling him all this stuff. I feel like if you call her out, she's not gonna listen. If he calls her out, she might. I'm his partner and the mother of his child. My feelings and comfort should be more important to him than his sister's childish antics. Period! 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 We met with her for lunch earlier today, and once we got dessert, he asked her if she was trying to make changes to our wedding plans. She said, and I quote,
"Well, yeah, it's the maid of honor's job to make sure the bride is making the right decisions."
You keep using the word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
But you're not the maid of honor. You're not the maid of honor? Before Nate could even say anything, I told her she's not my maid of honor, and even if she was, that would not give her the authority to undermine our decisions and make changes to the wedding plans and budget behind our backs. She said she didn't see what the big deal was since her grandmother had offered us a pretty large chunk of change as a present to help pay for the wedding.
No, objection, Your Honor. This is totally irrelevant.
Is she trying to say like,
oh, well, you wouldn't have this wedding if it weren't for my family?
Like, what does that mean? I told her again the wedding budget is none of her business. She tried to argue, but I cut her off. Okay, so like what's happening with your like future husband at this point? Because like I'm not liking how he's again not doing anything. I told her that her behavior regarding our wedding thus far has been nothing but disrespectful and insulting. I told her trying to cancel my venue had crossed the line and she was no longer invited to the wedding. She seemed absolutely shocked by this. She looked at Nate, waiting for him to defend her, and then he did. Throw the whole man away. He looked at me and said,
why don't we give her one more chance?
How about no?
I asked if he was kidding and he said no. How many chances can you give someone? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice.
Fool me 3 times. Oh my god.
Kayla was only doing what she thought was best for us. And now that we've told her that wasn't okay, we should give her a chance to correct her behavior. I didn't even respond. I just got up and left. I went and got in my car and drove home thinking to myself if he wanted to side with his sister, then he could rely on her to get home. I ignored him trying to get a hold of me. I almost feel like...
It's all connected. From my fingertips, all possibility unfolds. It's all connected. Possibility takes flight into something real. It's all connected. Every step builds something bigger. PCB strength becomes my own. That edge I'm stepping into, PCbility, PCB Bank.
Come on into Baymont, where you'll be greeted with a warm welcome, get a cozy room to rest up in, then grab a free hot breakfast before seeing some old friends. Enjoy our hometown hospitality at Baymont, a trusted brand by Wyndham.
She's trying to get rid of you. Part of me thinks that like she's just genuinely doesn't like you and does not want you to marry her brother. Who in their right mind would do this unless they hate you? Once at home, I packed a small bag and left for Sam's house. I told her everything and she told me I could stay as long as I needed to. But now she's at work for the night and that's where I am. Trying to process what just happened. Trying to figure out when I became second place in Nate's life. Trying to figure out if there's any way to fix what he just broke in me. He keeps switching between asking where I am, telling me he didn't think it was that big of a deal, and apologizing and asking me to come home and talk. But you told him that it was a big deal. You literally said that it was a big deal to you. It doesn't matter if he thinks it's a big deal or not. And it should be a big deal. Like, I beg your finest pardon, but it should be a big deal for him that someone is literally bullying his future wife and mother of his child. I don't feel ready to talk to him just yet. I'm too upset and I feel like I'll do or say something I will regret, like call off the wedding altogether. I just told all my vendors that we aren't canceling the wedding, but right now I kind of want to. I don't know if it's my hormones making me feel crazy or if I'm valid in how hurt I'm feeling. I just don't know what to do or what to think. So am I the a-hole for not wanting to give her a second chance? Or is my fiance right that she deserves a chance to prove herself before she's uninvited from the wedding altogether? As much as I already know what's going to happen, I don't like how he seems to sort of be undermining you and like not affirming you. This is also about his support of you. You're not only giving the sister-in-law a chance, you're also giving your fiance another chance. So you could, but be warned that you might be disappointed. And when that happens, you need to seriously think about whether or not you want this person in your life and if you want to go through with this wedding altogether. But let's see what the comments said. You are in the right, and I think a wedding cancellation or at least a delay is in order. I mean, yeah, you could delay and just like stand on business and just like put your foot down. At the end of the day, marriages are a contract, right? They're an emotional contract. You kind of have to think about from a perspective of, is this a good deal that you're signing? And if it's not a good deal and they're not willing to give you what you want, like it sounds kind of like trivializing it, but it's not. It is a contract and it is the most important decision that you will make in your life. Because marry the wrong person, they will make your life a living hell. So you need to be willing to walk away from any contract to get all the terms you want. You know, speaking as someone who has done a few deals in her day, I have no problem walking away.
Bye, Felicia.
None whatsoever. I don't necessarily do it because it's like,
Oh, that, this person, this, blah, 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 blah.
no, I'll do it, but I need to feel fully comfortable with what the contract says. I need to feel fully comfortable with what the marriage is. And that's just the way it has to be. And like more often than not, they do come back and give you what you want. It's a negotiation, you know what I'm saying? His sister tried to change the venue that was meaningful for you because it was a reminder of your father. To cancel that over anything else is not just over the line, but it's cruel. You gave him many chances to get her in line. He failed. One thing I would recommend if you go forward with him is that when meeting with her, let him take the lead. Even if you don't agree with what he's saying. It will be the biggest indicator of his mindset and ensures that she can't blame you for the boundaries he's placing. OP responds, thank you. He just keeps saying, I just don't know her well enough to know that all her comments and jokes are harmless.
Not a joke. That was not even a joke.
I mean, that's kind of subjective, isn't it? Like, if you find them hurtful, then that's not really up to him to decide. But this wasn't just one comment. She actually tried to cancel my venue. I honestly couldn't care less about the catering. That one was weird, but my venue was special. It was too...
Sonic just made snack time official with $1 Snacky Hour. $1 corn dogs, $1 mozzarella.
Far. So lots of people are like,
why are you marrying into this mess?
You need to step away from the wedding. This is not a good idea. Some people are like,
oh, this post isn't real.
I mean, you would be surprised how, coming from someone who's done a lot of these stories, it's not that uncommon. Like, it's really not that uncommon. I feel like the root of this is she wants to get rid of you. We do have an update. There were lots and lots of comments asking for an update, but I wanted to wait until after I had talked to Nate. I spent last night at Sam's house and mostly ignored Nate's texts and calls. Kayla texted me once telling me not to let my hormones make me irrational. Okay, so what's her excuse then? I just blocked her, but someone advised to unblock and silence her notifications, so if she escalates, I could maybe use it in court for my custody case. I did unblock her earlier today, and I'm glad I did, but we'll get there. Yeah, everybody saying, you know, like, cancel the wedding and stuff like that. Like, please also keep in mind that, like, she's pregnant. This is a difficult decision. Like, she's basically deciding to be a single mother, and like, that's hard. That's a really hard path to take. It's easy for us to just sort of read it and be like,
yeah, obviously, why are you marrying this guy? This has to be fake, blah, blah, blah.
Understand that she is pregnant. She doesn't want to be a single mother, or she'd rather not. I replied to Nate at one point telling him that I was safe and at Sam's house and I would be home today, after work to talk about everything. I expressed again that I was feeling really hurt about not being heard or backed up by him and I needed time to decide what I wanted to do. He asked what I meant by that, if I meant canceling the wedding altogether. I told him that is exactly what I was considering. His reply,
don't let your hormones make you do something irrational.
That's not even him talking. That's not him talking, that's Kayla. Dude, maybe he's like condoning this behavior because like he actually doesn't really see anything wrong with it. Maybe there's a lot going on behind the scenes that you don't know about. Cause like, how could anyone be on her side at this point? Unless he also feels the way she feels. Anyone else want to take a guess as to where he got that line? Oh, we already guessed, so. That just about made my decision for me. I didn't reply, not even when he texted me, good night, I love you. Instead, before I went to bed that night, I sent him a link to my post and told him to read through it before we talk. Someone said he probably sent it to Kayla too. If she did read it, she hasn't commented. And if she texted me about it, it was while I had her blocked. This morning, I called into work and had breakfast with Sam. She gave me the number of a family lawyer that her friend used for his custody case. I spoke to the assistant, explained my situation, and luckily she had a spot open after lunch for an initial consult. So, I took a shower and basically kept reading through the comments on my post until it was time to talk to her. I told the lawyer exactly why I'm leaving Nate and how I'm terrified over how his sister would influence him with our baby. I don't trust him not to be influenced by Kayla and to have our baby's best interest in mind. So I want to fight for sole custody and supervised visitation. I told her, if possible, I want to include something that restricts Kayla from having any contact with my child. I'm already mentally preparing to have to fight Nate in court because I know he will not agree to any of this. My lawyer told me that while my concerns are valid, it may be difficult for a judge to put a contract restriction in the custody order based on the family drama alone. She advised me to document everything that Kayla has done and anything moving forward so we can present it to the judge if and when we end up in court. Oh my goodness, it's so sad that it's come to this point. If there wasn't ever a sign to like, stop being contrarian to your partner. Stop being this person that like doesn't listen to them when they tell you that something is wrong. I can tell you firsthand, a partner that does not validate your feelings is not a partner that you want to spend your life with. If their first response to you being hurt by another person is to somehow make it your fault and you're crazy and your hormones and all these things, if that's their first response and it's not to protect you, that person hates you. She gave me a list of things to think about, like if I want Nate to get any custody at all or just visitation, how I want to handle things like medical care or education for my child, if I want to put communication restrictions like only talking over text, lots of things I would have never thought of and never thought I would have to think of. We were supposed to do all of this together. She told me to take a few days to gather my thoughts and decide on what I want. I scheduled an in-person meeting for this Friday to go over everything. Hopefully I will have my mind straight by then, but if anyone has any advice on when it comes to what to put on these custody papers, I'm all ears. I'm not someone who has ever dealt with something like this, but if anyone has any advice, either OP sees this or maybe there's someone else that's dealing with something like this, it would be helpful. After the phone call with my lawyer, I checked some more comments and took a much needed nap. When I woke up, I had a text from Nate asking what time I would be off work so he could have dinner ready for me when I get home. I told him I would be there around 5, but if Kayla's there, I will be turning around and leaving without a word. Ooh. Something tells me she was invited. I then asked him if he read the post I sent him. He said I did, but I would rather talk to you than read you bash me and my sister on the internet with a bunch of strangers.
Are you ready?
Yes!
For Marvel Studios' Thunderbolts.
You just don't get it, do you? You don't.
I wouldn't necessarily say that that was bashing. If he took it as bashing, then... Don't worry, I told Kayla she's not welcome. This pissed me off beyond belief. Clearly he either didn't read the post or still doesn't realize how truly in the wrong they are. Either way, I lost all motivation to try and work things out. I'm just done. I texted him, don't worry about dinner. All I will be doing is gathering some more things and dropping off my lawyer's contact info. There's nothing more for us to discuss. He asked what I meant, what lawyer, and told me he's been waiting to talk about this. All I said was, fine. Sam wished me luck before I left and assured me I was welcome back once we were done talking. I told her I would absolutely be back and thanked.
Yes. But. Okay, walk away. Oh. Fuck, scared shit out of me!
Jars that go out to friends will be colored. So, you know, if you're our friends and you want some kimchi and you're in the area, just come to my house and take jars. If you have jars at your house, bring them back to my house and trade them for full jars. I am the kimchi milkman. Thank you for coming. Yeah.
It was fucking just dripping down my chin. Jesus. Oh, scissor me, girl. Scissor.
Well, you said there's a 2.
Scissor! Scissor!
It's broom circle. It's broom circle. It's called broom circle.
Looks like a garlicky enough garlic. What's wrong? Back.
You gonna chop that with magical power? There, sweetheart.
I will punch you in the face if you flip that.
All the players are ready!
Okay, maybe just give it a minute, because it seemed like... I don't know.
Seems like it's having a stroke.
It's having a stroke. I can't help that.
Hi, TNL. I'm halfway through my drunk. And I ate chicken so that your wife wouldn't complain. His stream wife. You know, the...
Hey, girl, hey!
Hey, girl, hey!
I like the butts, and I cannot lie.
Suck a motherfucking dick! Suck a dick, suck a huge or small.
keep getting? Oh, it's a very nice Cat, you're an absolute dickhead. Who buys an Alice a white accessory? Cat does. Cat does. Cat, you ass. I know you're gonna be watching this later or possibly right now. Cat, you ass. White. White, girl. White. Oh no, it's that dick.
Oh no, it's dick. Oh no, it's dick.
Okay, so the marshmallow strawberry ones are done. Oh shit, I almost dumped them all over the place. They need to cool. They need to cool. The peanut butter. I just dumped a whole bowl of pasta into the dishwasher. It's just an entire bowl. Lovely, lovely.
We've been Speckledorfed.
Fuck! Sully!
Okay. Alright, are we bio BRBs or?
Oh right, we're on a. Oh, I fucking.
I need a mandrake root.
Got it. Focus. Put a green in. Fuck 'em. Stay with your heart. Excellent. Woo, 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 woo.
I thought she was gonna say stir it with your tit.
Dude! We're not close like that. I'm married.
Who are you married to?
Some guy.
What guy? The guy that farts all the time?
Hate to break it to you, Alice. Most guys.
Oh my god, Elsabeth, did you hear all of that? Can you clip it, please? Holy shit. Poops.
Hero 0F Hylia rated your channel with 15 viewers.
Yay!
Luminari followed your channel.
Oh, you fucking bitch!
Something?
Bitch! Rotten. Hi. Thank you.
Can you say hello?
Hello.
Let's be friends.
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 I love you. Mwah.
I love you.
Mwah. I'm so happy just to be with. So loud. Whatever. It's gonna be loud. Oh my ass, ass and ass. Let's just.
Me feel English? That's impossible.
Stop making me poop. At least half, usually quarter them. Stuff it up its turkey hole. Straight up in there. Cram it in its turkey hole and then roast it. Or air fry it. Or spatchcock it. Or whatever. Whatever tickles your fancy. You shove it in the whole hole? Bruh. I half it. I half it just because I want all the flavors to come out, because otherwise they stay raw inside. And Whatever. It's gonna be loud. Oh my ass. Ass and ass. Let's just...
Me fail English? That's impossible.
Stop making me poop! How do you always sounded like this and I didn't know until just fucking now? Elizabeth, sing to me so I can do things. I mean, what? I'm not jacking off to your voice. What? What? I would always, never do it on a Tuesday. It would have to be a Thursday at least. Whatever, my gorgeous wife. I love you. But else.
No.
We're all confused.
Somebody clip that right now.
What?
Deciding whether she's saying moo or meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow.
I can meow for you.
Meow, meow, meow.
Meow. I like the butts, and I cannot lie.
Ugh, fuck. It was not delicious. It was not delicious. It was not delicious. It was not delicious. Alright, desk cam back on. Alice, this food will beep when it's ready and she can get it herself.
For everything so far. When I got home, Nate had dinner ready just like he said. I ignored him and went straight to our room to pack up some of my clothes and toiletries. He tried asking me if I really wasn't going to talk to him. Yeah. But I ignored him for the time being. Just seeing his face made my anger flare up and I wanted to be smart about our decision. After a while, he gave up and went to eat in the dining room. When I was finished, I went and sat with him at the table but didn't touch any of the food.
Petty girl.
I started a voice memo on my phone before I said, go ahead. Oh, goody, yes, good. He looked at me all confused, and I told him he's the one that wanted to talk and must have a lot to say, so go ahead. And I'm also recording you, by the way, so I can listen to your gaslighting later on. And also show it to the lawyer, the judge. He stumbled over his words for a while, but ultimately started off with an apology, trying to tell me he didn't realize I was so upset with Kayla's behavior.
Well, I told you 100 times.
I asked him if he remembered how I cried after I got home from dress shopping because of her comments about my choices and my body. If he remembered having to talk to her about not being my maid of honor. If he remembered how our conversation just a few days ago, when I told him canceling my venue held so much sentiment to me, was way too far over the line. He said he did each time and tried to add a but to argue. No buts.
No kicks.
That is undermining how you feel and undermining how someone has hurt you. But I cut him off with my next example. I told him after all that he should 100% have known that I was beyond done with her BS. I told him I was so hurt and pissed that I wanted her uninvited. But he wanted to give her another chance. To what? Cancel our DJ and book a live band? Dye my dress red or show up in white herself? He told me she would never do that. No, she is exactly the type of person to do that. She's literally already done it. Literally, she's already done it. I told him, he told me she would never cancel my venue, but she admitted to it in front of our faces. I told him I don't trust his opinion on his sister and that he is just as delusional if she thinks she will change. I asked him why he even told her so many details of our wedding anyway. What does her opinion of our wedding even matter? He tried to tell me that because Kayla didn't get to have a real wedding when she got married, she was just a little too excited about ours. That doesn't excuse the behavior. She could get excited and like want to help, but she doesn't get to decide things as if it's her wedding. I told him she has all the right in the world to be excited, but that does not give her any rights to insult me or change our choices regarding what we want for our wedding. She'll have plenty of opportunities to have a real wedding. If she could stop for 2 seconds and take her nose out of our wedding business, she could go out and find a man or woman to marry herself. I asked him, what's next? She gets to name our baby when she's lost her own? Ooh. The look on his face made my stomach feel hollow. He told me, I quote, actually Kayla does have a few ideas for what we can name our daughter. Daughter?
Is traditional foundation making you look worse? Traditional foundations are not great for lines in the face.
Okay. Side note, I'd mentioned in a comment previously that we were waiting to be surprised about the gender of our baby. No. So he knew and he literally just told you in this conversation? No. We were discussing baby names and had settled on the top 3 for each gender. We agreed to keep them to ourselves until the baby was born. I asked if he said daughter and he looked like a deer caught in my headlights. He backtracked, but I pressed the issue. I asked him flat out if he knows the gender of our baby. He hesitated, but ultimately he confessed to remembering that I had filled out an information release at my first OB visit. So he called the office and asked them for the results of our gender scan, claiming we changed our minds and he was going to do a reveal for me. Oh, no. He literally does not care about your boundaries, dude. Like, he does not care. I feel absolutely sick and violated. I asked him what the he was thinking. He said Kayla was feeling left out since Sam was planning my baby shower and not including her, and she couldn't wait to find out. No. Absolutely not. I demanded he tell me everything. What else has he gone and done behind my back? Did he give her the idea to pretend to be our wedding planner? Was he the one that had her cancel my venue and change our catering? He tried to tell me no, of course not. She did that on her own, but I could just tell that he was lying. No. That's why he's excusing her behavior. Because it's also his behavior! Ah! He absolutely put her up to all of this. At that point, I didn't even care why he did. It's clear that none of our decisions will ever actually be ours. He will always do whatever the hell he wants and get Kayla to back him up. I don't even want to think about how many of our decisions in the past were completely undermined and changed by these two. I asked him if Kayla came to him and told him everything I'm telling him. That she doesn't feel supported by her partner. That her partner went behind her back to learn the gender of their baby without her. That her partner was retroactively changing every decision that they had agreed upon. That her partner was letting their sibling bullying her relentlessly. What would he say to her? He didn't have a response, and honestly, if he did, I didn't want to hear it anymore. I knew the answer. I told him that as the woman who's supposed to be his wife, me and the baby I'm carrying should be his top priority, not his twin sister. I said him going behind my back like this for something as important as the gender of our baby is absolutely unforgivable. There is nothing he can say or do to fix this. I told him I will no longer be marrying him. Oh, thank God. But it's up to him if he wants to cancel all the vendors. I said, you're more than welcome to use it all to marry Kayla. Oh my goodness! Seeing as she's the one you obviously care the most about. Ooh. He tried to backtrack and apologize and explain, but every time I cut him off and told him I had heard enough and my mind was made up. There is no going back now. If he wants to have the slimmest chance to get me back and have a real relationship with our baby, he will need to attend some serious therapy and do work on himself and his relationship with Kayla. I told him no woman in her right mind would ever marry him while he was this enmeshed with her. I told him that any contact we have moving forward will be through my lawyer. I want nothing to do with his family. And if I get what I want, they will have nothing to do with my daughter. I can't believe that's how you found out, dude. Oh my God. Because I'll be damned if I let him subject her to this treatment. I put my lawyer's name and phone number on the table and walked out. He didn't try to follow me. So now, on top of dealing with my lawyer for the custody case, do I have to file a complaint with my OB office? Are they allowed to just give this information without my express consent? Or did me stupidly putting him on the information release form I signed give them the blanket consent to share any and all information with him? I don't know if you can do anything there, honestly. God, I didn't think that this could get any worse, but I guess that's on me for being naive. You're not naive, dude. This is a very messy situation and it's not normal. I'm glad I recorded the conversation and got him to admit to doing all of this. Oh my God, I forgot you were recording that whole time. Ooh. I don't know if or how it will help my custody case, but I sent it to my lawyer with a note that we can discuss more on Friday. Even if it doesn't help with your custody case, if you ever feel a little weird about the conversation and just like,
oh, maybe I could, forgive him and stuff like that.
Listen to it. I'm back at Sam's place. She was already at work when I got back, but I texted her to wake me up when she gets home. I need my sister. I called my mom and told her everything that's happened. She cried for me for a while and asked me if I needed her to do anything. I asked her if she'd be willing to go to the house with Sam and get the rest of my stuff because I don't want to see Nate right now. Just picturing his face is making me feel sick. She said she's more than willing. Kayla did text me again. I'm assuming Nate talked to her after I left. Okay, so she's involved yet again. It was a very long and cruel message that I don't want to repeat. Good, she can marry her own brother. It's what she wants, isn't it? But to summarize, she called me delusional and a control freak who can't let Nate make any decisions for himself and insulted my venue choice once again. And then says she hopes my baby is stillborn because I don't deserve to be a mother. So much for second chances. Honestly, after reading it, I thought the message would hurt, but it just gave me a really good laugh. It honestly should, because that is just like pathetic. You're trying to say something to hurt me, but all it really does is make you look like a horrible person. I took a screenshot and sent it to my lawyer. And that's where we're at. The wedding is off. Yay! I will call all the vendors tomorrow and see if we can get any deposits back. If not, I'll let them know how to contact Nate and Kayla to see if they would like to keep things as planned. Let them throw a party for all I care. But I will be canceling my venue regardless of my refund. Neither of them are gonna step foot in that sacred place if I can help it. I didn't realize how much I was letting this weigh on me until now. I feel like a huge weight has been lifted off my shoulders, even though a new one is settling very quickly. Writing everything out like this is truly freaking helpful for me to process how I'm feeling, what I need to do. Thank you again for everyone and for all your advice and for showing me I'm not crazy. You're not, baby girl. Your feelings are valid. So are you the a-hole for wanting to uninvite your sister-in-law from your wedding? No. Subscribe!
You get hurt in a car accident
Dude.
and they give you a check that wouldn't cover my shoe shine? That's disrespect. With Case Connect, you don't just...
Okay. We have some BJ to watch. We'll watch that long one later. Watch this one first.
Hello, everybody. We have some breaking news. Lil Nas X might serve jail time. It's pretty serious. Also, I made some comments when I last reported on Lil Nas X that might not actually. I'm gonna have to take them back. I'm gonna have to take them back because I've learned some new information. So let's get right into it. So just what seems to be moments ago, TMZ is reporting that Lil Nas X, it's Monday today, August 25th. It is about 2:06 p.m. Eastern time, but TMZ is reporting that Lil Nas X spent all weekend in jail and he's been hit with 4 felonies. Let me pull this article up. And you know, why am I looking at TMZ? Well, thankfully, I also do have a Variety article we'll take a look at, but TMZ always gets the exclusives. Don't know how. Maybe it's because they pay for articles. Really, I'm not sure. But as you can see here, this was just updated or just published today at 10 a.m. Pacific time. So that's about an hour ago it came out. Lil Nas X hit with 4 felonies, attacking and injuring cops. So first things first, this is the video that we did watch last time that I reported on this story whenever it had just broken, the news had just broken that he had gotten arrested. And I had said some things which I do stand by in some ways, but now I have more information. I had said some things like, okay, but what's so bad about this? Like, it is LA. Have y'all seen Bianca Censori? Like, have y'all seen, I mean, maybe he should get out of the street. I do understand you shouldn't be walking in the street, but he was wearing clothes. His drawers were clean. It really wasn't that much different than what you might see on a stage or a music video. It's just kind of like, you know, get it out of the street or whatever. Well, girl, no, he was butt naked. Okay, I did not know that. He was butt naked. Well, he was butt. He was buck and naked. Okay. It says Lil Nas X is now facing years in prison because the LA County District Attorney has charged him with 4 felonies, including battery with injury on a police officer.
Eat what you can from there, and then you can have
TMZ
your
broke
pizza
the
bites.
story. The Old Town Road rapper
that
was
one
naked
got weirdly
on
melted or
Ventura
something.
Boulevard in the San Fernando Valley when cops were called. They say when they confronted him, Lil Nas X charged the officers, charged at them, I guess, and presumably injured at least 3 of them. Come on, no way a naked man hurt 3 cops. I mean, maybe, I don't know, I wasn't there. They should release the body camera footage. We'll see if they do that. He was also hit with a felony charge for resisting a cop. The rapper was held without bail over the weekend until he could appear before a judge, which happened this morning. It just happened, like in the last couple hours at the time of the recording of this video. He's set to be arraigned later today, so I don't know if he's even been arraigned yet. So far, bail has not been set, but that should happen when he is arraigned. When cops arrested him, they thought he was on substances, so they took him to a hospital, and they might have said conservatorship or jail. They might have said 5150. He might have not actually been on anything. I really don't know. A lot of y'all were speculating maybe they're trying to so-called Britney Spears him, which wouldn't in any way surprise me. Wouldn't in any way surprise me because it is the way that they take control over these artists. However, I am happy to hear that they did take him to jail instead of a hospital, because at least in jail, you can say, I want to talk to my lawyer. You can't say that in a hospital. At least in jail, you can say, I'm not speaking with you, and they can't inject you with drugs of their choosing, or they're not supposed to. I think they actually still do that, but
it's Melissa.
my point is, you
Go
really don't
open
have any
it.
rights left
We
whenever
have
you
a
go
camera,
into these
you wiener.
asylums, and now they're just making them even more and more common. But look at this part right here, TMZ says. They may be actually trying to Britney Spears this man, because they are, what do they have, CCTV footage of him? They've gone and requested, what is this? Ring cam? Where'd they get this ring camera footage? Where'd they went and collected surveillance footage, the CCTV? Like, where is this footage from? Where is the footage from? Why does TMZ have it? Look, TMZ obtained video from the day before he was arrested. Well, hold on. The day before he was arrested, y'all are already looking at footage of him from these random surveillance CCTV. Well, like, where are these cameras set up? TMZ obtained video. Who sent it to them? Where Lil Nas X was acting erratically outside of a West Hollywood hotel. So here's the footage where he's allegedly acting erratically, and I guess he wasn't acting erratically enough to get him in that 5150 on that day. But then he apparently went to some type of party or something. He got messed up somewhere walking down the street in his drawers. Look. This is the day before he was arrested. No volume. What's so erratic? He's prancing. Okay, so what?
Hi, Alice.
What's erratic about this? This is, look, who gave TMZ? What spook in Hollywood? What in the Corey Gamble? The Corey Gamble, what's that other one's? Harvey Pasternak hell is this surveillance job? Where is he? How did they get this footage? How did TMZ get this lobby footage at a restaurant? Look at the bottom, restaurant DVR, lobby. How did TMZ get this footage? This is a setup. That being said, you cannot act a fool and not expect the cops to show up. Okay. I think it was a setup. I think he was set up. I think this is a setup. TMZ obtained video the day before his arrest, where he was acting erratically. What? I mean, what's so erratic? I mean, okay, he's taking a sip. He's sitting. Oh, look how erratic this man is acting, y'all. Look at the erratic behaviors of this man. Oh my God, can you believe that? He shouldn't even be allowed in public. Oh, he's unbuttoning 2 buttons. God forbid. God forbid he unbuttons 2 buttons. Again, y'all, this is why these people win Grammys, is it not? Wasn't he in a pair of drawers doing a lap dance on the devil for his coming out? I mean, we were Old Town Road Wranglers on my booty. Nobody's making fun of that, but he can't sit in a... What's erratic here? He took his shirt off, as hot as the devil's butt crack over there in California right now. He can't take his shirt off in a private life. Look, he put it back on to leave. What is so erratic? Checking himself. I mean, Megan Thee Stallion couldn't be bothered to check herself that day at the Kylie Jenner pool party.
Or if you're done eating
Where's
it.
the erratic behavior?
You're done with it, throw it in the
Again,
trash 'cause
he's
it
walking down the
got
street with his
melted
shirt
all over
off.
the place.
I'm not going to be doing it. But this is why these people win Grammys.
I put potatoes in there, but you can take
What
them out
I'm
of the
wondering,
microwave.
who's he in a fight with? Whose record is he about to break? Whose label is he about to leave? Whose contract is he up for renegotiation for and with? That's really what I'm wondering here.
They're not hot. Just take them out.
I think he was set up.
I haven't
I think
started
someone
it
gave
yet.
him substances and let him loose on the streets. I think he got picked up. I don't know what happened with those cops. I'm not saying he didn't do what he's accused of doing, but that doesn't mean it still can't be a setup. It does look like they're Britney Spearsing him, so I actually agree with whoever it was that put that comment in my comment sections. I do think they are Britney Spearsing him, but the question is why and who is they? Why and who is they? Just to be very
Don't get
clear,
gluten on
I
my
don't
spoon,
actually
okay?
think or have any reason to believe it's Corey Gamble or Harley Pasternak or Harvey, whatever his damn name is. But I do have a lot of suspicions as to why and how it is that Harvey Levin got access, or I should just say TMZ, whoever it was over there at TMZ, got access to this private lobby footage one day before he was ultimately arrested. And now it does appear that they are throwing the book at this man. The videos and the footage that I have seen, again, I have not seen the body camera. I have not seen him interacting with the cops. And if he did what he is accused of doing, shame on him. But I don't trust the LAPD, period. I'm sorry, that's just where I am with it. I don't trust them. They're not transparent. Whenever they do stuff wrong, they're not accountable. So I just don't trust them. I don't trust them, and for that reason, I'm going to keep an open mind here. I'm going to keep a lookout on this story. I did go. He's supposed to be arraigned today. I guess he hasn't even been arraigned yet. He might be being arraigned like right now. Let's check out this Variety article. Hold on. This is from today as well. This one is from about 30 minutes ago. Lil Nas X charged with 4 felonies, including assaulting a police officer. He's been charged with 4 felonies following his arrest last Thursday. So they kept him in jail Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Woo! He's in trouble. Spotted wandering Ventura Boulevard in Los Angeles in his underwear and cowboy boots. But then TMZ is saying he was naked. The artist, whose real name is Montero Hill, was charged with 3 counts of battery against a police officer, 1 count of resisting an executive officer. He's currently being held without bail and is scheduled to be arraigned in front of Judge Sarah Ellenberg in Van Nuys, however y'all say that, today.
Who are we? Well, we're creators, delivering a full spectrum of marketing communications to...
That's when bail may be determined. Following reports of his arrest, the LAPD initially did not name him directly, but confirmed to Variety that an incoherent, nude man was taken into custody and hospitalized around 5:50 in the morning. TMZ released footage showing Lil Nas X walking in the street in the middle of the night, and later published footage of him fully nude while rapping Nicki Minaj verse from Monster. With a bad bitch that came from Sri Lanka. LAPD had responded to calls and complaints early Thursday morning of a naked man acting erratically in the street. He was arrested for battery of an officer and was transferred to a hospital on suspicion of a potential OD. Prior to, and I took issue with this too, because from what I understand of what is an OD, somebody needs to be incoherent, like not talk, like you can't be up dancing and prancing. That's just how, that ain't OD'd. Prior to his arrest, Lil Nas X made several random Instagram, the Britney Spears of it all, y'all. God forbid somebody post something on Instagram. Oh my God. Oh my God, the criminality of it all. Do not post things on Instagram in a free country. That's not allowed. That's against the rules. He made random Instagram posts. How dare he? After erasing content, oh my God, how dare. How freaking dare. He deletes some stuff on his Instagram. Doesn't this like literally the Britney Spears script? On Wednesday, he posted several song snippets as well as pictures of the inside of his home. One of the posts featured him in the same white cowboy boots he was wearing in Thursday's strut through the street. Now, this isn't for me to be saying something's not going on, something might be wrong. He might be dealing with some stuff. I mean, that could be the case. But they got a call for a naked man in the street, and then he ends up with 4 felonies, charging and injuring 3 cops and battery. That's just not the behaviors that he was exhibiting in that video that I saw. I just wanted to update y'all on that, and I did want to let y'all know there has now actually been footage come out of him, like, you know, with absolutely no clothes on, which is not what we saw in the original reporting here that I did on the channel. So I did want to update y'all on that. I mean, it looks like he hasn't even been arraigned yet, so stay tuned for more. That's all I really had for this one. In the meantime, facts ain't defamation. Love you, Minnie Kid.
So how did that happen to you? Glass? Where?
Hey, we got an ambulance coming for her, okay?
I'm thinking the doctors is the police, so I'm still trying not to tell them, like, no, I didn't know I got, you know what I'm saying? I'm scared.
And all I hear is this man screaming, he said, dance.
I see what appears to be the girl standing here and shooting into the car. That's what it looked like to me.
I believe when she stepped down, there's a glass.
She dropped a glass bottle, and then I think she stepped on it and cut herself.
Do you want to talk about what happened tonight?
So, since y'all so worried about it, yes, this Tory shot me.
Or honestly comments of any kind to anyone mentioned in this video on behalf of me or yourself. The purpose of this video is to give my commentary and opinion on matters of public concern. Thank you. Order. They're saying somebody is innocent and they were convicted of something. We need to talk about it. Come and sit down. People think Tory Lanez is innocent, and if you look in the media, it's all jumbled up as to why. Is he innocent? Is he guilty? What's he innocent or guilty of? It's really hard to keep up. So I spent all week reading Tory Lanez trial transcripts, and I'm starting to get a little bit of an idea of the story that supposedly happened that night. But I also attended his appeal oral arguments on Monday last week, or actually on Monday this week, and we do need to talk about some of the issues that I heard brought up, because I think he's actually entitled to a new trial. So first of all, they got people out here saying Tory Lanez is innocent. Tory Lanez needs to be freed. You know, he has fans and he has, you know, people who genuinely believe that he is innocent. Then there's, of course, people who are like, no, he was convicted. He was found guilty. He was convicted and found guilty of a pew pew incident with and involving another famous, you know, a rapper named Meg the Stallion. If you don't know who that is, I will remind you of a previous video where we might have featured her in a Party City clown suit, singing about being bad and sassy and bassy and rashy and ratchet or something. I don't know what it was, but it was at the Kamala, the campaign rally where it was like it was her. So, I mean, back in 2022, this guy, Tory Lanez, he was found guilty of discharging that pew pew, putting Megan the Stallion in danger. Well, I mean, we could probably put a clip in here right here. Somebody say better than me.
Did you
What
turn
exactly
on your
found
pizza
guilty.
bites in the microwave, or did you forget?
5 men decided rapper Tory Lanez's criminal fate. Guilty.
I don't hear
guilty,
it, and it
guilty
didn't beep.
on assault with a semi-automatic
So I think maybe
firearm,
you forgot.
having a concealed, not registered firearm in a vehicle, and discharge of a firearm with gross negligence. Lanez, whose legal name is Daystar Peterson,
Dude.
is convicted of shooting rap superstar
You definitely did
Megan
not
Thee
push
Stallion
the
in
button
foot
to
after
start
a
the
house party
microwave.
in July 2020. Both sides built their case around jealousy. The defenses revolved around a jealous love triangle, while prosecutors shrugged that off as prejudice, saying her love life was only brought up in court because she
You gotta
is a
do
woman.
it 3
Instead accusing
1
Lanez
3
of
0,
having
right?
bruised
Not
ego,
just one
jealous
time.
of Megan's status. She testified. he
Here's your
shot
crown
her
back,
after she
weirdo.
insulted his career.
But he got found guilty, he got sentenced to 10 years in prison. Now, we're going to leave it aside for a moment that all of this pew pew incident involved some suspiciously familiar characters. It all happened around a Kylie Jenner pool party, or was it? Corey Gamble's name comes up. Sean Chapman Holly, remember her? Her name comes up. That lawyer who was working with Lou Taylor to put Lindsay in a conservatorship, according to Lindsay Lohan's on. I mean, it's all these familiar faces just popping up. But, you know, I didn't follow the case. At the time that the actual incident occurred, it was like the height of the stay at home, don't go outside. So I don't know why anybody was allowed to go to a party anyway. I was like studying for the bar, getting ready for it or whatever. I mean, like my whole life had been turned upside down, so I don't follow that case at that time. Plus, July 11th was the pool party. I think July 11th, 2020, the same exact day, was the first day ever that I posted on TikTok saying I need to free Britney. I gotta fact check that. I don't have time right now. We'll put it in if it's true. Anyway, so then 2 years goes by. The trial is in 2022. It was, you know, still I think a little bit height of Me Too moment. And I certainly remember thinking he was guilty. I didn't follow the case closely. There's stuff in headlines or whatever. I heard Meg the Stallion had been pew-pewed, and it was kind of framed as this like domestic incident, domestic assault or whatever. And they were maybe domestic violence. You know, it kind of was framed like this, like, you know, hip hop rapper guy or whatever. And like, truth be told, I wasn't even really familiar with his music until I still am not. I'm familiar now as of today with one song I've heard before. He's not a rapper. That's not rap. So the fact they're even calling him that, right, I think was maybe perhaps like coloring him in a certain way, or making him appear to be of a certain character or something, whereas like maybe that deserves a second look or maybe doesn't. But Tory Lanez has appealed. He has appealed this conviction. And there's a bunch of grounds for appeal, and, you know, that he's giving or whatever. And, you know, people appeal stuff all the time, and it's frivolous or, you know, not, it's hopeless or doomed. But I actually got to looking at the case itself this week. I personally think there's actually grounds, at least for the trial to be, you know, declared a mistrial and returned back down, remanded for a new trial. I think at least. And it's possible that Tory Lanez might have made strong enough arguments through his lawyers that he might just walk away and never have to face retrial. And I'll tell you what those reasons are, in my opinion. Now, one thing that you should know as we're venturing into this world is there is already a very alive and well base of people, I don't know, you know, community, whatever. There's a lot of people, I would dare I say millions of people who are very aware of this case to a granular detail. A lot of people know a lot of stuff about this case and have been following it. And I know, and hello, hi, welcome. I just got here, so I'm not an expert, but also I'm not going to focus on every single issue, okay, in this trial. I'm just going to focus on these 3 things that I think are separate, individually, possibly like grounds for this whole thing to get overturned. And in order for me to tell y'all about the 3 things, we kind of have to get into the story of what happened that day. So let's set the scene. Let's set the set. They're in Calabasas, Hollywood Hills, something over there where those rich people live. And it's Kylie Jenner inviting her music video co-star, Meg Thee Stallion, to her house to have a little splish splash romp in the pool. Now, importantly, y'all remember the most deplorable music video / song combination in recent shoved down all our throats, no pun intended, pop culture music history, WAP. And now ever since then, there was like a pre-WAP and a post-WAP era. And now it's just everything out, nothing to the imagination. I mean, it's really fully there now. The OnlyFansification and the WAPsification. Anyway, if you'll recall, there was, 3 people in that music video, and Kylie Jenner was one of them. So Kylie Jenner invites Meg Thee Stallion to her house to swim in the pool. Well, Meg Thee Stallion, of course, can't come alone. She's got to have some entourage. So she brings 2 people with her to Kylie Jenner's house for the pool party. The first person she brings with her, this one right here, Kelsey Harris. One by the name of Kelsey Harris. Now, they're both from Texas, which I don't know if that's important or not, but shout out to the Texas cousins. Kelsey Harris, Megan Thee Stallion get in the car with EJ. Who's EJ, you might be wondering? He is a celebrity stylist, and he seems delightful. I don't know how he keeps getting pulled into stuff, but I liked his transcript. Anyway, so EJ is driving Meg Thee Stallion and her assistant / best friend since college, Kelsey, to Kylie Jenner's. They get there, it's still daytime. They start, playing beer pong and splishing and splashing. Now, the infamous nachos incident happened sometime around here. Meg Thee Stallion's like, I'm gonna make us some nachos. It was supposed to be nacho day, nacho party or whatever. While Megan is inside, Meg Thee Stallion is inside, Kylie stayed outside at her big giant mansion pool and starts hitting it off with Kelsey. They become the best of friends instantly. They are laughing at each other's jokes and everything is so funny, Kelsey says. Kelsey's this little bitty tiny little pocket, like a little pocket girl. Like she's like little tiny Polly Pocket. That's what I was trying to think of. She's a little Polly Pocket. She's like 4'11" or something. And Meg Thee Stallion is known for being like a very tall and a statuesque individual. So I don't know if maybe there's a little bit of something going on there, but we'll build up to that drama. So the composite version of the story I'm telling y'all is like from my reading of the transcripts, different people had a little bit of different details. So this is just the gist, people had different details. But at some point, Meg goes inside, starts making nachos. She hears people having too much fun outside and gets FOMO. So she comes outside, stomping outside, talking about, y'all having too much fun without me. Too much fun is being had without me here. So then Kelsey apparently is like, well, girl, come outside and play with us. We playing beer pong. Come on, come here. Come on. So the nachos never got made. And it does make me wonder if maybe they had something to eat. Maybe they wouldn't have got so drunk this night. I don't know. Nachos is a good food to eat before you're about to get so drunk. Not that I participate in that anymore, but everybody went to college or whatever. I mean, I did anyway. So they out there, at some point, Kelsey actually kind of like passes out on a pool raft, at which point, it was a couple hours later, it's still daytime outside, so at which point EJ, the stylist friend that drove him there, he has to pull Kelsey up out the pool, and they go upstairs into Kylie's house, and she takes a nap and all this stuff. But this is kind of just letting you know that during the time that Kelsey gets brought up to that room and to take her nap, and she had done blacked out from being so drunk from playing the beer pong or whatever, she was in that room for about 2 hours taking a nap. What else was in that room with her was the luggage, the bags that had been packed for Meg Thee Stallion and Kelsey. That was their room they were staying in at Kylie's mansion. Or not staying in, excuse me, but she had shown them when they got there, here, you can put your stuff in this room. And this room had its own little patio. So Kelsey passes out at the party. And EJ, being a good friend or, looking out, he's like, let's go inside. Goes inside. Kelsey passes out in the bed. She goes to sleep. But she's in there for quite a while with all this luggage and all these bags. So eventually, she wakes back up. All the while, Meg has been, according to the transcript testimony and editing note, we'll just put as the scrolling banner at the bottom, like this is all based on testimony. Check out the other videos, whatever, just. So there's no, obtuse confusion by you-know-who. So all the while that Kelsey's sleeping, Meg is still, out here partying and drinking. Now, other people show up and names are mentioned. Odell Beckham Jr., his name was mentioned as being there. Corey Gamble, his name was mentioned as being there for this little get-together. Now, I'm calling it a party, and a lot of people do call it a party, but Kelsey is very adamant that it was not a party. I'm like, okay, well, what a party. Well, at some point, other people start trickling out, and really it's kind of time to go. Corey Gamble even told EJ, he's like, hey, y'all gonna be heading out soon? Corey Gamble said that to EJ. Y'all gonna be heading out soon? So like hours and hours and hours go by, they didn't head out. But anyway, eventually Corey leaves. Somehow, some way, Meg the Stallion ends up inviting Tori to come over. She calls him on FaceTime or whatever and says, come over to the pool party, come to Kylie's house. And he's like, all right, bet. So like, I don't know, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, whatever. Some time goes by and he has his driver, Jaquan, bring him to the pool party. But Jaquan never goes inside. So Tory Lanez shows up to Kylie Jenner's house, or gets dropped off or whatever, you know, he shows up and is let in, and then they start drinking and having a good time as well. They get in the pool, everything's fine, but there's like a few encounters between Kylie and Meg. Like Kylie said something to Kelsey. She was like, oh my God, you're so funny or whatever. And Kelsey looks back at her and she's like, oh my God, you're so funny. You're so cool. Like whatever, whatever. And Meg looks at Kylie, and like this, Megan and Kylie just made the WAP video together like days before, that day, like just now, that week. And Meg looks at Kylie and she's like, oh, that's good, because I thought she was a lame. Like she's at Kylie's house, at Kylie's party, like she's a guest. So
imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want, and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation, where you can go as far as your imagination takes you. Can you imagine it? Let's make your dream a reality right now.
Meg starts getting a little bit what you might call belligerent, and it looks like Tory Lanez and Kylie kind of start cuddling up, snuggling up, you know, at least becoming familiar with one another in the pool. And I've heard it before. Kylie has said it in interviews and in different places before. Somewhere before, I've definitely heard Kylie Jenner say, like, she can drink more than anybody else in the Kardashian Jenners. Like, she just doesn't get drunk. She just can drink so much. Like, she can just drink and drink and drink. And so it's like, she's fine. She's at the end of the pool, hee with Tory Lanez. But Meg, they saying her wig is slipping off, halfway off her head. And they're kind of trying to get her to go. But the issue is now she don't want to go if Tori's going to stay there in the pool with Kylie. Now, this is, again, just from what I'm read from the transcripts. I wasn't there. I didn't see the CCTV footage or anything. I'm just saying this is kind of what I put together. So Meg's like, nah, I'm not leaving unless Tori comes. Well, some way or another, she ends up getting convinced, at least according to some versions of this story. Meg's like, all right, fine, I'll leave, but I'm only leaving if Tori's driver brings me home. And so it's like, okay, well, Tori's not leaving, right? Like, Tori's driver is bringing Meg and Kelsey back to their place where they live, where they're supposed to be living, but Tori ain't going nowhere. So they get a little bit out the neighborhood and they drive away. EJ also drives away at this time. Him and the other, you know, they leave at this time. Then only ones really left there is like a couple, maybe just those two, because Corey had left, Odell had left. So Kylie and Tori are probably in the pool splashing, thinking, okay, bet, like we're home free now. Well, Meg the Stallion decides on the way to her house, she forgot one of her slippers or something at Kylie's house. She had to turn around and get her slide or her slides. She was rummaging through the bags. Which bags? The same very bags that were in that room where Kelsey was sleeping, right? They had brought bags over there. That there was a stylist that came with them. You know, with stylists, I mean, maybe you know, maybe you don't, but like these Hollywood people, when the stylists come, they'll bring a bag of stuff, sometimes racks of stuff. And so Meg's looking through, where's my Louis Vuitton slide? And again, like, you know, not to get too far ahead of ourselves, but there ends up being a diss track written by Megan Thee Stallion based on these events. And she like disses other people for being broke and how she's so rich. And it's like, you're not that rich if you're that worried at 4:20 a.m. about going back and getting one $345 slide. You're not that rich. I mean, that's a lot to me, but I'm not making rap lyrics saying other people's broke. Anyway, Jaquan, the driver, Tory Lanez's driver, and Tory is not in the car, turns around to go back to Kylie's house, to go back into the gated whatever to get the slide. And they get back there, and I guess Megan still got it on her mind. I don't know. I wasn't inside her mind. I didn't ask her or anything, and I think there might be gag orders. I'm really not sure. But she, you know, maybe she correct the record if I'm wrong. But Megan, I think, still had it on her mind that she still wanted Tori to get in that car. Okay, I forgot my slides, and slides is code word for my Tory Lanez. Okay. Now, importantly, at this point, they were just supposedly just friends. Tory Lanez and Meg Thee Stallion supposedly were just friends. They had met, guess where they met? A Rock Nation brunch that very same year. Kelsey had met Tory Lanez at that very same Rock Nation brunch.
How did you meet Tory?
I met him at an industry event, the Rock Nation brunch.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where we met.
So they all end up finally, getting in the car that night of the pool party. Finally, Meg, convinces Tory also to get in the car. So they end up getting in the car. They get in the car and out of the car a few times, so the seating arrangement does change. But suffice it to say, whenever they get inside the car, finally they convince Tory to come too. It's Kelsey, it's Meg Thee Stallion, it's Jaquan, he's driving, and then Tory Lanez. So Jaquan's driving. You have Meg Thee Stallion, I think, in the front seat, and then in the back it's Kelsey and Tory. So they're driving and they get to driving. And again, they drunk, and I mean, look, I don't know if they took blood tests on if there was anything else more in their systems besides just alcohol, and I am not in any way saying anybody even took anything voluntarily. I'm just saying things can happen in LA. Who was making drinks, who was serving drinks, who brought the bottles. LA is notorious for this. So there was like all these different signs like something was amiss. Like Megan just was laughing in a different way than normal. Never heard her laugh like that in all the years I've been friends with her. Never heard her do this thing or that thing. She's always so conscious about her wig and her hair and her appearance in general, but she was just splishing and splashing, letting her wig fall off and did not even care. Like out of character things is what was being described. And I'm like, well, maybe something else was at play besides just alcohol? But like truly I have no way to know, and I wasn't there. It's a question I wonder, not making any allegations or anything. But so they end up getting in the car, and Meg is, I guess, upset and aggravated and mad at her friend Tory, who wanted to stay there with Kylie. And remember, there was already a little bit of maybe jealousy brewing between Meg and Kelsey, because Kelsey's supposed to be the assistant. She's supposed to be the sidekick, best friend, side plate of shrimp. And she's out here making friends with Kylie, hitting it off, dare I say, with Kylie. Meanwhile, Megan is saying, oh, I thought Kylie was lame. So there's already a little best friend tension brewing. And underneath the surface of all that, and come to find out, Tory Lanez had been intimate with both of these women. They didn't know it about each other, and all hell was about to break loose.
Every milestone matters. The first wash, the first smile, the first crawl. Aveeno Baby helps.
They get to driving, and Meg is aggravated. I don't know if she's hollering at this point, but she's kind of going back and forth with Tory, who didn't want to leave Kylie's house. And Tory goes back to, calling Meg outside of her name, so-called, calling her, like the B word or something. And it starts to get a little heated, and then Kelsey joins in. And she says, look, Tory, I should mention at this point, Tory Lanez and Kelsey had already, like I said, already been intimate as well. But you know whose idea that was for them to hook up and to be, exploring being more than friends? Meg Thee Stallion. We got a real love triangle. It is a mess. Meg Thee Stallion is supposed to be Tory Lanez's buddy, just friends. She hooks up her assistant best friend with him. Actually, they start hanging out and liking each other, Kelsey and Tory. And then Meg still makes her move and comes in. That's what's being described. I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't have any picture evidence or anything like that. I don't know. But Megan did come out and eventually admit on the stand at trial that she did have relations with him. So she admitted it. Well, in the car, Kelsey doesn't really know that Meg has hooked up with this guy at this point, right? So Kelsey is just sitting there quiet, Jaquan is driving, and Meg Thee Stallion and Tory Lanez are fighting with each other. So finally, Kelsey chimes in and says to Tory, don't talk to my friend like that. You don't have the right to talk to her. Like, don't talk to her like that or whatever. And Tory says something along the lines of, oh, really? You want to butt in now? Meg, why don't you tell your friend what you've been doing behind her back? And then Kelsey said, what you talking about? What do you mean? And Meg's like, don't listen to him, Kelsey. Don't listen to him, Kelsey. And then Tory's like, tell her what you did behind the back. So then Kelsey, I think, ended up knowing what that meant. And Kelsey says that Meg Thee Stallion had did it, but not even only once, but twice. This would have been the third alleged time, according to Kelsey, that Megan did just this. Her best friend. The third time. Imagine getting over it 2 times. Going back and being somebody's friend 2 times. And then you find it out again while in the middle of you trying to take up for them. So, of course, I can imagine Kelsey's mad. And then that's where the different stories really, really diverge. At some point, eventually, they stop the car down this side street. Megan says it's because she asked to get out of the car. There's different versions of this story, but this is where that first piece of evidence comes in that I believe, and it is my opinion, and if you don't agree with me, that is totally fine, but it is just my opinion. I believe this is where that first piece of evidence comes in. It's the 911 call. So, Jaquan pulls over into this side street, this little neighborhood, and some type of incident occurs. It's different stories from different people, but some type of altercation occurs, a physical altercation, and it involving at least some of these people. Meg does eventually get out the car, and eventually she gets, purportedly, according to this, criminal case, bullet fragments. Fragment foot. In the backs of both of her feet and legs. She, I guess, falls to the ground. I don't really know. But in the chaos of it all, a few things are agreed upon. There was definitely some gunshot sounds. 4, maybe 5. Pretty much agreed upon it was 5. Megan was out of the car.
She cut herself when she stepped out.
And then you get this 911 call. And normally a 911 call would be helpful to explain, the evidence, different perspectives of what happened. There's this guy, Sean Kelly. He lives in the neighborhood at this time, right? That the altercation is going down. He calls the cops and he reports to the cops, 911, what's your emergency? There are 2 women fighting aloud outside. He was on the balcony. Sean Kelly was on his balcony looking down on the scene. He was on a balcony with his son and they saw 2 women fighting. He said he also heard gunshots. He said he saw a shorter, smaller woman with a gun. I mean, he says all this stuff that makes it look like 2 women are fighting. Who does it look like maybe pulled the trigger? Okay, hold that thought. By the time the cops, and other neighbors called the cops too. 2 other neighbors called the cops. By the time the cops did show up to the scene, the Cadillac Escalade with the Megan Thee Stallion and Tory Lanez and them had left. So we'll get to where they are later, but let's just stay at that scene for a moment. Sean Kelly, remember him? He was calling the cops. One of the 3 people called the cops. Well, when it came time for trial, 2 of those 911 calls were played in court, but 1 was not. And the one 911 call that was not played in court to the jury was Sean Kelly's. 2 women are fighting. A woman had the gun. A bigger man, took the woman from the other woman, pulled them apart. There was some other stuff Sean Kelly said. But throughout the trial and throughout the discovery process and all of that, Sean Kelly's story also changed. So it went from that to like, oh, I can't remember when the gun went off. If I woke up from the sound of the fighting or the gun, I don't know, I don't remember. And okay, I mean, that sucks. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. But wouldn't it be nice if we had something from when you did remember? Like moments after it happened, seconds, as it was happening. They never...
Done.
And I mean, look, I'm going off
Bags
of
done.
what Tory Lanez's lawyers are saying. I did not
told you I
look
was
through the
finishing
case file
bags.
myself because I clearly, obviously don't have access to it. All I have is what the public has access to. But from what Tory Lanez's lawyers are saying on appeal, Tory Lanez to this very day, August 20th, 2025, has never, ever even heard the 911 call. They did not turn the 911 call from Sean Kelly over to the defense at any point. It is sealed. The public hasn't heard it. Only thing the public knows from it is notes and different things, questions that were asked about it based on the prosecutor's questions. Like, what didn't you say in your first call? Didn't you say this? There's notes, there's different reports that they took from Sean Kelly on the scene. But the 911 call, in my opinion, how are you going to put somebody in jail without them even knowing the 911 call? That seems like very important evidence. Do y'all remember that Alec Baldwin Rust trial? Remember he pew-pewed somebody and the person died? And he was on trial for it. And then before the trial even really got off to a start, his lawyer, also for the webbing, Alex Spiro, before the trial even got going, again, somebody died.
Done.
Somebody was dead. Somebody lost their life. Remember that trial? I'm bringing it up because it's going to be important here. It's the rule that I want to talk about. The reason that he got declared a mistrial, the prosecutors cannot charge him again. It's over. He's free. He cannot stand trial for it again. And the reason for that is because
Black and green,
of the Brady
done.
rule. A rule that was established in Brady versus Maryland.
I'm in the middle
What
of
it is
eating
has
my
to do with
dinner. Must you?
exculpatory evidence. Exculpatory just basically means evidence that would help the defense. Evidence that would help him. For
I will
example,
eat it
like if
after
someone's
I'm
being
done my
charged
dinner.
with murder and there's somebody else has a videotaped confession sitting in the back rooms and the prosecution just never tells the defendant that somebody else confessed to it, that would be exculpatory. If there's a 911 call, for example,
sour
wherein
cola.
somebody said a woman had a gun, a woman shot a gun, that would be exculpatory because that would help Tory Lanez to prove he's not a woman. So it would
I
help
finished a
Tory to
bag so we
prove
can
that it
stop
wasn't
and
him
switch to
who
video
shot the
games
gun.
while I
He
continue
had an
to
even
eat.
harder uphill battle than just that because there's literally 2 more areas where the jury just didn't have access to information and Tory himself didn't have access to information, which would have helped him to make his case. The second of such type of evidence has to do with fingerprints. Now, there's two different sort of types of evidence in a case, right? You could have somebody talking, testimonial. Oh, I don't remember I saw, what I think I saw, what I heard. And then there's physical evidence, like fingerprints and DNA and video recordings and text messages, physical evidence. So physical evidence isn't necessarily stronger than testimonial evidence, except when the testimonial evidence stops being reliable because maybe it's not credible, maybe somebody has been lying and now you don't know if you could trust them, maybe the person don't remember, maybe the person didn't see a certain thing. So in this case, Tory Lanez was mostly convicted on testimonial evidence, like saying that he was sorry to Kelsey for nothing in particular, but saying, I'm sorry, I don't even know what we were arguing about, I was so drunk. And saying to Meg, I know you're probably never going to talk to me again, but I just wanted to reach out or whatever. Like these are the types of things that they were saying. Well, she's the shooter. He's obviously apologizing. And I do want to say, importantly, a jury did convict him. So I'm not even saying he's innocent, but the jury made their decision based on a lot of testimonial evidence and not a lot of physical evidence. And I'll tell you what I mean. First and foremost, they tested people's hands in that car, those 4 people, for gunshot residue. Tory Lanez did have gunshot residue on his hands, but so did Kelsey Harris. So does having gunshot residue on your hands necessarily mean you are the one who shot the gun? No, not necessarily. See, Tory's contention is Kelsey shot the gun and he moved her hands away. Well, that would explain getting gunshot residue on your hands. Kelsey's reason for having gunshot residue on her hands makes a little less sense. She was just around the back of the car. But then why didn't Jaquan have gunshot residue on his hands? There's questions. So they leave the scene, right? They leave the scene, Kelsey and all of them. They get in the car and they leave the scene of the shootings. The cops are over there at the scene, trying to take their little notes and stuff. But they also have gunshot reports from 3 different 911 callers. So they're police are actively investigating a shooter situation. This is LAPD Hollywood Division, leaving from where Corey Gamble was earlier that night. Okay, starting to see what we start. Okay, no, not yet. Okay. Finally, police do track down within minutes, the correct SUV. They pull them over. Meg gets out. They're in their bathing suits and stuff still. At this point, she perhaps steps on broken glass, but perhaps her foot was already bleeding. It depends on which version you listen to or whatever.
She cut herself when she stepped out.
But the cops are pulling in. They're probably being aggressive. I didn't watch the full body cam yet, but it is up on this website, 36hourslater.com. The cops show up and they're investigating a shooting. There's shell casings at the scene and the other place. There's stuff going on. So they pull them out of the car. They're questioning them separately. Meg the Stallion's basically butt naked. I mean, she's got on like a brown thong bikini. You can't even put her uncensored up there. And she is swearing up and down. She did not get shot. She did not get shot. I did not get shot. It was glass. I stepped on glass. So they bring her to the hospital. Come to find out there's metallic fragments in the back of her legs somehow, and then they remove them. But then those metallic fragments just disappear. No one ever sees them again. They're not admitted into evidence.
Fragment foot.
They're just not there. So again, another place where we're lacking important physical evidence. Where is that stuff? How did it come to be? Was it a bullet fragment? Now we just have to take someone's word for it. Things like that. They ran DNA. You would think, or I would, anybody who had to get their hands tested for gunshot residue would have probably had to give a DNA sample. But that isn't the case. Do you know they only took a DNA sample from only Tory Lanez? They did not take a DNA sample from anyone else in that car. Another place where we're lacking important evidence. Because, for example, what if Kelsey Harris's DNA would have been found on that gun? What if Kelsey Harris's DNA would have been found on the magazine, or even Megan Thee Stallion? This could complicate things. Nobody else's DNA was run. And then once you run the DNA, it makes it impossible to do it again on that very same item. So they run the DNA. Tory Lanez's DNA is not on the magazine.
I finally got my claim for my car accident. They only offered me $5,000. $5 grand? I had a car accident at
It's not. It's excluded. There's no way it's on the magazine. Then you have the gun. They were not able to exclude Tory from touching it, but they were able to, or from his DNA being on it, but they also were not able to include it. It was just an inconclusive result. You couldn't say he definitely had his DNA on the gun, but you couldn't say he didn't. However, there was a 90% male DNA. There's 4 DNAs were found on the magazine. 4 DNAs were found on the gun. The biggest profile that was found on the gun was a male who was African American. And the way they kept spinning that was like, it has to be Tory. But that is not accurate. Tory was excluded from being the contributor of that particular male DNA. The jury never heard that. Tory Lanez was not the male with the 90% DNA, but it was made to seem like there was 90% DNA on this gun. It was a black man. Even though we can't say it was for sure Tory, it could have still been him. But that's not true.
Duck.
The 90% match wasn't him.
Here's
for
my
sure.
blue and my red chickens.
But then there was those other 3. Maybe one of those could have been, but wasn't. And again, he wasn't on the magazine. Well, that kind of leaves a lot of reasonable doubt. They didn't run Kelsey's. They didn't run Meg. They didn't run Corey Gamble. They didn't run Odell Beckham Jr. Whose gun even was that? They didn't even run the serial number. That's the first thing I would do. Whose gun was it? They acted at trial like they just couldn't ascertain whose gun it was. They never ran the serial number. And none of these are the reasons I think the trial should be overturned. The reason I think it should be overturned is because there was fingerprint evidence that Tory never saw until after the trial was well underway. He didn't even know. He didn't even know they ran fingerprints on this thing. They ran fingerprints on the gun. They ran fingerprints on the magazine. There were fingerprints. There were fingerprints on the gun. And there were fingerprints on the magazine. And not one fingerprint belonged to Tory Daystar Peterson Lanez. The jury never heard the sentence. Tory Lanez fingerprints are not on this gun, but other people's were. Tory Lanez fingerprints are not on this magazine, but other people's were. Now add that up to Tory Lanez DNA was not on the magazine, but other people's were. And Tory Lanez DNA could not be conclusively found on the gun, but other people's were. They did not run the serial number for the gun. They did not run the DNA for Kelsey Harris, Jaquan, for any of them against the gun or the magazine. Those are the first 2 big reasons I think the whole trial could be overturned, again, under that Brady versus Maryland thing. Think about it this way. You're a criminal defendant. The government is accusing you of doing something. Maybe you did it, maybe you didn't, and it involved you touching a gun. Now imagine your fingerprints were not on that gun and the government knew it. Or they didn't. But somebody over there did. Somebody ran the prints and knew. Imagine you were never turned over the fact that your lawyer never could say, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, how is it that my client pulled the trigger on a gun without one fingerprint left behind? How is it that my client pulled the trigger on a gun without a shred of DNA evidence linking him to that? Not on the magazine, not on the gun.
I'm on a duck.
The jury never heard that. And that brings me to the last and final point of what separate and apart reason why I think that this whole trial could be overturned, and not just for a retrial, a mistrial. Like he walks away and never has to deal with this.
I gotta sell.
And that has to do again with Kelsey Harris.
Gotta sell
and
the chicken.
A transcript of an interview she did. So long story short, they didn't decide to interview Kelsey Harris, who's should, in my opinion, have been the secondary suspect. If the government is interested in trying to get to the bottom of what happened,
later, dude,
I would expect that they would look and use due diligence to look into Kelsey Harris. She had gunshot residue on her hands. At the very least, her DNA should have been run. That is my opinion. I don't know. I'm not a police investigator with the Hollywood division of the LAPD. Thank God. But they decided finally to talk to Kelsey Harris in September of 2022. This is 2 years after the incident. 2 years, 2 months. And only about 2 or 3 months before the trial is set to take place, the prosecutors finally talk to Kelsey Harris. So she comes in, talks to him for an hour and a half or so, tells him all kinds of stuff. She saw Tory reaching for a gun. She knew Tory had all kinds of stuff. That 3 months later in December 2022, she would come back and oh, I didn't say that, or I wasn't truthful. She would change her story entirely on the stand. And so would Sean Kelly, by the way. Meg Thee Stallion changed her story along the way. You know, she went on Gayle King and said she and Tory Lanez never had any intimate relations. They never had hooked up. They never any of that. She told Gayle King that to her face. Then at trial, she said they did hook up. And she went on Instagram. She was like, yeah, I did lie to Gayle King. Yeah, I did.
Yes, I lied to Gayle King. First of all, I didn't know they were even going to ask me about this.
Melissa, go open it. She's bringing you stuff.
That's not what this is about. Even if I was, Like once, maybe twice on a drunk night.
But it's like, I mean, it's not just the oh, ha, ha, he, kiki. No, if you lied about that, what else did you lie about? And that's not the only thing.
Then she lied and she cried and she lied and she cried and then she lied and she cried and she lied and she cried because she.
You know, she said it. She said that. She said she lied on Gayle King about whether or not she had an intimate relationship with Tory Lanez.
The interview was a national stage, and then she admitted to lying on a national stage.
I want to
Did
have
that
a
bother you at any point? That she admitted to lying?
How about a duck?
I thought Meghan, it was the first time she was telling her story. And it bothered me that so many people didn't believe her story. You know, that bothered me. So I wanted to get from her firsthand. Why she said what she said to me is really on her. Listen, I still am nuts about her. I think she's been through a lot. And I can't wait to see her documentary.
She said to police officers that she stepped on glass.
Value of having a partner is huge. Finding someone you can trust is what really builds the business from the base.
The Frame Pro with wireless One Connect box.
And that she was not shot, but then she changed her story.
Tory shot me.
Somebody called her a liar for it, and they got sued for defamation, and is still, right now, dealing with the full force brunt of the Rock Nation legal team for saying Meghan lied, but I don't see how that isn't what happened. I mean, I don't know, I wasn't there, but she said in one instance she stepped on glass, then it was I got shot. At one instance it was I never had an intimate relationship with Tory Lanez, and then it was, yeah, I did. So I for me, she's impeached. She's not credible. Kelsey Harris, same issue. She changed her story on the stand too. So the prosecutors go ahead and they had given, can you explain to me even this? They gave Kelsey Harris immunity. Not only did they not go after her as a co-conspirator, they did not go after her as a shooter, as a potential defendant. They did not criminally even start an investigation into her, otherwise they would have done the DNA test. She just changed her story up on the stand. She had been given immunity, and the reason she was given immunity is because she pled the fifth. And even on the stand after she was given immunity, she was like, do I have to answer that question? So I'm sure y'all can see the theory of the case where Tory Lanez is coming from. Like, he's like, I didn't shoot her. I had no motive to do that. But you know who did have a motive? The best friend, assistant, sidekick, side plate of shrimp that was tired of getting stomped on by Meg the Stallion. Meg is the one, according to these people's testimony, who tried to hook Kelsey and Tory Lanez up, and then she swooped back around in and hooked up with him and then kept it from her. Who had motivation after not one, not two, but the third love interest?
Peanut Butter
that
already
this would
has a
happen to
baby
her
on the
best
way.
friend. They were like sisters. And I can't help but just wonder, like, had the cops even just done the most cursory investigation, looking in, like, take a little blood test, take a little drug test, see if anybody got accident, a little slipped, a little something somewhere. It doesn't look like it was a diligent investigation. The fact that the serial number on the gun wasn't run at all. So then Kelsey changes her story on the stand. And the prosecutors don't like that. They like the previous version of the story that she did in that interview back in September. So what they try to do is play back this video of the interview that she had done. But you're not supposed to be able to do that. It's against the rules of that court. You have to have a transcript. You have to give the transcript into evidence. You have to give the transcript to the jury. There's all this stuff that has to be done. And the judge just said, oh, we're not going to do that like that this time. Tory Lanez's lawyer is like, what do you mean we're not going to do that like that this time? That's the rule. It's how you have to do it. The judge said, oh, it's just easier this way. So they let the jury sit there and listen to that entire hour-and-a-half long interview from September with the version of the story that the prosecutors liked. All the while, never giving a transcript over to Tory Lanez's lawyers, never giving anything over to them. And that is the third reason why, you know, I think the most strongest one is the fingerprints. But the third reason I think is that transcript and that full interview of Kelsey. By the time Tory Lanez's lawyer got the interview transcript to be able to actually question on it, Kelsey was off the stand, she was gone. He got it the next day. So Tory Lanez's lawyers are arguing, and I actually do agree, that all of these things taken together in any fair society is just not a fair trial. It's not a fair trial that the jury didn't know about fingerprint evidence. His fingerprints not being on the
pajamas,
but others were. Or the magazine, but others were. And so is Tory Lanez, quote, innocent? I don't know. I'm not prepared to say he is definitely innocent, but I am prepared to say that from what I have seen, I do not think that the jury had enough physical evidence to find beyond a reasonable doubt that Tory Lanez was guilty of these crimes without them having seen a fuller picture of all that physical evidence. I just don't think that was a fair trial. That's my opinion. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it turns out when we get there. But it's pending appeal, and the decision will come in the next 90 days. In the meantime, facts ain't defamation. Neither are opinions. I don't know any of these people. Okay, I'm telling you what they said in transcripts. Love you, mean it. Okay, bye.
Okay.
Extreme reporting conditions, just considering it's like as hot as the devil's butt crack over there right now. It is hot over there. It is like 100 degrees or more, and it's dry hot over there. And you know, they're reporting, and there's like updates coming like basically by the minute on this Emmanuel Harrow case from the people who are reporting. And then little by little, like the mainstream media news will start to trickle out. So one of the great things about like on the ground reporting is that we can get that information a lot faster. We saw this again in the Diddy case where the guy, what's his name, American hero Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press, he's like tweeting, he's like live tweeting from in there. So you're gonna get stuff from him a lot faster. But if you wait a little bit longer, even in that case, then from the mainstream media, you will eventually get even more details, and you can start to put this together. So that's a good thing. We get the information a lot faster. It might not always be filtered through these mainstream sanitization mouthpieces. But on the other hand, there's a little bit of I don't even know if you want to call it a con, but it's just kind of like one of those things, one hand washes the other, is that while we do get information out faster, it isn't always necessarily, and this can absolutely and would be unfair to not say about the mainstream media as well, but sometimes it could be not necessarily the most accurate. So last night we started getting a lot of excited reporting from the scene of it's called the Badlands, which just sounds ominous. It's like, you know, this place out in California. It's mountainous. It looks very beautiful. But you know, it's starting to kind of look like maybe they were on a search for the baby right around outside the mountain area. Around San Bernardino, California. This was, you know, not Yucaipa, not Cabazon. There's like some other, Cabazon. I don't know how y'all say that. But there was a search and rescue mission yesterday. We did do I did a live stream, and it was last night. I was tired, and I was basically fighting off a migraine, but I wanted to get on here because I don't want to fall too far behind on this case. I want to stay up to speed on this case. While the search mission is still going on. So I did jump on here. Now, there was also excited reports saying that the father, Jake Harrow, had confessed. Come to find out, only some of that. And then excited reports last night were saying that the baby's, you know, remains were found. Come to find out that was not true. The sources were mistaken. However, some aspects could have been true and just haven't been confirmed. This is an example I'll give. So for example, it was reported that what's his name, Jake Harrow, the father of the baby, confessed to unaliving this baby, or just confessed to something. That could be true. That could be true, because why else would it be that this father would be out with the police and the search and rescue team yesterday trying to find or trying to show where the remains of the baby may be? That being said, you know, if I were forced, if we were playing debate team games and I were forced to take the devil's advocate position, I might say maybe he's pretending like old girl, what's her name, the mama. Maybe he's pretending, and all we can do is speculate. Just to be very clear, all I'm doing is speculating because we don't have the information. What information we were left with last night after the, you know, during the live stream and after, you know, we got off, what information from official sources that we were left with was that, yes, Jake Harrow was out as, you know, part of the searching. There were also dogs, cadaver dogs, which are specifically trained to sniff for, you know, human remains and locate them. But the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department did not confirm whether or not Jake had actually confessed anything, much less what he confessed to. So, as of this morning, Monday, August 25th at 10:42 a.m. Eastern Time, we haven't gotten official reports from the police that Jake confessed to anything. And I'm starting to wonder whether he's throwing the woman, the mother, Rebecca, under the bus. And I have some receipts here that I'm going to show y'all that are leading me to wonder whether or not he's doing that. Yes, Sarah said, I saw the father walking around with the police on the news. Not sure where the info regarding a confession came from. Right, right. And I don't exactly know. I don't exactly know either. Where that came from. All I know is that whenever I started to look online last night, there were several different several different reports. Jess said yes, he is throwing her under the bus. So we do have some updates here I want to run through with y'all. Nothing is like particularly extremely breaking. However, I do just want to make sure that we cover, you know, the bases I think are kind of important here. Let me pull up my screen. Okay, so this is just an article. This from last night. Is this? So this is a little news clip. That was from yesterday. Gilman Springs Road. There's Jake. I don't see the dogs. They didn't find him. There's the arrest. So we've all heard the story by now. She claims that she was changing her baby's diaper outside of a sporting goods store. She heard someone come up behind her. Was it a man? Was it a woman? I do not know. Talking about... wow, that's interesting, Sarah. There were some... I can't read y'all's things, though. Because once I do, while I'm live, I'm just like, I get so distracted. So, that is interesting. Sarah, I do want to read your comment, so I will pin it. Authorities. Okay, so we all know the story by now. She claims she got somebody rolled up behind her talking about hola and then hit her in the back of the head or in the front of the head somehow. I was watching the behavior panel and they're like, or maybe it wasn't them, it was somebody else. It was some body language person from on there. And he was like, how you got a black eye on the front of your face when you claim you got hit on the back of the head? Or if you did get hit in the front of the face, how you didn't see who hit you? You just didn't see who hit you? Maybe that is possible. I don't know. You know, I'm not a crime scene reconstructor or anything like that. But essentially, pretty much about a week ago, maybe almost a week and a half at this point, the mother, it was August, yeah, what was it? It would have been 9 days ago now. No. 11 days. It's been 11 days. It was August 14th. The mother ends up reporting that the baby was, again, supposedly kidnapped. Now, this is where a bunch of different stories start to try to compete with each other. Was it, you know, was there a camera? Did she ask? Did she run inside and ask if there was a camera? She ran inside and asked, did you see a baby? She said when she came to. Now, there was a lot of nitpicking about her language that she used. She said she came to on the floor and he was in a chair, and that has led some people to believe she was talking about something happening inside. Maybe y'all are right, but for me, she does appear to have perhaps like some type of English as not a first language accent. So I'm not gonna put too much stock in her saying the word floor versus ground, but that black eye, it seems like it might be at like on the more of like the healing end of things, not like a, I just got this black eye. Like, I don't know if you've ever gotten like, I don't know, like hit, like did a sport, hit in the face with something, playing game, whatever. Like if you have injury around your eye, even if it's not a getting punched in the eye, black eye, like even if a little, like a wasp or a mosquito or something stings you or bites you, it's swole, you are swole up. So, for the most part, at least for a day or two. So, if she had just gotten punched, I would expect the eye to be swollen shut. It's not. And there's just a lot of questions outstanding before even anything ever happened with them being charged or them being arrested or them being even treated as suspects. And now everything they say just makes more questions come up. Like, here's more things of the story. One news station said there was biological evidence in the house incompatible with life for a child. Why would somebody say hola and then attack? I mean, I just seriously. Pauline said over a week old, that bruise. I mean, so then some more stuff started coming out. Ava is saying, this is just sickening. CPS has failed these babies. And I think one of the reasons, correct me if I'm wrong, Ava, one of the reasons Ava's saying this is because this is a household and a family with a very long, seemingly documented history of domestic violence. People becoming unalive at untimely times. There. Okay, Starlight said yes. Yes, bruises have various stages of healing, and that bruise was not recent. Yeah, because he's hurt other. That's what they're saying. And I do have a report here I want to read over. Interesting. Waffles Biscuit said significant amount of blood found in the house on carpet. No baby clothes and no baby pictures found in the house. So this is, and I did DM Rabbit on Down the Rabbit Hole News on Instagram, and I asked her about this. She is about a week longer into this case than I am. She's a little bit more up to speed with all of this stuff. And Rabbit had her on live. Great. So I was talking to her this morning, and she brought up a good point. She said, wait, who called the cops in the very first instance? Like, let's rewind all the way back to August 14th. And it's a question I don't have the answer to. And does anybody else have the answer to? And Illuminated Wisdom is like, it's almost like they attempted to delete his existence in the home. But this would be my question. Yeah, it is sick, Alexis. This would be my question. Okay. Maybe this baby's been no longer among the living for quite some time. And God rest his soul and all that. Even without speculating as to how, that occurred. Or if it was anyone's fault or anything like that. Like, even without even questioning any of that. There's no, apparently, these are reports, right? I didn't go inside the house, so I don't know, okay? I just to be really clear, if anybody thought I was allowed access inside the crime scene, I wasn't, okay? So I don't know anything more than y'all. But I'm just kind of looking at different sources. Again, some more or less credible than others. I just like to look at everything and put it all together, but as best that I can. And Bella Smith's Bella, cute puppy, is saying the same thing. I think he wanted the baby to disappear and hope that no one would bring him up. They didn't care about that baby, so they thought others didn't care either. They were wrong, and we're all here for baby Emmanuel. Exactly. So here's the thing. It does kind of seem like maybe they were just trying to erase all evidence that the baby ever existed. I'm also seeing people say they can't find a birth certificate on this baby. Also, maybe that's a little weird in 2025, but people out in the country have babies and don't get birth certificates, like, right away within the first, it's the first 2 years or so. Once a baby's time to go to school, maybe they'll get one. I mean, that's not how we did it. I got my birth certificate when I was born or whatever, but like, I don't know. That in and of itself, again, like, could it be weird? Could it be something suspicious? Maybe, but there's like a lot of other suspicious stuff that I think I would rather like be like, okay, no, that is really suspicious. That information regarding biological evidence was from Hidden True Crime. Okay, yeah. Any links y'all get, and this goes for when I'm live, also this goes for when I'm not live, you can send to thatsurprisewitness@gmail.com. If you think somebody is doing good work, I would love to see the work that other people are doing. Like I said, I just started studying, looking into this case just a few days ago. So I'm kind of new on it, but yeah, in UK, and the girl, this is what, listen, shout out to the UK cousins. I'm so sorry y'all got to live over there like that. And listen, we got problems over here too. Don't get me wrong. But I think in the UK they also like tell you what you can name your baby and stuff too, right? Or is that just like Scandinavian countries? Maybe I got that wrong. They're my cousins too. But anyway, so this is where I am at with the whole did they try to hide the baby from existence and hope that nobody would find out? No, I don't think that. Because why on earth would this mom then report the baby? Oh, somebody kidnapped the baby. Then why wouldn't they just shut up and never say nothing about it? It's their fault. It's their fault. She's the one who said the baby was kidnapped. She said nothing wrong with the baby.
Do you want to do a couple of pages in your workbook?
But she didn't say that. So again, this brings up in my mind, is there perhaps some trouble in paradise between Jake and Rebecca Harrow? Now, she is much older than him. She's like in her 40s. She's like 41, and he's like 32. So she's like 9 years older than him, which, I mean, I don't think that's necessarily something bad or wrong, but it does kind of make it harder to argue he was in complete and total control of the relationship in this situation when she has 10 whole years, 9 whole years life experience on him. She's 9 years old. She's in 6th grade, 5th grade when he was born.
I'll make you a deal.
So it's like maybe he was. I mean, that black eye came from somewhere, girl, but where? But where?
Lay down
so
with my
again,
phone
is
on
it very difficult? Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Shout out to the Guatemala cousins in the chat. Birth certificate is new info for me. My son was born in Guatemala, and he has had one from there, and then another from here. Interesting. So why go through all the trouble? That's my question, right? So we're talking about outstanding questions. This is an ongoing case and developing story. Why does she have a black eye? That's the first question I have on my list. Then me and Rabbit were talking this morning. I said, wait, hold on. Who actually called the cops? Where's the 911 call? Where's the 911 call? Who called the cops and why haven't we heard it? We've seen body camera footage from the scene of them getting arrested. We've seen photographs of the house. We've seen drone footage of the house, of them, doing search and rescue. We've seen them or searched a search. They also, they showed video from the search on the side of the mountain yesterday, the Badlands. So I want to know who called the cops in the first instance and where is the 911 call. I want to know where is the original actual police report, because we have looked. Where's the 911 call? Tatum said, where is that call? Loompa said, exactly. Stephanie said, I think that baby been gone since before August 14th. They keep saying he's 7 months when he was born in November. So has he really been missing since he was 7 months and now he's 9 months? They did say she called the cops. Crystal said, I think they said she called the cops. It did kind of seem like that. But look, let me show you when you actually go to the, I'll go to the San Bernardino Sheriff's Twitter. They have been... Andy complaining about the old Cracker Barrel logo. Okay. So we're on their Twitter. I'm going to try to go back to August 14th and see what they said at first. Now, before we do that,
so I'm trying
let's read the most recent tweet. And we did read this on my live last night, so you would have already heard this, but it's not too long. Another one. It says, it was from August 24th, 2025. This afternoon, a search for Emmanuel Harrow was conducted along the westbound shoulder of the 60 freeway near Gilman Springs Road in Moreno Valley. Investigators were assisted by cadaver dogs. Jake Harrow was at the location with detectives. Search has concluded. So you see, they don't say, oh, he confessed. He was helping. It just says he was there. It just says he was at the location. It doesn't say what he was doing there. The search has concluded and Emmanuel was not located. The investigation to find him continues. So I'm going to go back to August 14th and see if I can find when they first posted about it. And did they say... And it's August 15th, August 15th, August 15th, August 14th. So they didn't even post about it on the 14th. on their Twitter. This was
No
the first
downloading
post.
weird, sketchy things.
It says, on August 14th, 7:47 p.m., deputies from the Yucaipa station responded to the 3400 block of Yucaipa Boulevard regarding a reported missing 7-month-old boy. This is an active investigation, and we are seeking the public's help in locating the child. He was last seen wearing a black Nike onesie. He weighs about 21 pounds, 24 inches tall, brown hair, brown eyes, and is cross-eyed. If you have any information, call the sheriff. So then they put out this, so that was just a photo. Then they put out this, no, there was like a report they put out.
Special needs baby?
So this was a picture from about Friday. Okay. So here's the summary. Again, on Thursday, deputies were dispatched to a retail business after Rebecca Harrow reported So she reported that while she stood outside her vehicle changing her child's diaper, she was physically assaulted by an unknown male. So it was a male, she claims. And she became unconscious. When she woke up, her 7-month-old infant was gone. Deputies and canines from San Bernardino and Riverside counties responded and began an extensive search. Emmanuel was not located. Based on the circumstances, Sheriff's Specialized Investigations Division responded and assisted with the investigation. Investigators interviewed multiple individuals,
else get the Alanis Morissette
including the
song
parents.
stuck in their head right away?
During those interviews, Rebecca was confronted with
I'm not teasing the
inconsistencies
cross-eyed
in her
baby.
initial
I'm just-
statement.
Yeah,
But
I don't
see
know.
how it doesn't actually say, like, this
Got
does
stuck in my
appear
head.
to imply that Rebecca is the one that called the cops. But Rebecca on the news said she ran inside the Big Five and said, have you seen a baby? Or a person with a baby. So, all of these things that I've discussed here so far, or a lot of these things, they kind of like push and pull on both sides of the scale. See my scale back there? They push and pull on both sides. On the one side, maybe this guy
Sorry,
'cause he
now
has
the
this,
song's
this
stuck in my head.
criminal past, pleading guilty to child cruelty or no contest or whatever it was. We're going to read that report in a moment, so don't take my word for it. You'll see what we're going to read there. And this is the craziest part about it, Ava. I cannot believe they just tried to play in our faces like that. No one was thinking it was them until they started acting crazy on camera. Exactly. The report doesn't say who called. Has anyone requested the police calls yet? Well, I would like someone to do that. If that hasn't happened yet, let me see if I can get some investigation team on it real quick. Hold on a second. Hold on, I'm making a request real quick. Okay, so if anybody, okay, she's gonna do it. Okay, I got somebody working on the project. Okay, thank you. Shout out to Monica. Monica's gonna do it for me. Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna see if they'll release that 911 call. We're gonna see if they'll release the police report, and we will see if they are going to release, if they will release the body camera footage from that August 14th incident only. Okay, so there were questions around why would she leave the area of the car, go outside to a call. She had a cell phone because the husband called eventually, but she didn't contact him. I'm guessing they are not going to release the 911 call to the public during the investigation. Could be. I don't really know. I do know Loompa TV is searching as well. I do know California, at least in LA and Orange County, they're a little finicky about giving public records. So that area is also considered Riverside County. So I want to pull some other stuff up because as we've discussed, it's kind of hard to tell. Did both of these parents do something to this baby? Did one of the parents do something and the other one is covering it up for the other one? I guess it's possible nobody did anything. You know, they are supposed to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, and I'm not going to be the one dogpiling out here acting like I know for sure something happened when I don't know. Right. I know it was it Tira? He, on the Tira, said that he confessed. He did say that. Yeah, no telling what happened if the baby's been missing for, that long. Okay. So let me pull up this, and I do apologize. I like to give credit where it is due, but I was just on like a manic screenshot spree last night, and I do not remember the Twitter account that had originally put this up, and I do apologize for that. I know that's annoying when you go out of your way to get a document and then somebody don't give you credit. I do apologize. If you are in the chat or if you know who did request this and put it up, please do give them credit, and I'll pin the comment as well in comments. Take for me, I know it is aggravating when people use your work, okay? And you're, a lot of times you have to pay to get these documents, but I do think this is in the public interest, so I do want to share it with y'all. And also, you see how they spell Mitchell up here? I'm not saying that there's necessarily anything untoward with it, but I've seen this Mitchell spelled different ways. So I don't know if his actual first name is Jake, if it's Mitchell, if it's Michelle, or what, but he's going by Jake Harrow right now. So you may have heard this already, you may not have heard, but this Jake Harrow has a very serious past incident that has occurred with a child under his care. And it was just a few years ago, maybe 5-6 years ago. The child at the time, I believe, was just a few weeks old. And the child, you'll see as we're going to read verbatim from this report. The child was taken to a hospital and had all kinds of injuries. She was a baby, like not even 3 months old, like couldn't even really, like, I don't know how old you are when you can roll over, but I don't think you can roll over even at 3 months old. So, yeah, let's read together what happened. Again, this is a public document. I'm not going to be, adding anything extreme, but this is real, and this is what happened as a public document. So I am going to be reading it. If you don't want to hear it, maybe come back in a few minutes when I'm done reading it. But it says, Jake said that on October 12th, 2018, after Vanessa, who's Vanessa, you might be wondering, that's his ex. He has several kids, 5 or 6 kids. I've seen different things reported. So, one of his kids just got took from inside his house. It's a 2-year-old, and one of them's missing, Emmanuel, presumed to be no longer with the living, and then this is another one. So like half his kids have been involved in these CPS disputes. There's another kid, I think, a whole separate child whose mother is trying to limit now Jake getting visitation, but I don't know if that's the same 2-year-old or a different child. I do not know, because again, there have been conflicting reports whether he has 5 kids, whether he has 6 kids. I don't know all their names, stuff like that. But this is a report from a very serious incident that happened under Jake's care. And this is a declaration in support of an arrest warrant. Jake said that October 12th, 2018, after Vanessa, his ex, but is like, I guess his girlfriend or his wife or whatever at the time, dropped him off at home. He took the baby's temperature and saw that it was 99 to 100 degrees. Jake gave the baby Tylenol. Again, this is not Emmanuel. This is years ago. This is 2018. Emmanuel wasn't even thought of. He wasn't even born yet. He was with a different lady back then. Jake gave the baby Tylenol and decided to bathe her in the kitchen sink. While holding the baby to let the water rinse off of her, she, quote, slipped out of his hands and fell into the sink. Jake said the left side of her chest hit the center divider of the sink. Jake immediately picked the baby up and did not notice any signs of injury. Jake said Vanessa returned home about 40 minutes after she dropped Jake off. So Vanessa dropped Jake off. All of a sudden, the baby has temperature and the baby needs a bath right away. And then he drops the baby gets dropped, and then the mom shows back up. Jake told Vanessa, his girlfriend or wife or whatever at the time, that he dropped the baby on the sink. Jake said he went to bed around 21 to 2200 hours, what's like 9 or 10 o'clock or something like that. Jake was awakened by Vanessa early in the morning hours and told Jake something is wrong with the baby. Vanessa told Jake to feel the baby's back. Jake said he immediately felt something crackle and not right with the victim's back. Jake said that the baby was crying, but it was not her normal cry. It was different, but he couldn't explain how. I informed Jake, this is the police, that he had previously mentioned that he felt cracking on the victim's back. And Jake said, yeah, that was very noticeable. And then the police is like, I asked Jake if he felt that crackling when he bathed or put lotion on the baby or after she fell. And he said, no, I didn't feel that. No. So Jake and Vanessa are the only adults in the home and are the only caretakers of the baby. Vanessa, the other adult, told me she would not talk to me without her attorney present, and she refused to answer any questions, which is loud. That's allowed. That is allowed. Now, does it look good? Does it make you look like mom of the year that you're not trying to help cops investigate what went on with your child without your attorney there? No, it don't look good. But I've also seen kids just climbing a tree and they fall and they get hurt or something, and then CPS acts like they can take your kid away and they were just doing a normal kid thing. Like, that's not abuse. So I could see saying, I'm not answering shit until my lawyer gets here. I don't actually think there's anything wrong with that. Now, putting it on top of okay, there's a kid missing, it's urgent. There's, of course, every situation is different. But just from a legal perspective, you do not have to answer questions ever to the police. You just don't. Especially if you're going to be the prime suspect of hurting this child. Now, if you know for a fact you hurt that child and you just, I don't want to talk to you till my lawyer gets here. I mean, you're probably a bad person. You're probably going to hell. But you're allowed to do that. Okay, so then this police report from 2018, it goes on. And I'm reading this to you just so you can have an idea of the background, but there's something that happens at the end that really gives me a huge clue as to what I think could be going on with yesterday's little search party. The cop goes, again, this is from 2018. I arrived at Hemet Valley Hospital. I contacted Dr. Elliott. Dr. Elliott stated that the victim, the baby, appeared to have multiple healing rib fractures as well as acute fractures. I was also other fractures, rib fractures and other serious fractures, healing fractures and busted up ribs, but there's also going to be other fracture, I think. I was also informed that the baby had been transported to Loma Linda University Medical Center. I responded to Loma Linda, so he goes over there, the cop goes over there, and was informed that the baby had been intubated and was in critical condition. The baby was about to die. The baby was about to unalive. After several hours and undergoing multiple tests, forensic pediatrician Dr. Daly provided me with an update on the baby. And this is the following. So look, all these bullet points. Acute fracture of the posterior left fifth rib. So like a serious fracture on the back rib, I guess on the left side in the back. Healing fractures of the posterior lateral left 6th and 7th ribs, as well as the posterior left 10th through 12th. So all these babies' ribs are just busted up. Healing fractures of the right posterolateral 6th rib. I'm reading these medical words because I know some of y'all are nurses and doctors and stuff. Y'all actually know what this means. As well as the posterior 9th through 12th ribs. Also, a skull fracture, everybody. Do you know how hard it is to fracture a baby's skull? They're not even bones yet. I'm not kidding. Look it up. It's not even a real bone. It's not like a calcified hard bone yet. It's very hard to break a skull of an infant. It's actually very difficult. You have to have a lot of force. I'm gonna see if the internet knows.
It's bedtime. Mm-hmm. You have school tomorrow.
There's not a specific number in pounds of pressure.
No.
Okay. Infant skull fracture risk. Okay, so I found this study, like a scientific study, so y'all don't have to take my word for it. But this is, you know, a little investigation moment. So let's take a break from that. And I want to show y'all this just to supplement. They're not fused. Well, they are bones, but they're not fused, right? And the ribs too. Skull. So this is a, what is this? Springer.com. I wonder if this is the one that Lou Taylor is involved in. Skull fractures are common. What's the title? Infant skull fractures, risk for low height falls. So this is probably because a lot of people probably do this, right? How many of these ooh-woo body cams have y'all seen? How many have y'all seen where it's like, oh, I just dropped the baby, and it's like, no ma'am, the baby has 3 skull fractures and 14 broke ribs. This is not just you dropped the baby on, you tripped on a truck. That's not what happened. That's no, that's not happened. So they probably hear this crap all the time. They need some science to say, okay, well, what do you actually have to do to break a baby's skull from dropping him or her? And look, this is the same year. Literally a month before that police report, like affidavit thing we were just now reading. I don't think it's a police report. It was like a declaration. A month before that, this study came out. Skull fractures are common injuries in young children, typically caused by accidental falls and child abuse. The paucity of detailed biomechanical data from real-world trauma in children has hampered development of biomechanical thresholds for skull fracture in infants. The objectives of this study were to identify biomechanical metrics to predict skull fracture, determine threshold values associated with fracture, develop skull fracture risk curves for low-height falls. 4 biomechanical candidates for predicting skull fracture were identified. Among the predictor candidates, first principal stress strain correlated best with the occurrence of risk curves in the predictor results period of skull fracture, particularly with carpet impact. So this house had a carpet, right? Okay, so again, we're talking not about Emmanuel, we're talking about Emmanuel's sister. Emmanuel's sister, at least half sister, which I don't do that half sister, whole sister thing. Like a sister is a sister, you got a parent together, that's your sister, that's your brother. So occipital impacts from concrete. Okay, so not surprisingly, the higher the fall, the more the risk of a fracture, and the harder the surface, the more the risk. You hitting them on concrete, it's going to be worse. You hitting them on a carpet, it's going to be not as you know, likely to fracture. Reese said, I rolled off the bed when I was 3 months and I broke 8 ribs. Oh my God. And this does happen. This does happen. I remember my little sister, she was very, 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 very little. I mean, I don't even know if she was a month old. She was just so little. And she was rolling. She rolled off the couch and hit her head on the, maybe she was a few months old, but she rolled off the couch and hit her head on the, we had like a stone, whatever thing in front of the fireplace. You know, like there's like stone right there, like you have a fireplace, like stone, like granite or whatever. And she just hit her head and it was just devastating. And truly no one did anything. I watched it happen. She rolled off. It was shocking. I mean, I was probably like 8 years old, but like it does happen. It does happen. It does happen. And that sucks. I mean, oh my God, I've definitely broken ribs before, but I don't think I broke them when I was little. You know what happened to me when I was little? Whoops. They would be like roughhousing with me, like spinning me around, like, and I would like it, you know, spin, wee, and my arms would come, they would dislocate. So that's like, I got that injury all the time, but I was rough. Like I was rough. I was a wide open. I was a free range kid. I was feral, but also like, you know, I thought I was a princess. I'd be out there in my Barbie Jeep in the mud. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. They allowed other children to be in the home after this. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Yes. Thank you for that $4.99, Ava. So let me bring up. Yeah, they're like literally designed to bounce off stuff. To actually cause damage is more than an oopsie. Sometimes it is. Apparently, I rolled off a bed, Brittany said, onto a floor vent. Yep. And I was fine, and I turned out relatively fine. I mean, we'll never know. You know, sometimes. Yeah, see, we all have these stories, you know, we do all have these stories where there really are accidents. And I think actually part of being a good parent is letting your kids be in like slightly dangerous situations where they're climbing trees or they're playing monkey bars or they're doing, you know, whatever, cheerleading, whatever, football, like maybe not full on football as kids. That's a whole nother brain issue. But like, I think, you know, a little bit of like calculated risk is good parenting, but like, I don't think that this is what we are looking at on this report. Okay. These are the injuries that baby had. Significant. Brain hemorrhage. a skull fracture and a brain hemorrhage. This is like shaken baby syndrome, sounding like type of like symptoms. Significant pre-vertebral soft tissue swelling of the neck. So here, or pre-vertebral soft tissue. So like, I don't know exactly where that is, but like swelling in the neck, brain hemorrhage, broken ribs. Like, look, fracture, a huge fracture on that rib. The 6th and 7th and the 10th, 11th, and 12th. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ribs broke. And then healing on the 6th. Another break on that 6th. And then the 9th and the 10th and 11th and 12th. So like, I mean, all the ribs. How are they numbered? The one is at the top, or is that one at the bottom? Just like medically. Is it one is the ones that are up here? Like this, the first rib? Because it would be real hard to break that. But those ones at the bottom are just kind of floating there. They seem like the easier ones to break. I did take anatomy one time, but I mean, girl, that was probably 15 years ago. I'm starting to feel my age. Like even law school, I graduated law school like 5 years ago. That seems like a long time ago. Like 2008 is when I graduated high school. Like, girl, we are getting close to 20-year reunion territory.
Do you want
Anyway,
to wait until 8 o'clock?
I'm trying to add in a little levity here too, because this is such a dark subject.
Right,
okay,
fine.
so significant tissue swelling of the neck and a healing tibia fracture on the right leg. That's that lower leg bone, I think. You know how you have like the top one is called the femur, and then the tibia and the fibula or something down there. Dr. Daly informed me that the baby suffered at least 2 seizures. Seizures. This is probably from the freaking brain bleeding. And stated, wow, this is crazy, y'all. The doctor informed the detective that the baby, the 10-week-old baby, had 2 seizures, at least, and stated that the baby's condition could have been fatal if medical attention wasn't sought. These injuries would have been very painful and caused the child to have difficulty breathing and be irritable and cry. So 2 months later, December 2018, or maybe just about a month and a half later, yeah, like about 2 months later, the Children's Hospital forensic pediatrician, that same guy, Dr. Daly, or woman, I don't know, he or she, completed the suspected child abuse and neglect examination. Okay, so there's an examination for this. They did do one. In her report, so it's a she doctor. In her report, the doctor stated the following opinion. Okay, this was the doctor's opinion from Emmanuel Harrow's sibling, his sister. Just, 5 years ago? No, 7 years ago. This is the doctor's opinion, quote, V1, that's the victim, the baby, quote, had findings of intracranial hemorrhage, brain injury, cervical spine injury, and retinal hemorrhages. That's like in her eyeballs. Accompanied with lethargy and seizures. This is consistent with acceleration, deceleration forces. Shaking. Do I have something? I want to shake mine. Right, like, okay, we'll use the dry shampoo, girl. Like when you shake it this way, the dry shampoo goes here, and when you shake it that way, it all rushes down over there. Now imagine doing that to somebody's head over and over, and it's a baby. And, you know, hold that baby's head. Everybody ever heard hold that baby's head? It's because you could hurt the baby. You got to hold their head up because they can't even, their heads are heavy and big. They're like little baby aliens. They can't even hold their head up at first. I doubt this baby ever was able to hold up her head before getting abused. I'm not saying, that's not a quote from the doctor. These are opinions. Let's get back to the quote from the doctor. Accompanied with lethargy and seizures, these are consistent with acceleration, deceleration forces of the head with traumatic stress on the neck. The skull fracture is consistent with impact to the head. Multiple rib fractures are typically caused by a squeezing mechanism of the chest. The healing oblique tibial fracture, the leg bone, below the knee leg bone, likely secondary to a traumatic twisting mechanism. That baby's leg was twisted till it broke, says the doctor. The doctor further stated, quote, the combination of the above findings in a pre-mobile infant, meaning it can't crawl around or move itself or herself, just any infant, he or she, them, their self, but this particular one was a she. The doctor said, quote, the combination of the above findings in a pre-mobile infant in the absence of a plausible history of significant trauma to explain the injuries is indicative of abuse, head trauma, child physical abuse, and, to make matters worse, nutritional neglect. So not only are they beating this baby, abusing it, her, but also nutritional, like starving, malnourishment. The history of a short fall onto the kitchen sink, the doctor says, does not explain her extensive and severe head trauma, nor her multiple bilateral rib fractures. The cop said, Jake told me he went home after being at the hospital. Jake's sister grabbed his iPad. Okay, so Jake said he went home after visiting the hospital. So he went to see his baby in the hospital. Jake, this is Emmanuel Harrow's dad. The one that's with the cops yesterday looking for the body of Emmanuel Harrow. So this is a report. This is something that happened to his sister when she was 10 weeks old. Have you ever held a 10-week-old baby? It's not even 3 months old. Like, that's really little. Like 20 pounds. Like,
Hey, baby.
So Jake, the dad, told this cop back in 2018 that he went home after being at the hospital. But Jake's sister had grabbed his iPad and opened the internet browser. Jake told me the active browser page that opened was a search of how to feed a baby with broken ribs. So he had an iPad. He's at the hospital. And his sister grabbed his iPad and opened the internet browser. And the active browser at the time was a search of how to feed a baby with broken ribs. So Jake, look at the next sentence. Look what Jake does. Look what kind of person Jake is. Look what kind of person Jake is. Jake said Vanessa, his own baby mama, had access to the iPad. Now, I don't know if Vanessa, I may have said this earlier, I just want to be very clear. I don't know if Vanessa is the same, is the mother of this harmed child. It seems like Jake has been with a few women and had children with all of them. So I think he has children with 3 different women. I don't know whose kid is whose, okay? Whose child is whose. But Jake had on his iPad, again, how many EWU body cams you need to watch of somebody searching, what happens to baby with skull fracture? I mean, I've seen one. I think I saw one. It was literally this morning. It was this morning. I saw one from several months ago where it was a lady, she was babysitting. I shouldn't call her a lady. This woman babysitting. And when she was babysitting, you know, something happened to this baby she was babysitting and had serious head trauma. 2 skull fractures. And the woman's like, I fell. I tripped. No, that's not what happened. Oh, well, maybe I left her alone in the room with somebody else. Like, knowing full well what happened, knowing you did it, starts throwing other people under the bus. Now, I don't know if that's what happened. I wasn't there. I'm just reading this. I just found this. I saw this on Twitter today. But it says Jake told the cop he went home. His sister got his iPad, and his sister probably confronted him like, dude, why were you looking up how to feed a baby with broken ribs? Jake said Vanessa, his girlfriend, had access to the iPad and has the iCloud account of Vanessa Jake Harrow. So it's both of them. It's both of them, Vanessa Jake. So who's it for? A search of the iPad revealed the following Safari search, timestamped on October 13th, 2018. Okay, so when was the first incident? October 12th. The next day. So that very day they went to the hospital, it looks like, or maybe the one day after. Quote, he searched, quote, and this is 2 in the morning, 1:20 in the morning. Quote, is it hard to feed an infant with fractured ribs? This was prior to the hospital visit. On November 7th, so about a month after the incident occurred where she went to the hospital, they went to the hospital, the cop said he spoke with Jake. Jake, the dad, informed him he did not use his iPad that day that search was made. Now look at what kind of person, look at what kind of man Jake Mitchell Harrow is. Jake informed me, meaning the cop, he doesn't take his iPad to work. I asked Jake if Vanessa caused the injuries to the baby, and Jake stated, at this point, yes. It was Vanessa. So I want to know, has Vanessa had another child in her care that this happened to? Because Jake has. Or something happened to, anyway. Jake also informed me he does not take the iPad to work. I asked if Vanessa could have caused these injuries, and Jake said at this point, yes. Then like months and months later, like 8 months later after the incident, this is June 2019. So this is only like 6 years ago. Jake voluntarily came in to speak with me. Look at what kind of man Jake Mitchell Harrow is, everybody. Jake said, quote, so now, I mean, I'm sure they're like on the fall, they've fallen out. They're no longer trying to cover up for each other. Quote, Jake just voluntarily comes into the police station and says, if you ask me, if you ask me, do you see her doing this? 8 months ago, I would have said, no way. Jake said, 8 months ago, I would have told you, no way. I don't see her doing this. But if you ask me now, Jake said, quote, it had to have been her. Jake was referring to his wife, Vanessa. Jake and Vanessa willfully caused or permitted the victim to suffer unjustifiable physical pain. The cop requested that some charges be filed against them both. So this gives you a little insight into Mr. Jake Mitchell. Now there's another page I do want to get to. But before we even get to that second page, and it's not much, I think it's pretty much it. Jake is not the same as Emmanuel. Jake is Emmanuel's father. So this, what we are looking at for the people who are just joining, is a police declaration in support of an arrest warrant. Now, this is a different spelling of Mitchell. I do want to point that out. But this baby was brought in with multiple fractured ribs, some of them at different stages of healing. There was a skull fracture. There was a brain hemorrhage. There was a swelling in the soft tissue of the neck. And there was a leg fracture, a 10-week-old baby who cannot crawl. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 6 ribs are broken, and one of them was broken in 2 spots. 7 ribs. I don't even know how many you got. You got 12. Like, more than half the ribs are broken. One of the legs is broken. Skull fracture.
All right,
brain
time
bleeding.
for bed.
I think that's what a hemorrhage is. So this happened already to a child in under Jake's care. He was the one who bathed that baby, and why would he say he dropped the baby and it hit its chest, her chest on the sink? Down here, 8 months later after the incident, he's snitching on his wife. All right. So now take that together with what we saw yesterday. What did we see yesterday? Was nothing other than Jake out there pittering around with the cops in the mountains in the Badlands. Couldn't find nothing. But what did we hear Rebecca saying yesterday? Oh, he was kidnapped. The baby was kidnapped. I won't sleep till I get justice for the baby. Maybe she knows something. Maybe she don't. But it kind of looks to me like maybe Jake didn't confess. Maybe Jake threw Rebecca under the bus just like he threw Vanessa under the bus 6 years ago, when a very similar thing happened. 1 month after the incident, Jake said he didn't use that iPad that searched how do you feed a baby with broken ribs? Is it hard to feed an infant with a fractured rib? Jake also informed me he does not take the iPad to work. I asked Jake if Vanessa caused these injuries, and he said at this point, yes. 6-8 months later, Jake volunteers to come into the police station. Just voluntarily. Hey, you asked me 8 months ago, I would have said, nah, I couldn't see her doing this. But, you know, asked me today. She did it. She did it. It was her. It was definitely her. Could it be that's what he was pitter-pattering around yesterday? Doing? Thank you so much. Impeccable Beauty for the $1.99. Thanks so much, Sour Girl, for the $1.99 super chats. Poor little guy didn't have a chance. It's very sad. It's very sad. Hope he's, you know, in peace with the good Lord, honestly. Because he is presumed to be no longer among the living. Thank you so much, Sean Davis. Shout out to you for 10 surprise witness memberships. If y'all got a membership from Sean Davis, y'all better say thank you. Okay, let's go to the next page of this report. There, like I said, there's really not that much left, but it does continue on. Oh, that's it. Yeah, no, so y'all did see the last of it, but I do want to pull it up. Because this is how it was presented on Twitter. Make it like this. There we go. Yeah, Jake told me he went home after being at the hospital on his iPad. Internet browser, active browser open was how to feed a baby with broken ribs. That was the open browser. Vanessa had access to the iPad. It was her. It was all Vanessa. It was all Vanessa. But like, it kind of looks like he's trying to escape accountability for what happened to this previous child of his, to Emmanuel Harrow's sibling, to his sister. We do have the mugshots. I think we may have already looked at those, but let me just show you again. If you're just starting to follow the story, you should know exactly what these monsters, alleged monsters, look like. I don't know if it's true. Maybe they're all just innocent, girl. Maybe they're innocent. But that's him right there. You know, that's him right there. What would you call this? Like a permanent frown? Like someone who's scowling all the time. Your muscles get stuck like that. There we go. And then this lady, I mean, honestly, like the first thing, it's just hard not to notice. The first thing that you notice is this black eye. Again, it does not look fresh. It does not look new. It looks like it's actually, speaking of injuries that are healing. Now again, this guy was out here yesterday helping search. She wasn't. You know what she was doing yesterday? Saying she won't stop till she finds her baby. It got kidnapped. Maybe he did. Maybe he did. Now let me pull this up. It's a Newsweek article from this morning. Father arrested on suspicion of murder. Hold on, I can't do nothing on this computer without an ad assaulting me. The father of a missing 7-month-old boy was arrested. So this was updated this morning. That's the reason I'm reading it. Helping investigate. So he was seen yesterday helping investigators search for the child's body in a remote field in California. The local news posted video footage showing Jake in an orange prison jumpsuit with sheriff's deputies and cadaver dogs in an area off the 60 freeway. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department confirmed that Harrow was with the detectives during a search for the child's body, but the child was not located. See, he's 32, she's 41, so she's like 9 years older than him. Soed said, Soed Freak said, I bet he told her to stick to the story, not realizing he's got an ace up his sleeve. Resting batch. It's something else, y'all. They need to ask Rebecca, where's the baby? And I don't know what's... I don't know what's exactly, you know, been said to the police and stuff like that. Now, Rebecca, she had some type of booking with the police. Is her middle name Marie? some type of infraction back in last year, 2024. But then we also had a lot of other stuff. Let me pull up Twitter, because there's just all kind of stuff. I mean, we really, y'all, we need to get the true crime people. Shout out to the true crime people. Y'all are the ones who really know how to freaking investigate. Can we get some of y'all into the Tory Lanez case? Because I think, I mean, look, listen, the Tory Lanez people are very good at investigating. Okay, the Umbrellas are very good at investigating, but truly, these true crime people pull up stuff. They will go on the scene. Okay, like. And I don't encourage anyone to do that, by the way. I don't go on scene usually unless it's like a court hearing or something like that. I did go to Butler, Pennsylvania one time. It's very rare. I don't encourage people to go to scene. I don't encourage people to do that. But I'm just saying, like, can we get some of the true crime mindset into the Hollywood web of things? I would really love that. Give for the $1.99 super chat. Impeccable. Okay, impeccable. Beauty, have you seen Rebecca before and after Jake? No. Where would I find that? Thanks so much to Tatum for the $4.99. Okay, I got feedback on how to gift membership, but I can't find only super chat or if you're on iPhone, Tatum, thank you for the $4.99. If you're on iPhone, you might have to do log into like desktop or whatever. I think it's like something about the app something with the app or something. I think on iPhone. Thank you for the $4.99. Where can I find that? No, I don't watch him, Joy. I kind of get like... I kind of like don't get great vibes from him, but like I don't have any really good like reasons, so I'll keep those to myself. Okay, so what am I looking for? Oh yes, I want to go to Twitter. I want to just look like Emmanuel Harrow.
I'm trying to pack Alice's lunch.
Also, the baby that we just read about, she did end up making it, and she is now still in someone else's custody. You know, like this guy, he never got her back. I'm on Twitter here. Yes, I did see that DJ Academics thing. I do want to do a little commentary on that as well. But I'm kind of thinking this guy is turning. I think he's blaming her. Okay, so this is August 25th, 11:39 a.m. Eastern Time. I believe he knows what happened. I believe he may have even had something to do with it. I believe those two things. I think he knows what happened, and I think he may have had something to do with it. Now, what does that mean? He could just know what happened and help do one little thing. That also could mean maybe he did the whole thing. What is the whole thing? Well, we don't really know, but he did get arrested for murder charge. Okay, so what is he doing out here searching the Badlands? When his wife or his whatever, or if they're married, whatever, the mom of the missing child is in jail, giving jailhouse interviews saying baby was kidnapped. Like it don't add up, and it looks to me like he's throwing her right under the bus. Where's she? She's not out here looking. Or you know, there's the other option. There's another option. Something's wrong with her. There's just no way. Like who rolled up behind her and said "Ola" and hit her in the head? And where's those camera angles and you know things like that? Look at this title. Riverside, California, they report the kidnapping of their baby and now they are suspects in his murder. Little Emmanuel Harrow was seen a week ago outside. That seems like a bot. TMZ is now on the beat. Emmanuel Harrow's dad seen helping police search for son. So that's the major story this morning. Yeah, Phil Holloway. Yeah, Phil Holloway's like, it looks like Jake Harrow is cooperating or pretending to cooperate with law enforcement. Now, there was another girl. Let me get a little bit earlier. What's this? Okay, we've already seen that. There was some stuff earlier I want to show y'all. Oh, what's this? Look at this. This is the house. Okay, a man accused along with his wife of unaliving their son assisted investigators in the search. Again, I do not think anybody was found. There was some other stuff from like there was some other stuff from other people, so let's just keep going. At Missing Emmanuel Harrow's vigil, the t-shirts say hatred is a weakness and be a friend, not a bully. Love and prayers to this community that is emotionally invested in their children. Please take a second to say a prayer that the baby is found. He's not been found. There's more pictures of the vigil. In a chilling turn of events, Jake Harrow was arrested. I know you knew that. That was Friday. A break-in call. Oh my God. JLR investigates. He is on the beat. When does the man sleep? Another break-in call overnight at the home of Rebecca and Jake Harrow. Deputies search the property for intruders. The baby has still not been found. Okay, so people are breaking in. Now he hasn't been found, and people are saying, you know, it's because maybe he forgot where the body is. Maybe he's leading them on a wild goose chase. You know, it's very hot out there. There's a lot of wildlife. Who knows what, you know, could have happened. But there's another girl. I'm really trying to find this one girl. She posted a picture of another spot. She posted a picture of another spot that looks very, very similar to, the spot that they were searching yesterday. If I can't find it, like, by scrolling, I may just look it up on my... Okay, I have it on my phone, so let me just text myself the picture. Yeah, it's a very fast-moving case. Yeah, no, and this is another thing too, and that's why I said, Crystal, thank you for saying this. YouTubers are breaking in the house to give paid tours. This is a crime scene, and they need to stay away from this house. And this is another reason why I do make it extremely clear. I am not encouraging anybody to go anywhere. I never encourage anybody to go anywhere. I would not do that. And of course, you know, I would never encourage. Actually, I would call the police. If I saw somebody breaking into the house, I would call the police because it's a crime scene. You can't just tromp through a crime scene. I think that's a crime. I think that's tampering with that. I don't know if anybody's doing that either, by the way. But Crystal said they are. So I don't want to be held in the ranks with anybody doing that. I am saying don't do that. I would never ever do that. I would never encourage or ask anybody to do that, especially in these circumstances. There's just too much at stake, and that's not helpful at all. It contaminates exactly the crime scene. I don't condone that. And if I see somebody doing that, I'm calling the police. And if y'all see somebody doing that, I would encourage you to call the police. So don't get it twisted. I'm not one of those YouTubers. Okay. Okay. Let me get this picture, because there was like another spot, and I actually thought this girl had a really good point. Wait a second. I'm just looking for the... Did I not take the picture, girl? Hold on, I'm gonna find it. Y'all saw Donald Trump had that makeup on his hands and everybody freaked out. Okay, I'm just looking for this picture. Okay, wait. Some Viking chick tweeted it. So let me pull that account up. Because she had a good theory. Is that her? Yeah. Okay. Thank God. Sorry. This is what you get when it's live. Katie said the crime scene has been released already, but if they needed to go back in there, there would still be a cop posted up guarding it, but also the behavior is still atrocious. Right. Even if it's not an active crime scene, they haven't found the baby yet. So I kind of feel like it kind of is. So look what this lady said. San Diego Shield Maiden, and she gives the latitude and longitude, and she said this is a very similar stretch on Highway 60 to where Jake Harrow took investigators today. Okay, you see, it does look just like that. Because earlier, remember we saw that one lady was standing out by a little gate. It's like a gate just like this, like they don't want you to go back beyond the gate. They were, Jake Harrow took investigators to a spot like this. They were by the Gilman Springs exit, but this isn't too far from there. And it looks nearly identical along with a same gate. Now, this person says it's likely he got mixed up or confused, so this might be where the remains are. I don't know if it's likely that he got mixed up or confused. I don't know if it's likely that that's where the remains are, but this does look exactly like that spot. And it does make you start to speculate again because we don't know the truth. We don't know what happened. Is this perhaps a spot they may be able to look? Is this perhaps a spot they may want to look? I don't know why they were over there yesterday. Is it because he was like, oh, it was a mountain with a gate somewhere? I don't know. Jake is local. Yeah, they live in Cabazon. Yeah. So between where they live and Yucaipa, which is where that incident was reported at, you know, they were saying that they were at a football game for their son, and then one of their sons, and then the Rebecca went with the Emmanuel to the Big Five, which is like a sporting goods type of store, to get a mouth guard, and that's where the baby got stolen or kidnapped or whatever. That was in Yucaipa, but they live in Cabazon. And then yesterday they were out by the Badlands, which is like Riverside, I guess. That police report about the daughter is such BS. He's disgusting. And again, it was like not exactly a police report. It was an affidavit in support. An affidavit in support of an arrest warrant. Just want to be very, very careful with the words I use, because a lot of times I have seen in the true crime stuff, and again, this is kind of one of my first, maybe my actual first true crime, like not celebrity, not Hollywood case. Sometimes I just get like, want to look into something else, or something will pique my interest. And I don't know how long I'll cover this. There's a lot of coverage going on it, but I do want to kind of like, until Emmanuel is found, I kind of want to stay on top of it because I want to learn myself just how it goes and stuff. And Kobe said he may have buried the baby, which is a good point and brings me to this Twitter account. This guy posted about, okay, here. He posted this 2 days ago. This is another investigator. I've never heard of him before, but I started following him after he's covering this case. Yeah, the judge gave him a slap on the wrist. I think he got like basically work release. I think he spent 1 day in jail and did work release. Yeah, and the daughter like, oh, Crystal. See, I'm telling y'all, the true crime, that y'all are on it. The girlies are on it. It's like the tiniest little words. It's like, oh, okay, maybe you're actually onto something. It's suspected, Crystal said, that Jake turned on his wife before they were even arrested. Lawyer in the interview said alleged kidnapping. If he believed this was truly a kidnapping, wouldn't his own lawyer have said kidnapping? Why would his own lawyer say alleged kidnapping? Jake might be turning on his wife, and it wouldn't be the first freaking time. It wouldn't be the first time, would it? He really, yeah, I don't know who did what. He claims he didn't do it, but he did plead guilty to some type of something, I thought. Where's the money coming from for the lawyer? Who knows? Okay, so this is interesting. This guy, SF Investigates, he purports to be a missing persons private investigator. He said, here's a couple areas on Jake and Rebecca Harrow's property, that I would like to see a cadaver dog inspect. So he has, I'm not an expert here, okay? I just started following this guy.
All right, Alice's lunch is packed. And my red thread right.
There's a spot right here, so I guess that he's
for the
saying
albino
it looks
dino
kind of like
to be a baseball.
different, kind of like dirt situation than the around, the area around it. He's saying, and this is a close-up, more of a close-up, so he's saying maybe we can look there. He's also saying this piques his interest. I don't know this guy from Adam, okay? He said he's a private missing persons private investigator, and then whatever this is, he's saying he wants to look, they should look under there. Someone said, did you watch the YouTube? This was on like Saturday. Did you watch the YouTube footage last night of some vagrants that ran into the neighbor's yard across the street, started the abandoned RV set the abandoned RV on fire and ran away, and it was all on film. The house in front of the RV was also burned down. I bet the baby was under it. The man said, I was actually there when it happened. Oh, there were multiple arson investigators that sifted through everything after the fire was put out. Vern Gill's gut is saying very near the property or on it. Someone said they agree. So this investigator said agree. They would be too nervous of getting caught burying off property. On property, they have time and can control access, etc. I mean, maybe that's right. Maybe that's not. Obviously, everybody is just speculating. However, that ain't where he was bringing them yesterday. Yesterday they were searching in the Badlands. So that wasn't on their property. That was not on their property. Gabrielita said that guy, SF Investigates, is the one who was super active with that missing girl's case from Hawaii, Hannah or something, who went missing in California. And he was correct on a lot of what he said. Okay. According to Onatira, who is always on the scene, yes, he's one of the ones on the scene, the fire was just a coincidence. Okay, that's interesting. Are we talking about Jake's current attorney right now? Because I don't know any attorney who would be talking about their client's case on national TV, especially. Oh, yes. And I think this attorney was already representing Jake in that previous case, or a previous case. Yeah, this is what I also heard Dana Nicole, and I don't know, again, I don't know these people, y'all. I'm just telling y'all what I heard on the internet. This is a developing story, so I don't know. But all we can really do is go by what people are saying. And in an age where some of these folks are actually on the scene, it's kind of feels better, more reliable to take information from them than somebody who's not on the scene. So again, take it with a grain of salt. But Dana, I heard this too. I believe this is the lawyer who represented Jake in the case with his daughter. I heard somewhere he took this case pro bono. This grandma talking about Rebecca would never hurt a baby, had never even met the baby, Florida girl said. Bear Honey said SF Investigates has also been wrong about things too. You don't trust them? Again, yes, please. Don't take anything anybody says, including me, with or as a fact, y'all. Use your own discernment, use your own eyes, use your own ears, your own senses. I don't know anything. Apparently the attorney is a DJ on the side. Oh my god, girl. Well, if he's taking all these cases pro bono, he got to make money somehow. He also missed with the Kylie Rodney case. See, yeah, that is why I don't make any for sure type of statements. That's why even last night, if y'all go and look at my video from last night, I even started it off by saying we don't know anything yet. This is a developing story. There's conflicting stories. Yeah, Jazzy Fizzle. I know who said that. Two Frames Media is like the Jazzy Fizzle looking like. Jazzy Bay Production. Thank you so much, Sour Girl, for the $1.99 super chat. Love your channel. I power clean while listening. Shout out to you. Thank you so much for that $1.99. Better get that stuff clean. If you running out of stuff to clean, you can come listen at my house too, girl. You can come listen at my house and power clean that kitchen down there. Just kidding. Onatira said he gave the little boy whose game they were at. Oh. So all his kids got brain damage, the streets are saying. Okay, Onatira has a new lead. I need to get in touch with him. He has a new lead that the mom was seen throwing bags and bags of baby clothes into the dumpsters behind a thrift store. Bear Honey, shout out to you. BJ, you're the best out there. SF investigates totally sabotage Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers case, in my opinion. I don't know about that case. He is everywhere. He will have more clients. Right. He'll probably get more clients. And I do wonder, like, would Bruce Rivers take someone like this? Because he is the criminal lawyer. So I want to show y'all this. This is the booking. This is a public record. So we do have his, what is this? Like his booking, what is this called? Somebody help me out. This is from the Riverside County, like the booking record or whatever. So you see his name is spelled Mitchell with a T here. 1993. Here's the case number. Nothing is coming up when I type in the case number, but if anyone is able to pull up the case number, I do think there is a hearing gonna be going on, like tomorrow, the arraignment. I don't even know how to, like, even log into the case. So if somebody knows how to do that, I'm having issues with it. As you can see, he was booked the same day as the Rebecca was booked, 8/22. This was Friday on a live, and there was a lot of talk about this malice. What is malice aforethought? Okay, so I will explain that to y'all best of my knowledge. I mean, I did go to law school and learn this, but like we discussed earlier, that was a long time ago. So in order to do a crime, in order to be found guilty of a crime, you have to have the requisite mental state. This is a Latin word, mens rea. Mens, M-E-N-S, space, rea, R-E-A, mens rea, is the required mental state to commit a certain crime. Like, you know, if you, God forbid, I don't know, we're sleepwalking. Let's say you're sleepwalking outside the front of your house, and you walk into the street and you end up crossing the street and it's a red light and there's no walk sign, but you're sleepwalking. You're not awake. You're not aware. You just walk. And then a police comes pull you over and says you're jaywalking. Well, really, you could argue you didn't have the mental state to commit that crime. You're not trying to jaywalk. You were sleeping. You had no control over that. You know, this is like negligent homicide or manslaughter or whatever, where it's like, you know, maybe you didn't mean to hurt somebody or unalive them, but you know, maybe you were speeding. Let's say you were speeding and you hit somebody with your car and then they become unalive. Maybe you were texting, right? Like, you definitely committed the crime of like texting while driving. You had the mental state to start texting. You might have even had the mental state to be speeding. But did you have the mental state to know you were about to unalive somebody? Maybe not. You know, maybe you did. I don't know. I don't know you. But generally, you might imagine somebody can accidentally, you know, like we were playing How Long Can You Hold Your Breath? And he held his breath too long and died. Or we were playing, you know, flag football and I bumped him into his head and he had a eggshell skull and now he died. Like, you can't get, you know, somebody wrestling, somebody make someone go into cardiac arrest because they're wrestling at a, you know, UFC match or something like that. There's ways that you could accidentally cause someone to become unalive, but it's not, you didn't try to do that, right? But then there's like grade A premium murmur, if you know what I mean. Replace that M with the D, okay? Like capital M, der. And that requires the mens rea of knowing you were about to kill somebody. Like, you either pre-planned it, you knew you were about to do it, you did it, you had a reason to do it. Like, there's other stuff that a crime requires. It requires you actually did it. It requires harm be done, like for a lot of, you know, in general. And it requires, a proximal causation. Like, it's not like, oh, I did one thing and then another thing and another thing, and it set off this chain reaction, and 5 years later somebody died. No, it has to be close in time, close in proximity. But what these cops are saying with this malice aforethought, some people I've seen saying malice afterthought. It's not afterthought. It's exactly the opposite of an afterthought. Malice aforethought. Before the crime happened, you already had the malice in your mind to commit the act of murder. Or, and that's where this law comes in, you knew that the thing you were doing was very likely to end up killing somebody. So like, let's say somebody has a pew pew and walks into, you know, a place and just pew 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 pew, just into a place, you know, where there's a lot of people. I'm trying not to give too many details, but you can kind of imagine. You might not have intended to pew pew any one single person in there, right? Like, let's say, remember Thomas Michael Crooks, you know, rest in peace or whatever. He was the so-called assassin of Trump. Alleged, you know, attempted assassination. He shot at this Butler, Pennsylvania rally, and he actually unalived some other people. They became unalive. Was it necessarily his aim to unalive those 2 people in the crowd or whatever? No, probably not. He was trying to probably get Donald Trump, but he should have known opening fire in a crowd could result in somebody else becoming no longer living. And so, again, I mean, that guy's dead, so they're not charging him. But he, this malice aforethought with this baby, this isn't just negligence. This isn't just, you know, accidental homicide, manslaughter, right? It's, yes, Joyce, exactly. It's the same thought process of knowingly reckless behavior. It's where you know or should have known that your actions were going to result in extreme injury or death. So that's what they're being charged with. Malice aforethought. Y'all didn't just nutritionally neglect, according to these allegations. Now, again, these are just allegations. Everyone is innocent until proven guilty. And here we go, right here, y'all, tomorrow, August 26th, today's the 25th, at the Riverside Hall of Justice. There will be a court hearing. I believe this should be the arraignment for Jake. Now, is it going to be also for Rebecca? I don't know. Yanni, good point. Or even what if it was an accident? Then you try to cover it up after the fact. That can point toward more than just an accident. You're right. It could. Now, aforethought. Yes. Malice aforethought. Aforethought. It's spelled like this. I'll put it in the... It's like an old-timey way of saying it. It's like this, I think. Malice aforethought. Malice aforethought. And it's like, it's like you did something so dangerous, so reckless, that you should have known somebody was going to lose their life, basically. Now, did he do it? Did he not? I don't know. Did he do it? Did he not? I don't know. Did she do it? Did she not? I don't know. I imagine tomorrow, whenever we, you know, hear from whoever does go to court, if we get any transcripts, if we get any, is it live streamed? Is it going to be on TV? I don't know any of these. I don't know answers to any of these questions. Oh my God, Joyce. It could be that. I'm not going to put that up on the screen just because I'm trying to, you know, follow the rules and stuff. But Joyce, yes, says something like, well, like, let's say, like, for allegedly, like, what if he was, like, in a fit of rage or not? Let's take it away from him because we don't know what he did. But let's say anybody, right? Any parent, any person in charge of a child, they're in a fit of rage. They're having a fit of rage and they pick somebody up or pick something up and throw it directly at or throw the, you know, somebody somewhere. You should know that a 7-month-old is gonna have a hard time, you know, recovering from that. Or yes, exactly, Joyce. Thank you for that example. Or like, remember that Russian streamer? Again, this happened in Russia, so I don't know what they're doing over there, but I'm thinking of incidents where it's not like a person that's like I'm actually talking about right now. You know, you put somebody outside and it's like below freezing outside and you lock them out and then they can't come back inside and they die. You might get charged with murder. You might get, because you should have known they was going to freeze to death out there. So it's kind of something like that. Crystal's saying a lot of blood found in the living room and the floorboards were removed during Friday's investigation. I'm kind of going back and forth. I see that y'all are having like a side argument about the DJ Academics deposition. I'm kind of going back and forth, Reese and Two Frames Media, between was this like an absolute slay and like a victory lap of the century for Academics, or did he just get set up to get sued and never be able to talk about these people again? That's what I'm wondering. But we're gonna have to see. I am gonna do a reaction thing to some of that. Jake got that 187 charge, but not her. I think she did too. I do think he's going to throw her under the bus. Totally think that he's going to throw her under the bus. And then once she realizes that that's what he's doing, then she will come out and tell what she knows. And once that happens, I believe, and this is based on my experience from watching body camera videos on YouTube, so take it with a grain of salt. According to Elizabeth Vargas, who is that? Police believe dad unalive the baby. I think he did too. She did jailhouse interviews saying he was kidnapped. I know. Okay, well, I have y'all going to go for more Emmanuel Haro coverage right now. If you stay where you are, you will be redirected to Rabbit, Down the Rabbit Hole News. She's going to be doing this. I do have an appointment later today, but I may come back on here live to either do some Milagro stuff, some DJ Academics stuff, or I may not. We're going to have to see. But that's all I have for this one. And shout out to Rabbit. Tell her I sent you. That's all we have for right now. In the meantime, facts ain't defamation. Neither are opinions. I don't know any of these people. Love you, mean it. Okay, bye.
For those who want more out of every moment this summer, Mazda has more 2025 IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand as of May 2020.
Hi friends, how are you today? Don't look at my lip, okay? Thank you. You're so rude. Anyways, hi, my name is Bailey Sarian, and today is Monday, which means it's Murder, Mystery, and Makeup Monday. Okay. If you are new here, hi. My name is Bailey Sarian. My name is Bailey. I never just say Bailey. My name is Bailey. My name is Bailey, and on Mondays I sit down and I talk about a true crime story that's been heavy on my noggin, and I do my makeup at the same time. It like keeps me busy while I'm telling a gruesome story, you know? It's just... that's what I'm doing. I'm just keeping myself busy. If you're interested in true crime and you like makeup, I would say subscribe or just keep watching or not, you know, whatever, it's fine. Okay, so today's look. I know I've been doing a lot of stories that are out of, they're like not well-known, high-profile stories, but I'll sprinkle some in, okay? I hear you. I see you want more. I like the smaller, like lesser talked about stories because they're just, I don't know. So I have some high-profile stories coming up, but today I wanted to talk about Soap. Yeah, Soap. You know her. You've used her. She's been around for quite some time. And that's what today's story is about, Soap. Am I being weird? I feel like I'm being weird. I had a Red Bull and 2 Diet Cokes. And Diet Coke has caffeine in it. And I didn't know Diet Coke had caffeine in it until recently. So I do kind of feel like I'm tweaking. Okay, murder. Okay, so today's story has to do with soap. I know, soap. Our story starts with a younger woman. Her name is Amelia, and she lived in Montello, Italy. It's the late 1800s, and let me tell you, okay, look, it's a wild time in Italy. Everyone was very conservative, extremely Catholic, traditional, and judgmental, to say the least. You get married when you're young, have babies, then you die. That was the woman's role. Yay. It's so fun. Amelia is born into this. So there was a man who lived in the same area as Amelia, and his name was Mariano. And this guy, he was not a nice man. Oh no, he was not. He was actually disturbing. He ends up raping Amelia, and then she became pregnant by that rape. I'm whispering because Daddy YouTube does not like that word, and maybe he won't hear me. But it's like, that's what it's called. Anyways, it's the 1890s, and the belief is that if you're pregnant and you are unwed, you better marry that man before anyone catches you pregnant out of wedlock. You don't want to be seen pregnant without a husband. That would bring great shame to that person, and also the family name, which is a big no-no. You don't want to get shunned from your family. That's all you had. Shit, had nothing else going on. It's safe to say that Amelia, she did not want to marry this guy. Fuck no, right? But her parents made her marry him. Poor thing. I was thinking about this, and I was like, it was probably like a common thing, huh? Like, fuck. So Amelia gave birth to her baby, Leonarda, in April of 1893. Now, it was said that once Leonarda was born, her mother, Amelia, didn't exactly bond with her baby. I think for reasons that maybe we can obviously kind of figure out here, okay? But sources go as far to say that Amelia actually despised her daughter. I mean, to her, it was a reminder of the trauma she had experienced and the fact that she had to marry the dude who, like, you know, she was resentful, which is understandable. I get it. But really sad for the baby, Leonarda, because she was completely neglected. It was said that Leonarda, she grew up just starving for love, you know? Love and attention, and she just never got it. It's safe to say that it's just all around bad news here, because Leonarda as well did not have a great upbringing. Well, when Leonarda becomes a teenager, you know, teenagers, hormones are whooshing and washing, and she's like trying to explore her sexuality a little bit. So she's like getting a taste of different men out there. And she said that she preferred, you know, much older men, silver foxes, silver daddies. And yeah, so she's just getting a feel for all the guys out there. And she's sick of hearing from her mother, Amelia, who is pushing her to marry someone who has money. She's like, you need to marry someone up. You need to marry someone with money. That's all that matters.
Yes!
I mean, obviously, financial gain is there.
Pancake.
But it would also just raise the family's like status quo and just give the family and Leonarda just security, so they can live life and not worry every moment, you know? They're pushing her to marry up a rich guy. Living during this time must have just been really not great, not ideal. It's been really boring, honestly. Being told what to do, you can't do anything, then you have to get raped, and it's just like, then you just have to push out babies all the time, and then you get called a witch, and it's like, oh, fuck. Must have sucked. Well, when Leonarda turns 21, she falls in love with a much older man, and his name was Raphael. He worked as a clerk, and he unfortunately didn't have a lot of money to his name. So when Leonarda's parents found out, they were obviously pissed. Unfortunately for them, Raphael was just a humble clerk who didn't make a lot of money. But Leonarda, she stood her ground no matter what her parents said, and she was gonna marry this man no matter what. Obviously, this made Amelia, her mother, very, very upset, to the point that she actually put a curse on Leonarda, which to you and I doesn't sound that scary, right? Like, oh, you cursed me, darn it. Back then, during this time, look, if you were cursed, if somebody put a curse on you, that was it.
Violet, she's everything to me. She just turned 8, and wow.
It was over for you. I mean, this was serious, okay? Italians were literally cursing each other with actual witchcraft, like, pretty often. It was wild. Everyone's cursed.
Calm
and they
down.
took it very seriously, okay?
Calm down, Italians.
Okay? Can you believe me?
You need to relax
so,
a
lots
bit.
of casual witchcraft happening
Ease
over
up.
there. But, like, what else are you
Goodness.
gonna do in the early 1900s? There isn't much else, right? Good for you. Good for you. Do your witchcraft. Yeah. So despite her mother's objections and the fact that she put a curse on her life, hopes, and dreams, Leonarda didn't care, okay? She went ahead and married Raphael. And for a while, I mean, her only goal was to have a family, provide a home, and lots of like love to children, and just to be a different mother than her own mother. That was like what Leonarda wanted to do. Probably really the only goal, really. Well, after the two got married, they went on to try and start a family, have some children. But sadly, like, things did not come easily for Miss Leonarda. She became pregnant on 17 different occasions. Yes, I said 17. Now, only 4 of Leonarda's children survived. She had several miscarriages, stillbirths, and many dying after their birth. So poor thing was going through it. So it's fair to say Leonarda truly believes there's a curse on her. Do you blame her? Absolutely not. I'd be like, yep, cursed. Damn it. Shit. So with limited options, Leonarda, she decided to go seek some guidance from a fortune teller. Now back then, fortune tellers were big in smaller parts of Italy where people believed in the occult, like did the practicing of it. But when she goes to see a fortune teller, it's sad because like this person does not make her feel any better about her future. This fortune teller tells Leonarda that she will live to, quote, see all of her children die, end quote. Just like, great, cool, okay, thanks. So this is leaving her, again, feeling that the curse is real, and also she's just feeling very uneasy and high with anxiety, as many of us probably would be. But she continues to go see this fortune teller, and also different fortune tellers as well, and palm readers and stuff like that. And the news like doesn't get better for her. A palm reader looked her dead in the eye and said, on one hand, I'm seeing you'll end up in prison, and on the other hand, it's showing that you're gonna end up in a criminal asylum. That's what your palms are telling me. Thank you for your time. Yeah, so again, Leonarda just seems to keep getting bad news. Look, I hope they offer a discount if it's only bad news. They should, right? I mean, sure. Give them a break. So it's at this point that Leonarda kind of just, like something goes off mentally. Everything seems to shift for her. She was now just fixating on making sure that like her children were going to stay alive. Again, I don't really blame her, right? Now, out of her children, she did have a favorite, and she made it very clear. Her favorite child was her oldest son, Giuseppe. It's the oldest son. I mean, it's always the oldest son, right? Well, the curse strikes again. I'm not even kidding. There's a big earthquake. It hits her town, massive earthquake. Now, this earthquake kills more than like 1,000 people and destroys a ton of different buildings. It's just really, it was big. Leonarda and her husband's home collapsed. So they now were looking to move. They had to move. So they went to live in Correggio. So they went to live in Correggio. Yeah. So the curse, again, might be legit. I'm gonna do a bunch of glitter. Yeah, let's just do this. So the two, they pick up, they move. And then once they get settled into their new place, the marriage between Leonarda and Raphael, at this point they've been together for 16 years, just completely fell apart. The two ended up deciding to separate. Well, to be fair, like I don't think she actually decided to separate because they separated because he was in jail. That curse. That freaking curse, man. Damn that curse. I was here making fun of it, but you know what, Leonarda? I forgot. Yeah, I guess like Raphael wasn't really that great of a guy. It got to a point where he was just drunk, like all of the time. And then on top of that, he got caught for embezzling money. So, and it was from his job. So he was fired, he was charged with fraud, and then he was sent to prison. Now, it's kind of weird. Like, nobody really knows what happened to Raphael after the marriage. Like, this is just what's been said, because record keeping back then was not good, was not great. So nobody can really confirm or deny, like, did he go to prison? Or, like, maybe did he just disappear? Because after we get through today's story, it got me thinking, like, she might've.
Listen, if you've been in a car accident, don't call an attorney. Use this AI app instead. That's what I did, and that...
She might've. The curse... Her husband being a total shithead, the earthquake, kids dying, I mean, just everything. Now this seemed to be like the breaking point for Miss Leonarda. I mean, how much could one person take? Leonarda was not going to let any of this ruin her life. So Leonarda decides that she's going to make a new life for herself. And she did what most women do after a divorce or just like an overall hard life. She started making her own soap. Good for her. Good for her. Hobbies are great. I need some. So Leonarda, she ended up moving into like the a third. My hand is up here because I'm thinking of a tall building. Because Leonarda ends up moving into like onto the third floor of a building, and it was like right next to a canal. And out of her building, she would sell herbs, baked goods, soaps, and she was like very popular amongst the locals. They all knew her. It just sounds so cute, right? The people in town would describe her as, quote, the plump, middle-aged woman with salt and pepper hair. She had a reputation for dealing with the occult, and residents often asked her to reveal their future. She's a woman of many trades. I had to wipe that off, so just go with me on this. It's gonna come together, I think. So, yes, she was known in the town. People liked her, I think. Doesn't this give you Julia Tofana vibes? I know, I was thinking the same thing. I was like, oh my god, were they like around the same time? Aqua Tofana. She's like kind of going towards that way, right? If you have no idea what I'm talking about, I'm so sorry, you're missing out. And let me tell you, Leonarda, she was real busy because this was like the late 1930s and everyone was feeling very unsure about like what the future held. So now we're entering into another chapter of Italian history. It's the rise of the dictator Mussolini and World War II. Both not great for Italy, just in case you didn't know. People were literally starving to death during this time. There was a lot of food shortages that were going on, and it was said to be just really rough. And the town that Leonarda lived in, it seemed to be hit really hard because there were numerous reports of people constantly leaving town to find better opportunities and honestly just food elsewhere. So the town that they were currently in just was not on the up and up. Leonarda, though, she was still going through it with her curse. Leonarda found out that her favorite son was going to war. It was her worst nightmare. She was spiraling after this. I mean, again, it's just, this is what the fortune teller told her, like she's gonna see her kid dying, or she's gonna lose her son, the war, you know? So she's freaking out. Really even though Leonarda was having her own meltdown, she was still like considered the pillar in her community because everyone, again, was like struggling, unsure about their own future. And Leonarda was there to kind of always have answers for everybody. Over time, she started to also evolve and she kind of turned into a little matchmaker. Like she knew everybody in the town and hello, she can easily match people up. Love that. Yeah, she did it all. So with that being said, it only made sense when one day in 1939, a friend of Leonarda's, her name was Rabidi, she came over to her house and was looking for some help. Leonarda's friend came from very humble beginnings. She was said to be uneducated, but most importantly, unmarried. Right? You cannot be unmarried. And Rabidi told Leonarda that, you know, she's about to turn 50 and she didn't want to spend the rest of her life alone. So her friend offers her money. She's like, look, I will give you my life savings if you set me up with somebody. And she wanted this more than anything. And even Leonarda would say that she could see like how bad her friend wanted this. And she agrees to help her out. For a fee, of course. She's not gonna do it for free. She's like, how much? 30,000 liar? Okay. Leonarda has a quick turnaround. And she tells her friend, look, I got the perfect guy for you. First of all, he lives in another town. Step one, great. I guess he lived in southern Italy. So she's like, you would have to move, but, you know, he's great. He has money. And Rabidi was like excited about that. She did not mind having to relocate for... I mean, everyone was leaving the town, so it was like no big deal that she too would have to move. She's like, okay, great. Second, Rabidi needs to write letters to her family and friends and tell them that she was super happy, like living her best life, before she left to meet her new boo. Kind of weird, right? Leonarda tells her like, oh, don't worry about it. I'll send the letters for you, but you have to write them now. But she's like, okay, pause. Pre-writing letters? Come on. We've done some murder mysteries, remember? writing letters. But I guess it didn't weird her out. She didn't think anything of it. Again, this is a different time. Who knows what they were thinking? Maybe she just trusted Leonardo because it's her friend. I mean, sure, I'll write some letters, whatever. You're gonna get me a man? Great. Well, on December 17th, 1939, Rabidi took Leonardo's advice and she left her with letters, and then she left town. And no one had ever heard from her again. You know, maybe she got lost. Or maybe something else happened. Once again, Leonarda, she became the talk of the town. And she was now the go-to person for fortune readings and matchmaking. Plus, she also was like a job recruiter. Again, whatever you needed, she had you covered. This lady just, you know, good for her. So the following year, a widower named Francesca comes to see Miss Leonarda. And she's feeling kind of desperate. Now, this time, though, she wasn't looking for a man. She was actually looking for help finding a job. Francesca made most of her money in childcare, and the war was just like devastating her business. So Leonarda once again pulls out her connects and tells her, like, I got you, girl, don't worry. I got you. So she tells Francesca that she found the perfect job as a headmistress of a fancy boarding school in a town nearby. Francesca's like, oh my god, yay! You know, like, oh my god, thank you. Aw, thank you. Leonarda gives her the same set of like weird rules. You need to give me some money. You need to write your family some letters. Don't tell anyone any details of where you're going. And that she basically, once she's done writing those letters, she has to leave right away. What's a rush? I don't know. So she convinces Francesca to leave her, like, all of her furniture. So Leonarda can, like, sell it for her, and then she would send the profits back to Francesca in the mail. I mean, that Leonarda, she's just so selfless. Well, Francesca, she does what she's supposed to, and on September 5th, 1940, Francesca, she leaves her home, and
Little Red Riding Hood. Let's start the story a different way. It was dark inside the wolf.
never heard from again. Yeah, vanished. Poof. Two women from the same town, coming from like the same home. Well, Francesca's family, they were very worried about her, okay? They even stopped by Leonarda's to ask, like, if she had heard from her. And it was very unlike Francesca to not communicate with the family what she's doing, what's going on, blah, blah, blah. So this was a little weird. Leonarda, though, she reassures them that everything is fine. She's probably just busy with work. I mean, she got this new job. She's probably busy. So Leonarda gifts the family some of her homemade soaps as like feel better gifts and sends the family on their way. Just a few months later, again, someone else out of a job because of the war shows up at Leonarda's door. Now her name was Virginia and she was 53 years old and an opera singer. And wouldn't you know it, I mean, just like that, Leonarda had the perfect job for her. She's like, oh my God, this is crazy. I have the perfect job for you. Come on in. Anyway, Leonarda would find this out-of-work opera singer a job working as a secretary for a theatrical producer in Florence. Now, it would cost her like 50,000 lire. It would cost her some money. And also, she wanted some precious gems. Which I personally love that. Precious gems. It just sounds so magical. So Virginia agrees to the money and the gems, and then Leonarda tells her the rules, just like as the ones previously. And this time her instructions were even like a little bit more strict than the other girls. She told Virginia that she had to tell absolutely no one any details about the job or when she was leaving. So Leonarda is telling Virginia that she needs to hurry up, write the letters, leave them on the table, like she needed to hurry up because somebody could quickly scoop up that job. So she needed to get moving ASAP. And on November 30th, 1940, Virginia does exactly that. And just like the others, she's never heard from again. This time, though, things went a little differently. People weren't just going to ignore Virginia's disappearance, because little did Leonarda know that there was an actual eyewitness who saw Virginia's last whereabouts. And it wasn't at a theater in Florence. It was at Leonarda's front door. Ooh, okay. Virginia's relatives, they go straight to the police once they notice that she's been gone for a while. Okay, and they tell the police that the last place she had been seen was going to Leonarda's house. So that's when the police are really starting to put the pieces together, and they're like, hey, it's kind of weird that like all three of these women were known to visit Leonarda and just so happened to disappear. So they go ahead, police go down and interview Leonarda, but like they didn't even think she did anything. Okay, to everyone, including the police, she was just like an eccentric middle-aged woman, and you know, you could go to her and she'd tell you your fortune, give you some soaps and herbs, and like, you know, nothing to see there. And as soon as police arrived at Leonarda's house, it was said that she was just so charming. She offered them some coffee to come on in, have a seat. She was just a great hostess. They talked about her ex-husband, and she raved about her beloved son, Giuseppe, and how devastated she was that he was off fighting the war. It was actually believed that her son Giuseppe was the one who was like behind the disappearances. That's what police originally thought. I'm very handsy today. So, yeah. No signs were pointing to Leonarda herself. Now, just like a lot of these stories during wartime, some of the details aren't exactly known, but what we do know is Leonarda ends up at the police station for questioning. Now, either the police brought in her son for questioning and then Leonarda panicked and like headed over there. I read an article that said that, or she went down there herself. Either way, it doesn't matter, because what we do know is that she was questioned by police. And the second they questioned her on the disappearance of these three women, Leonarda confessed instantly to her crimes. Yeah, she didn't even like kind of resist or anything. She was like, yep, me. I think because she truly believed in her reasoning. You know, like, I'm not sure. I'm always trying to figure these people out. And it's just like, you're not going to figure them out. You're just not, Bailey. Let it go. That's why I'm here, though. Anyways, the three women were missing. Leonarda tells the police, yeah, like, those three women aren't missing. They're actually dead. Leonarda had murdered them all. Brutally. And again, she had a reason to justify this, so she believed. When the troubles of war started and Giuseppe was sent to fight, Leonarda, she wanted to make sure, or she wanted to find a way to ensure that her son would be protected. She remembered something she had read in an occult book, and it said, quote, that one paid for a life with another life. I mean, to her, I guess it was clear as day, like this was it. This was what she had to do. Leonarda had to take a life so her kids didn't lose their lives. It was like a sacrifice. And unfortunately, poor Rabidi was the first life she chose to take. So on December 17th, 1939, again, Rabidi stops by Leonarda's place to say goodbye before she goes to meet her new man. She's got her bags packed, and she's got her family letters, and she's like just all ready to go. She only meant to stop by Leonarda's place, but Leonarda is like, oh my god, you should like stay for a little bit, you know, we should celebrate this new chapter in your life. So she pulls out a bottle of wine, pours Rabidi a glass, and after a few sips, Rabidi fully passes out.
1, 2, 3, 4, gooey, gooey, more is more. Ready to beautify your slime? More texture, more boost, more sparkle, more you. So squishy, so fine, so many to find. Gooey, gooey, each sold separately.
New crafted flats from Pizza Hut are just $5 each till 5 p.m. Choose from 5 handcrafted recipes you won't want to share.
Leonarda had drugged her. Next, Leonarda said that she picks up like a huge, sharp axe and hacks her unconscious body to death. She then pulled Rabidi into a dark room where no one could see what she was doing. And that's when she decides, like, well, she's like, I have to find a way to get rid of his body. So her first thought is like, okay, let me go get a bone saw. Yeah. So she picks up a bone saw and cuts off poor Rabidi's legs right at the knee. And then Leonardo placed a basin under the legs so the blood could like drain out. And then once it's all drained, Leonardo puts the blood bucket aside, and then next she lays Rabiti's body down, face up, and gets to work dismembering it with the bone saw, with her face like staring right at her. Leonardo did not care if that face was looking right at her. She picks up her bone knife and then cuts the body up into 9 pieces. She then headed right on over to a kettle, and she decides to get like a boil going. She drops in the first set of Rabiti's body parts, the hands and the legs, one by one, and then adds caustic soda, which is a chemical that breaks down fat and grease to break down the body parts. Science. She like stirs this kettle until the body parts turn into a thick, dark mush, and as soon as it's the right consistency, she pours the mush into a bucket and then walks over to the septic tank and pours it down. I'm giving you her whole recipe. Secret recipe. She then walks over to the basin of blood. The blood had been sitting there for a while she's been cooking, so it's all thick, cold, and coagulated, which I guess was perfect for what Leonardo wanted to do next. So she picks up the thick, like sticky globs of blood and then spreads it across a baking sheet. Then she like preheats the oven at about 350 degrees for about 14 minutes. Sprinkle on it. I'm just kidding. I don't know if she did that, but she did bake the blood until it was completely dried out. And then after that, she would like ground that into a blood powder, and then she got to work baking with it. She would combine the blood powder with flour, sugar, butter, milk, and all like the usual baking ingredients. Anyway, from Rabiti's powdered blood, Leonardo bakes delicious tea cakes. It's like, I know, interesting how she knows how to do all these things. Like the whole like dismembering a body but you know, she must have read many leather-bound books. I mean, to make matters worse, it was said that Leonardo, she even like served these cakes to her friends in town, and that she even ate some of them herself. But most importantly, she sent some to her son, Giuseppe, to share with his friends at war. Thanks. Yeah, she really did serve the human cake to her son, her favorite son. Well, Leonardo had convinced herself if Giuseppe ate the human cake and lived, then she did the right thing by following the occult Save Your Son guide. Leonardo said Giuseppe wrote to her, which further proved that he was safe from the war, and thanked her for the treats. And this is when she knew she was right. That book was right. The key was a life for a life. This is like, she's like, confirmed. But like I had mentioned earlier, Italy was in a state of crisis in World War II. I mean, everyone was tense, and Leonardo wasn't an exception. So then Leonardo tells the investigators Francesca's story, which was very similar to Rabiti's. Francesca had stopped by Leonardo's house on her way out. She invited her into her home, drugged her wine, and then killed her with an axe while she was unconscious. Same thing, she did that same process. She drained the blood, dismembered the body, and had the same plan as before, and turned her blood into tasty little tea cakes. And again, no surprise, she did the same thing with Virginia. But she noted, Leonardo noted, that the way the fat broke down in the cooking process, she referred to Virginia as creamy, which is, yeah. And when she baked Virginia's blood into the cakes, she apparently said Virginia was a, quote, very sweet woman. Yes. Did she really have to comment on the taste? She sure did, and she did. She was like, yeah, very sweet. LOL. This time, though, when she cooks down Virginia's body parts in the kettle, she adds like extra ingredients, chemicals, sprinkles in a bit of parfum, cologne, and lets the mixture cool down. And she turns her creamy ass body into soap bars. Bars of soap. Ugh. Do you remember when she gifted soap? So I had a moment where I thought, like, okay, Leonardo, she knew she was going to kill these women. Maybe in her own, like, sick, twisted way, she thought she might as well make some money off of their bodies to survive, which is why maybe she turned them into soap. But that kind of goes against what I just said earlier, because she gifted Yeah, some people with soaps. I think it was just a straight sacrifice. I think she knew exactly what she was doing. I don't know. Most of the soap made out of her friends was just given away. So, I don't know why, but it feels like such a specific thing that only like female serial killers would do. No, it kind of reminds me of Fight Club. Yeah, but this lady was real life, so it's a little bit more fucked up. I mean, when you think about it, Leonarda hid her crime in an everyday product that you would never even think twice about. Leonarda seemed to have some good intentions in handing out these soaps for free. I mean, during this time, just like the food, there was also a soap shortage at the time, so people needed it. I'm just like, why? What I'm getting at is like people weren't asking questions about where their free soap was coming from, especially if it was coming from someone well known and liked in the town as Leonarda. I mean, I don't really ask where my soap comes from, so who, yeah. And honestly, if Virginia's family didn't see her at Leonarda's house, she probably would have gotten away with it for a little longer. Who knows? Maybe even like forever. Well, in 1940, Leonarda was charged and waited in prison for her trial. And this was really bad timing, very bad timing, because Leonarda had to wait for World War II to play out before she could like go to trial. So she ends up sitting there for 6 years in an Italian prison. But when Leonarda finally stood trial 6 years later in 1946, it was said that she was oddly calm. Like, really calm. She even told the authorities with pride, quote, "I gave the copper ladle, which I used to skim the fat off the kettles, to my country, which was so badly in need of metal during the last days of the war." End quote. And they're like, all right, thank you for your donation. Thank you. All right. Yeah, so she donated the metal because they needed it. She's like, see? I'm a good person. And then when she finally went to trial, she had spent 6 years in prison. You know what she did? She'd been working on a 700-page handwritten confession.
Life is more legal than you think, and LegalZoom is here to help. Whether it's
of all of her crimes, and it was called, quote, Confessions of an Embittered Soul. I'm trying to find it at the library. I probably can download it. So right away when Leonarda plopped down that 700-page confession, people are like, oh my God, there's no way you did this. I mean, Leonarda wasn't very literate, and she also didn't have a lot of education. So sitting down to write a passionate confession, let alone 700 pages, seemed really ridiculous. And many believe that she didn't do it. But I don't know, you guys. I mean, again, you're in prison. What are you doing for 6 years? Staring at a wall? No, you're probably going to learn to read and write. Just saying. I don't know. Just saying. Many scholars believe that there's no way in hell she wrote this confession, that maybe she had help from somebody else, or like somebody wrote it for her. Like her son. They really wanted it to be the son. And maybe it was, but like, I don't know. I don't think so. I think it was Leonarda. Maybe they just couldn't accept it or something. Either way, many of the very specific details of the case that we know today are actually from her confession. And one thing most agreed on is that the confession from Leonarda definitely helped her get a psychiatric diagnosis, aka she was able to avoid the death penalty. Leonarda was sentenced to 3 years in an asylum and 30 years in prison. In the end, in 1970, at the age of 77, Leonarda had a stroke and died in prison. No one knows what happened to her kids. And Leonarda's reputation lived on in many different ways. In 1977, an Italian filmmaker turned her story into a movie. There was also a play called Love and Magic, which is an interesting title, actually. Also, the tools that Leonarda used in her murders, I am not kidding, like the axe and the pots, are actually preserved at the Criminology Museum in Rome. Road trip? I'm down. I would go see it if I was in Rome. I'm sorry, I would. Just out of curiosity.
I did that backwards.
Because to me, the story sounds so fake. So it's like if you actually physically could see the thing that she used, it'd be like, whoa, that shit's real, you know? Like sometimes these stories are so crazy, I'm like, is this fucking real? Is this real? Like she really did that, huh? I don't know, some people have mixed feelings about Leonarda. Like she's not really a murderer or a serial killer because she was doing it as a sacrifice to save her sons. And some believe like, this is different between being a psycho killer and someone who wants to, you know, save her sons. But at the end of the day, she killed people. Okay? So, yeah. And that, my friends, is the story of Leonarda Cianciulli. What's her name? Like the soap bar killer? I'm sure it's something like that, right? I forgot. Anyways, I would love to hear your guys' thoughts down below. Let me know who you want me to talk about next week. I will be doing more high-profile stories. I know. I see you guys in the comment section asking. And yes, they're coming. But other than that, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. You make good choices. Please be safe out there. And I will be seeing you guys later. Bye. Don't trust your bar soap. Hi friends, how are you today? My name is Bailey Sarian, and today is Monday, which means it's Murder, Mystery, and Makeup Monday. If you are new here, hi, my name is Bailey Sarian, and on Mondays I like to sit down and talk about a true crime story that's been heavy on my noggin, and I do my makeup at the same time. If you're interested in true crime and you like makeup, I would highly suggest you subscribe, because I'm here for you on Mondays. If you're ever curious as to what products I'm using, I do list them down in the description box down below. But other than that, I will shut out and get into today's story. Today's story is annoying because it's just annoying, okay? Listen, in today's story, we're headed back out into the Midwest, okay? And we're gonna go on over to the bustling Oklahoma City in Oklahoma. That's right, yay, round of applause. Oklahoma does not play around. Their justice system is psychotic, to say the least. But anyways, back to Oklahoma City. So in Oklahoma City, there's like a small church community, which is situated out in like a foresty area just outside the city. And this town, small little suburb town, they were about to receive quite the shock. Now, all these people that lived in this town were very wealthy, comfortable, drove nice cars. Bad things didn't happen there, you know? So, when something did go down, the whole town was gib-gabbing away, as they do, right? I should probably do my makeup. Now, one of the most valued members of this suburb area was a man named Rob Andrew, who worked as the local church deacon. Or he was like a member of the church and was a church deacon. So we are starting today's story by zooming in on the night of November 20th, 2001. On this night, Rob Andrew was driving to his wife's house after work. He and his wife, Brenda, they were separated at the time, and Rob was like living in his own little apartment, but they were not divorced. So you know that's probably going well. So on this night, Rob was coming over to get his and Brenda's 2 children because it was Thanksgiving weekend and it was his turn to like spend some time with the kids. And he was like really excited about it. Rob loved Brenda the whole ton, and he really wanted the family together for the holiday. But because that can't really happen, he's just excited he gets to see his kids and have a nice weekend with them. So while Rob is driving to the family home, he's actually on his cell phone talking to one of his like really good friends. And he's telling his friend how excited he is to have his kids for the holiday weekend. And he's talking to him the whole way that he's driving to the house, right? So then Rob arrives to the family home, right? And he sees that the garage is open and Brenda is right there. So he's like, oh, okay, whatever. Like he expected to see the kids with Brenda, you know, do the whole exchange, all that stuff. But instead, when he pulled into the garage, it's just Brenda. She was standing alone, and she was standing right next to like the family van. So Rob is again on the phone with his friend. He pulls into the garage and he tells his friend like, hey, I just got to the house. I'll call you right back, okay? Talk to you later, bye. So Rob gets out and he gets into the garage, and before he can even like ask a question, Brenda is like, hey, the furnace has been out. It's cold. Can you help me fix the furnace? Apparently the pilot light had gone out earlier in the day and the house hadn't had any heat since, which would have really sucked because I guess it's really cold in Oklahoma in November. Never been? I hear that's true. Okay, so Rob, you know, gets out of the car, goes into the garage, is helping Brenda with this pilot light or whatever. So when he goes in, the garage door was still open behind them. So Rob is like crouched down. He's trying to examine the heater, and he was barely taking a look inside. And then something almost unbelievable happened. Just moments after Rob had arrived, 2 gunmen show up at Brenda's home. Both of them had guns in hand, and both of them just opened fire. Just that's how I imagine it. Just out of nowhere. They were masked, so they couldn't see who they were. But Rob really couldn't see who they were because his back was facing the open garage. So, guns blazing. Rob was shot twice in the chest, and Brenda was shot in the upper arm. Minutes later, Brenda, she was able to call the police, and she tells them that both she and her husband had been shot by 2 masked men right inside their own garage. So police show up to the scene, and they assumed, like once they got there, that they would see evidence of a robbery or be able to determine some kind of motive, especially because this area, again, was like, I would say well-off people, nice houses, nice cars. Everyone who lived in this neighborhood had great jobs, you know? So, like, naturally, police are thinking, okay, this has got to be a robbery. Yeah. So, Brenda, she wasn't able to give the police any more details, especially over the phone, because she herself had been in shock when they were just attacked. Brenda just kept repeating over and over again that these men shot her and her husband. I mean, she was spooked. I mean, if I'd been shot and my partner had been shot, you know, you don't blame her. Unfortunately, police were never able to get Rob's side of the story because by the time police arrived to the scene, he was already dead. While there, police didn't find any evidence that would support their robbery theory, and they noticed nothing was taken from the garage. Rob, he still had his wallet in his pocket, which, if it's a robbery, they would take the wallet. Both cars were still there, and Brenda told the police that both of the gunmen, they ran off after they shot and attacked them, which told police officers that these attackers, they did not come for anything inside the house. So, what the fuck, you know? Who is out to get them? The more police looked at the scene, the only possible conclusion based off of what they found was that Rob and Brenda had been targets of an execution-style killing. Scary. Now, the only question that was, like, still needing an answer was, why? For many people, this was a really disturbing conclusion, that in the safe neighborhood, you know, Rob had been basically executed in his family's home. I mean, what kind of enemies did this guy have, right? What kind of secrets? So, it's time to dig into who Rob Andrew was. Now, by looking at Rob Andrew's, like, backstory and everything, you could really say that, like, he had it all. He was extremely successful. He had a great high-paying job. And when he settled into Oklahoma with his family, he had just taken an executive position at an advertising firm, which I hear makes, like, you know, great money. Hard job, allegedly. I don't know. I'm not sure. So, I mean, he's making great money. He was extremely well-liked and respected at work and in his community, which, you know, everyone loved him. He was even a deacon at his local church. Every Monday, well, he was at church every Sunday, and then every Monday, they would have, like, a men's meeting at, like, 6 in the morning, and Rob was there every Monday morning, and he would have one-on-one sessions with different group members and just talking through some of their personal struggles, and he was just very well respected. But by far, I mean, Rob's pride and joy was his family, of course. Rob said that he fell in love with Brenda early on in their relationship. And when they first started dating, she was a senior in high school and he was a freshman in college. Brenda knew Rob's brother, his name was Tom, and she would ask about Rob every time she saw Tom at the local pool. It didn't take long for Tom to tell his brother, you know, like, hey, this girl thinks you're hot. And then he's like, what? And then next thing you know, the rest is history. That's how it goes. What? You think I'm hot? Okay. Love. Ain't it fun? So the two started dating in 1982 and would end up marrying in the 1984. And like I said, Rob was just smitten. And so was Brenda, I think. I don't know. She's a weird one. This isn't super related to the story, but like when the couple had their first kid, a daughter, a little fun fact, Rob named her Tricity. Her name's Tricity because, I shit you not, he thought that if she ever ran for political office, her slogan would be electricity. You get it? Electricity. And he was thinking ahead, you know? Not related to the story, but it was a fun detail that I was like, that's different. Thought that through. Like that. Fun. Got it. And all around, everyone just thought Rob was this pretty happy guy. Great guy. Many would say that Rob, by all accounts, was like a very joyous dude who loved his wife and his family. And many would describe him as like their source of strength. This guy was just someone that a lot of people really admired in their community. So when looking into his background, you're like, okay, so who hates him? You know, what about Brenda? Well, pretty much the same story with Brenda. She was born in like 1963, and she grew up pretty similar to Rob, a very religious household with a strict focus on schooling that she actually like really excelled at. She was very smart, straight A student. She belonged to like numerous clubs around campus and high school. She attended football games. She was a member of the baton twirling team. Oh, batons. Oh, I love that. She was one of those girls. Boom. And people would really describe Brenda as prim, proper, polite, all the P's, and most importantly, very well dressed. Now, growing up in school, Brenda wasn't very popular, and she was known for being very reserved and quiet, not an outgoing person. She did not go to parties, she didn't smoke, she didn't drink, she didn't do anything. She was always studying or helping someone else study, which, you know, great. I don't know, well, great, she sounds cool, right? But in school, when you're the person with no friends who's studying all the time, you're considered not cool. You know, the adolescent years that don't make any damn sense, but she was not cool. She was an outsider. She was a nerd. And she was super shy and quiet. So with all this backstory, it's kind of hard to pick out like where either of these people would have made enemies. Brenda was like the model housewife, and Rob was considered like a pillar in the church. They're what many people thought of when they thought of like a wholesome American family, you know? Successful man, a groomed and proper woman, and then their lovely kids. It was just perfection. But we know how that goes, huh? People got secrets, man. They sure do. I get surprised every week when I do these. I'm like, wow, they got them secrets. For many people, though, living this perfect life and just being perfect, it can get boring. Just as the police were looking into Rob, they were also looking into his wife, his job, his associates. And since they were so plugged into their church and the community within the church, the police had like a huge group of people to draw testimony and evidence from, because they all like to talk. And as it turns out, there was plenty to learn. I love it. I don't love it, but like, I love when people talk and they say too much and you're like, tell me more. Well, as it turned out, I mean, there was plenty to learn. The church that Andrews, well, both of them had belonged to, they had been whispering, chatting about Brenda for quite some time, which is how the police found out that Brenda, she was having an affair. So this was not like new news to Rob. I guess he had been suspecting that she was having an affair for quite some time. Rob, he was a journaler. What's the word? He liked to keep a diary. Thank you. I love a person who keeps a diary. Same. Over the years, he wrote entries in his diary, noting each time that he found out Brenda was with another man. Now, apparently, this was a habit she got. Like after they'd been married, not even that long, I guess she just, I don't know what this bitch was thinking. So Rob was like moving around the country for work at a time, which often meant he and Brenda were not together every day. So at one point he had moved to Texas for a new job opportunity, and he had left Brenda behind in Oklahoma. Now eventually she would join him there, but this wasn't the only time that his job came before her. This happened often, where Brenda was the one who would have to give up job opportunities and friends so that they could move for Rob's job, you know, chasing his success. And after time, I mean, I guess, you know, that gets old for some. Fair, you know? And as time went on, I mean, Brenda really got over it. She was tired, okay? And when it came time for Rob to return to Oklahoma as an executive at an advertising firm, Brenda did not want to leave Texas. I couldn't find out how long she had stayed behind, but Rob left for Oklahoma in 1988, and it wasn't until December in 1990 that Brenda had their first child. So there was some space in there, which got me thinking, oh my God, I wonder if the baby was even Rob's. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever, it's not our business, but I was like, she got pregnant when, like, they weren't really together. So, now Rob would say, like in his diaries and stuff, that he didn't distrust her. He loved her to death. So he went on ahead and, like, let her do her thing. If she wanted to stay behind, he was like, do your thing, sweetie, I support you. I'm sure it wasn't that simple, but, like, Rob just wanted them to be together. But now that Rob was dead, the affairs of Brenda and Drew became prime evidence, and everyone had something to say about her. They sure did. You know, small town, Bible Belt, they're like, I heard Miss Brenda, she likes to eat chickens on a Tuesday. I don't know what they say, but they like to talk. And I like to listen. So anyways, after Brenda came back to Oklahoma, she quit working and started a life as a stay-at-home mother. And for a brief time, it seemed like Brenda might, like, settle into this role, which was, like, really exciting to Rob, to be a nuclear family, you know? And Brenda seemed like the type for it. Brenda wasn't the same when she came back to Oklahoma, though. Something was different. She wasn't the person that Rob had married, because she probably met someone in Texas, you know what I'm saying? So Brenda always talked about wanting to be like a stay-at-home mom and take care of the kids while the husband worked, that good old-fashioned American dream. But when she moved back to Oklahoma, she hired a nanny to watch the kids so she could, like, run some errands during the day. Which, fine, that's normal. But that nanny, her name was Jennifer, she remembered that Brenda would hire her for, like, the evening, you know? And then Brenda would, like, come downstairs and tell Jennifer that, you know, I just want to get some groceries, and I'll be right back. Thank you for watching the kids. But Jennifer, the babysitter, she was like, When Brenda would come down the stairs, she would be wearing full-on party girl attire.
No, it crashed.
Sequins tops, titties lifted, squished, glitter on them, hair big, full.
It crashed,
like,
and I was like, whatever.
Was like, there's no way she's going
I had to
the
finish more
grocery
bags
store
anyway.
looking like that. I mean, maybe she was. But was she? You know, come on. We're not dumb. We're not dumb. We're educated here on murder mystery and makeup. Brenda, we are not
I have holes
dumb.
to punch in another one anyway, but I have to finish
So
this
around
orange.
the time that Brenda started, like, dressing
Finish the
differently,
green one.
she also changed her hairstyle as well. And, you know, bored church women, they notice that her outfit style has changed. She's dressing a little bit more like a secure, confident woman who isn't afraid to show her bodily shape. Someone, you know. Anyways, but they were talking. They were like, I heard she dyed her hair red because one of the men she was sleeping with liked redheads. That's what I heard. Lots of theories going around. But it wasn't just when Rob was away, you know, Brenda was playing. Like, there was this one time where Rob wanted to bring Brenda along to some kind of business dinner. You know, the kind of, like, important executive people wearing suits and ties that you go to build relationships, cut deals, network, business people stuff. So he brings Brenda along. Now, Rob, an openly religious man, he makes no bones about his faith or devotion to it. So when he shows up with Brenda, who is looking like she's ready for a night at the Kitty Cat Club, Rob's business partners actually, like, told Rob she looks like a hoochie. Yes, like in front of her too. That's really rude. That's really rude. But when it comes to, like, business relationships, you gotta play the game right. So Kitty Cat, Brenda over here, showing up like she's going out for the night, just wasn't a good look. It wasn't a good reflection of this serious businessman. They're thinking, like, who's this girl, and is she gonna cause the business a problem? According to Rob's diaries, I mean, Even while the two were living together, Brenda would be out buying tons of lingerie, and she would purposely leave it out on like the bed for Rob to see, and this would like get his hopes up. Ooh, she got that from me. But she would never wear it for him. I guess, according to him, like she loved rubbing it in his face. And while I was like doing research for this and stuff, it was like, I don't understand why he put up with it for so long. But then again, like, I get it, because a lot of people do this in relationships. They just want to make it work. So maybe that's what he was doing. Because, okay, look, this is just
I feel
personal
attacked
opinion and not like
right now.
factual information I found. But like, it seemed like Brenda really liked to kind of taunt him with the cheating. Like he knew about it. It almost seems like it was kind of like his kink in a way. That's kind of what I was thinking. I mean, like, if someone is actively cheating on you and like leaving out
do what you
lingerie
can
and
to
like
keep it going.
hot stuff, but not wearing it for you, wouldn't you be
just
like,
tolerate
what the
way
fuck? I don't
too
know.
much for way
I don't
too
know.
long.
I was just thinking maybe it was his kink or something, because why would he put up with that? But then again, he is a man of the church and he has to do like, you know, what the church he doesn't want. I don't. He wants to be an example for the church, so I can understand that part. Taunting him? Mm-mm. Brenda was just a real big old bitch. Look, I'm sorry I said it, but she was. Which brings us to James Pavat? Hello, James. Who's James Pavat? Let me tell you. Okay, great. James Pavat was another member of the church community, and he even went to the same church as Brenda and Rob. And he was even a deacon, just like Rob. And then on the side, or I think his main job was like insurance policies and stuff, life insurance and whatnot. So when Rob wasn't around at the church, Brenda would often be found getting all cozy next to James. Brenda and James were quite comfortable with one another, so much so it made members of their church start feeling like something bigger was going on between them. You think? They were just a little, you know, they were too close. Many of them said that they were practically attached at the hip and would fawn over each other at church. And eventually it became so obvious to everybody that they were having an affair that members of the church asked both Brenda and James to step down from their positions as Sunday school teachers. Yeah, they were Sunday school teachers. Conflict of interest, I guess. I'm not sure the reasoning. Anyways, it was so well known how close the two of them had gotten that by the time police came asking questions to the church members, oh, they had plenty to say. They're like, my turn? Great. Yes, I've been waiting. So, on day one, I noticed... What's even more wild is that while Rob and Brenda were still married, Brenda, she took a vacation with James. Now this one like got me because I could not figure out what. Look, Brenda and James, they took a vacation together and Brenda brought the kids with them, Rob's kids. It's very bizarre. Literally, they took a family vacation and they have tons of pictures of all the whole family, not Rob, but James, the kids, and Brenda. Tons of pictures of them eating together, laughing. Oh, it looked like such a fun vacation. I mean, if you didn't know Brenda was married to Rob, you'd assume from the pictures that that was her husband and the kids they had. It's just weird. Like, I could not figure out, did Rob know? He had to know, right? I don't know. Bringing her kids into this? Now, we don't know how close Rob and James were, but what we do know is that the two of them took a hunting trip together. Kind of strange for people who don't know each other, huh? And on top of that, get this. James sold Rob a life insurance policy because that was his job, right? So Rob signs a life insurance policy with a payout of $800,000. Yeah. Now, while all of this was happening in their marriage, Rob did eventually become a bit more suspicious of Miss Brenda. On October 26, 2001, Rob made a phone call to the police. You see what had happened? He reported that he was backing out of the garage and he noticed that his brakes weren't working like they were supposed to. So he goes to a car mechanic, right? And they lift the car up and they see that the brake lines on his car were cut, which would have been a death sentence had he not found out until he was on the road. Allegedly, Rob was a pretty fast driver. He liked to go fast, and that probably would have killed him, you know? Now, Rob knew something was up because when he called the police to report that his brake lines were cut, he literally says on the 911 call that it seemed like someone was attempting to murder him. He says this on the call. He's like, that seems like attempted murder, right? Yes, Rob. Yes, it does. Now, I don't know why it, like, wasn't taken more seriously. Like, they didn't get, like, a full statement from him or anything. Like, why didn't police come out and, like, figure out who did this? Maybe Rob didn't want that to happen. Either way, I'm still on the phone. Hold on. I gotta go. Bye. Either way, he knew something was fishy.
Gotta hang up her fingers.
But it seems like he just didn't want to, like, call out his wife. He was loyal to her. It's really sad. Because she was not to him, allegedly. Now get this funky shit that happens next. So Rob's at the car shop, right? He's waiting for his brakes to be done. He gets a phone call from an anonymous caller. Now whoever's on the other end tells Rob that Brenda is in the hospital. She had a catastrophic car accident where she was involved in one, right? The caller said that she was in really bad condition. She was in bad shape. They didn't know how long she had and that he needed to get there right away. When you get a phone call like that, I mean, you're gonna start panicking. But for some reason, Rob, not for some reason, he knew something was going down, but he was really smart because I would have never thought to do this. Rob decided to call the hospital where the caller said Brenda was at. He hangs up, Brenda's in bad condition. He decides to call the hospital. And he's like, hey, I just got a phone call that, you know, my wife is there. I just want to make sure, blah, blah. The hospital tells Rob that there was no one there with that name. Ooh. Honestly, that was smart, right? I don't know if I would have done that. I would have just believed it and been like, oh my God, I have to get there right away. And like, go. But it was clear to Rob, whoever was making this phone call was obviously trying to scare him and make him get in his car to drive to this hospital, which was like 30 minutes away. And if he was speeding because, you know, he's got to get there and his brakes were cut, it would have been fatal. It would have probably led to his death. Now, this was a clear attempt to him that, you know, someone was out to get him. And this person wanted Rob to get into an accident. So this is when Rob really starts putting the pieces together. And he's like, well, who the hell would want to hurt me? Who would benefit from my death? You know, Rob could only think of two people, Brenda and James. Rob wasn't stupid. I mean, he found Brenda sleeping around before. Remember, his diary was full of instances of him finding Brenda alone with another man, or he would like hear from friends that they saw Brenda with another man one night when he wasn't there. You know, everyone had something to say. But Rob even knew. He knew. But it's so sad because even though he knew, he was still determined to make it work between him and Brenda, especially for the kids. He just wanted to be a happy family. And you look, at the end of the day, Rob was not going anywhere without his kids. He was not going to just leave them with Brenda and whatever shenanigans she was up to. Before Rob died, he figured out what was really going on with Brenda and James. And again, they were not quiet about it. And Rob tells Brenda, look, you have to break it off. And that's it. He just said, you have to break it off. That was his approach. No ultimatum. He was just like, look, you have to stop cheating. You have to break it off with that guy. And that was his approach on solving this marital disagreement. I can't say words. But many of Rob's friends and the church members would say that they never saw Rob ever get like mad at Brenda for any of this. They never saw him get mad at Brenda for much of anything. And even if he did, I mean, he hid it very, very well. So, yeah. So he's like, break up with him. You need to. You know, most ultimatums are like, break up with him or else. But there was no or else. It was just break up with him. Okay, thanks. Now, when he tells this to Brenda, I mean, of course, she's not interested in what he has to say. Whatever she saw in him when they first got married, when they were young and in love, I mean, that shit was gone. It was long gone now. She was like, okay, sweetie, sure. Like, why be married, Brenda? There was a friend of Rob's who had testified in court who said right before the situation went down, Brenda had asked Rob to stop saying, I love you. She asked him to stop saying that to her because it made her feel uncomfortable. A great sign of a happy marriage, I'd say. Instead of trying to patch things up with her husband, instead Brenda files for divorce. Yeah, I was like, okay, good. Stepping in the right place. I mean, that's good divorce. You should probably do that, you know? Well, I guess at this point, Rob is really thinking ahead. The first thing that's on his mind is that life insurance policy. Something is telling him, like, something's up, right? So Rob decides to change the insurance policy. He takes Brenda's name off of it and puts the policy under his brother's name. That way, no matter what happened to him, if anything, Rob's brother Tom would be able to use that money to take care of Rob's kids. Very responsible, very smart. Or at least, like, that's what he wanted to happen. You see, what had happened was that Rob had changed the beneficiary of his life insurance to his brother. But after he died, the payout was still set up to go to Brenda. How was that possible? Well, quite easy, actually. See, Brenda, she had a man on the inside. James, oh yeah, he sold Rob the policy to begin with. And if Brenda wanted to make sure that she was going to receive this payout from Rob's insurance, in case he died, all James would need is a forged signature from Rob to move the payout back to Brenda. Now this was the key piece of evidence the police were looking for. The police get the life insurance policy. They're examining it. They even consulted a handwriting expert who was able to identify a significant difference between Rob's signature on the documents, but also they look at documents over the past 10 years that Rob has signed to make sure and verify that these two are the same, right? We love that. Now, Rob would add like this, it's called an ichthys to his signature. So you know that Jesus fish? Wait, how's it go? Like that? You're watching Disney Channel. No, but his was an ichthys, so it's like a fish. It's a fish. It's a squiggle, if you don't know what I'm talking about. Anyways, Rob, he would put that little squiggle fish right under his signature every time he signed something. Sorry, this is kind of like... So he added this little swish. Now, Rob's signature on the insurance papers did not have the little swish. So the chances it was forgery skyrocketed for investigators. Hello. Now the pieces are beginning to come together for investigators, right? Except, as suspicious as Brenda was, I mean, she was shot too, wasn't she? Why was she shot? There's always a reason. Because you bitches are just messy. So while police were looking into the personal lives of Rob and Brenda Andrew, they were also poring over the garage where the two of them had been shot. Now, there were at least 3 gunshots, but police only found 2 bullet casings, one from a .22 caliber revolver and one from a shotgun. So there were 2 shooters. Now, they determined that the shotgun was what was used to kill Rob, and Brenda's injury was from the revolver. 2 different guns, at least 2 different shooters. That's what police are thinking. Brenda's version is that 2 masked men had showed up outside their garage, shot both her and Rob, right? Well, Brenda also said the 2 gunmen had done so from about 15 to 20 feet away. Makes sense, but police noticed some inconsistencies with her story. Brenda. I guess she had been wearing a blouse when she got shot, and she was covered in blood because she was shot in her arm. They, take in her blouse and do some investigation on it, and they find that there was not only blood, but also gunpowder on her blouse. What's that about, Brenda? Gunpowder. Now, when you shoot a gun, bang, it often sprays out like, okay, the bullet comes out, right? But oft the gunpowder also sprays out alongside the bullet. And when it leaves the barrel, gunpowder kind of comes out with it, right? So because of how much gunpowder they found on Brenda's sleeve, police figured that Brenda's estimate of 15 to 20 feet away was actually way off. They said that the gunpowder present on her clothes meant that the gun was more likely to have been fired at a distance of about 2 inches. That's close. Why am I doing this with my fingers? A lot of stress in my fingers when I tell these stories, because I'm like, what the fuck? So the killer, or killers, would have been like right on top of her. Very close. So, I mean, she should have gotten a good look at this person, right? She swore up and down she didn't know anything about the killers. But girl, 2 inches? Come on. Very interesting information, Brenda. Brenda. There was no evidence of either shooter except for the bullet casings, and we know nothing was stolen or anything like that, so police were pretty puzzled as to what these supposed shooters were here for and why they were, I don't know, seemingly so specific about where Brenda was shot. Well, the mystery around all this soon vanished because Brenda's next door neighbor, her name's Judy, love Judy, because she comes home from a vacation with her husband. And when she got home, she starts unpacking. I know, she's one of those people. I usually just leave it there for a while and circle back in about a month or two to unpack. But she's doing it right away, good for her. That's when she notices that the shoe rack in her closet was missing. And she's like, that's weird. I know I left it there. Later, Judy actually finds the broken shoe rack under her bed. She's like, what the fuck? You know, that's when she starts like checking around the house. And she's trying to figure out, like, was something stolen? Did someone break in? Whatever. So Judy, the neighbor, she goes up into the attic. These people are wild. They're doing all sorts of things I would never think to do. But she goes up into the attic, and that's where she finds some loose bullets, like full bullets. They were in her attic, and they were not hers. They're just rolling around on the floor. So she's like, what the fuck? And what kind of bullets, you ask? Well, wouldn't you know it? 22 caliber. Is it an S? Caliber? Whatever. So, bullets on the ground, 22 caliber. That's weird. There was no sign of forced entry, and nothing was stolen inside Judy the neighbor's house. But it was clear that somebody had broken in, which led police to suspect that whoever it was most likely had a key. Like, for example, maybe a trustworthy neighbor. And sure enough, Judy, the neighbor, she had given an, in case of an emergency, house key, to Brenda. Brenda, you dumbass bitch. Come on, Brenda. Bringing the neighbor's house involved into this, Brenda? Disappointed in your behavior. On top of that, police who were looking into James Pivot found that a week before Rob's death, he purchased none other than a 22 caliber revolver. You messy. All this in mind, the police focused their case on Brenda and James. They think that either James killed Rob and then shot Brenda to make it look like an attack, or he had somehow helped Brenda do it herself. Now, with the connection to Rob's life insurance and the recent purchase of the firearm, police were all but certain that he was involved. All they had to do now was bring both of them into the police department for questioning, which actually turned out to be more trickier than you might think. Okay, so remember, Rob was killed in the garage on November 20th, 2001. His funeral had taken place on the 26th, and police no doubt were looking to meet up with Brenda and James at the funeral just to ask them some questions, right? In fact, everyone who attended Rob's funeral was waiting for Brenda and her kids to show up, you know? I mean, how do you start a funeral without the dead man's wife and kids there, right? So they're just waiting. But they never showed up. They never showed up. Brenda never showed up to the funeral. So Brenda's family goes to police and they're like, we think Brenda's missing. Like, she didn't show up. There's no way she would skip her husband's funeral, especially with the kids. Like, there's no way. So now they've got a missing person on their case, right? Now, the sad part here is that Brenda's family truly believed that Brenda was 100% not involved. There's no way she could have been involved. There's no way. She's a kind person. She straight A, growing up so smart. She was a part of the church. She loved her kids. She loved her husband. They could not believe that their daughter would do this to somebody else. So Brenda's family actually goes on, I want to say TV, but it might not have been TV. But they made a statement saying that they believed Brenda was being held against her will. And they were like, Brenda, if you're out there, please, like, just let her come home. We miss her. And, like, crying out to her because they thought that this James guy most likely had kidnapped her and the kids. It's pretty brutal. So everyone's worried. Where are they? There's no way she would miss the funeral. I mean, that alone was, like, enough to cause a lot of worry for the family. Well, it turns out that Brenda and James had actually loaded up their car with the kids, and they were well on their way to Mexico at the same exact time that Rob's funeral was being held. Talk about fucked up, man. Like, she really thought she was doing something, didn't she? She was like, they'll never know. Really? You don't think they're gonna ask some questions when you don't come to the funeral? If you're gonna do this and try to act like you didn't actually commit this crime, you gotta commit to it fully. You can't just half-ass it. You can't skip town on the day of the funeral. Brenda, so much I want to say, but I'll get censored by YouTube Daddy. So police find out that the two of them had skipped town immediately. That's pretty good evidence that they are most likely guilty, right? So police end up charging her, Brenda, and James with first-degree murder and begin searching for the two of them. And honestly, they didn't know that they were heading to Mexico, so the police were like, we have no idea where they're at. They could be anywhere. So a month goes by. Nothing. The FBI puts out a $15,000 reward for information that might lead to the capture of Brenda and James. But it wouldn't be until February 29th, a leap day, that Brenda and James were finally tracked down trying to cross the border back into the United States from Mexico. Their license plate was scanned on entry and boom shakalaka, bitch Brenda, you little dirty asshole scoundrel, you, right into police custody. Dumbass bitch. I'm sorry for calling her a bitch. It's just easy, I guess. You stupid ass bitch. So, in March, the two were brought back to Oklahoma City to stand trial, but that wouldn't be for another year. When 2003 rolled around, though, it was James's trial up first. Now, this James guy is still kind of a mystery, to be honest. Like, he didn't say much. There wasn't much about him. Like, what was so interesting about him? To Brenda, like, I wanted to know. Was it that he was charming? He wasn't handsome. Well, I mean, to me, I don't know. Now, for James, the jury in his case found him guilty of murder in the first degree, and it was kind of a surprise to me, but then again, it's Oklahoma, and they are wild out there. They sentenced him to death. I was like, oh, okay, dead. He's not dead, but they sentenced him to death. It was just like, wow, okay, that was good, okay. A year after James was sentenced, it was Brenda's turn. Now, it wouldn't take long for Brenda to be found guilty of first-degree murder as well, and she was found guilty of conspiracy to commit murder. The prosecution argued that it was actually Brenda who fired the second shot at Rob after James already shot him once and knocked him to the ground. There was blood splatter on Brenda's pants that was consistent with the backsplash of shooting someone up close. Her own gunshot wound was just a distraction meant to throw the police off her trail. But not so much because she got shot in the upper arm, and it's like the one place, like, you could shoot yourself and be safe. I read that. I don't know if that's a fun fact or what. It also came out that after Brenda called the police to report the crime, she gave James the neighbor's house key so that he could go over there, hide inside the house in the attic, and, like, wait for the police to, like, come, do their thing, and then leave. Pretty sneaky. Why you gotta involve the neighbors? They were just minding their own business. Leave Judy alone, Brenda. Leave Judy alone. So, the jurors again agreed that she's gotta receive the death penalty. Which, again, seems like a lot, but when you look at the trial and who these people were, not to mention the religious community they were all a part of, it gets even worse. The prosecution in Brenda's trial spent hours describing Brenda as a heartless and cold woman, going over in detail all of her affairs and using any testimony they could find, including some testimony from some of Rob's friends who knew about Rob and Brenda's rocky marriage, to disparage her as far as they could. And by the time the arguments were made, Brenda was painted as this vicious, sadistic, and abusive, not to mention a serial adulterer. In other words, she was a sinner, and a bad one at that. And, I mean, that was enough for the jury to sentence her to death. And today, she and James both await execution. Yeah, they're still on death row. Brenda, the only woman in Oklahoma on death row. Congratulations, Brenda, you did it. Now that, my friends, is the story about Brenda Andrews and poor Rob. Poor Rob. Now, I know this is a story told so many times, just different players. Hi friends, how are you today? I hope you're having a wonderful day so far. Happy New Year. Happy Year of News. My name is Bailey Sarian, and today is Monday, which means I have cramps. Oh my God, let me tell you. Look, I was gonna try and be cute and like show up with my hair curled because I'm like, new year, new me. But the cramp itch, the sea of blood hemorrhaging from my body, my insides. The crampation of the situation going on down below. And scene. Thank you. Hi, my name is Bailey Sarian, and on Mondays I sit down and I talk about a true crime story that caught my eye, and then I zoomed in on the situation, and then it just like sat heavy on my noggin. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, oh man, you know, these stories, man, sometimes they just, wow, they get ya, don't they? Just, huh? If you haven't subscribed, you should do that. Yeah. I like never say that, and then I was just it's been one of those days. Before we get into today's story, we do have a sponsor, so let's take a moment for that. Just popping in here really quick for a word from our sponsor, HelloFresh. If you're familiar with the weather outside, it's winter time, and about it, then that's okay too, like what, you know, whatever, but I heard of it and I was like, look, I roll because chicken's chicken. Like, what can you do with chicken? God, like, is it that good? Because everyone makes it sound like it's the best thing ever. And it has to do with like their sauce. They have some kind of secret sauce. You know, I haven't tried it before, but I did go to Zanku Chicken and I did eat some of the food. I'll insert that at the end. But okay, so look, so Zanku Chicken is around. It's been around. And the thing is, it has like this whole murder story behind it. Which is even like, what? Two things right at the same time. The chicken sauce is incredible, but murder? Like, oh, two just... The brain can't compute, bro. That's how it feels sometimes. That's today's story in a nutshell. Now you can skedaddle on out of here if you don't want to know the details, but if you want to know, then let's get into it. Oh, I should do something with this hair. Ah, this is who I am. This is who I am. And I ain't gonna change for nobody. Nobody. So today's story, it's an Armenian family, and all of the words are Armenian and very difficult. Now look, some of you may know this, but I myself am Armenian. And you may be thinking, Bailey, how are you going to be butchering all these names and words? I'm just letting you know. It's my specialty. I don't know, some of you are new here. Hi. Not to brag or anything, but I had a speech impediment. I still do. I had to take speech therapy classes growing up. I know, humble brag, because my mouth just like has a mind of its own, doesn't let me pronounce words correctly. But I try my best. So these ones I'm gonna butcher. Okay, so standard up here. Let's bring her down a notch. If you're ever curious to know what I'm using, I will list it in the description box down below. And right now I'm trying to decide what look I want to do. So story time. There was this guy named Mardaros Iskandarian. Now, he was born, step one, born, right? He was born in the late 1940s, early 1950s. He also had two younger sisters, Zovig and Hagan. The family owned their own restaurant in the Armenian quarter of Bor Hamud. It's called Zanku Chicken, okay? Now, this would be like the precursor to the famous LA chain. So it starts there. So at this time, the restaurant was super casual. There weren't any tables. They didn't have a cash register. It was more like you came in, you got your food, and, you know, they would be like give you your change out of their pocket. You know, it was great. It worked for them. It was very popular, okay? Now, this place was so popular because they had this signature fluffy white garlic paste that Marguerite, the mother, she not only created herself, but also she would make it every single day. The secret sauce of Zanku's success was literally their secret fluffy garlic sauce. I mean, nobody knows the recipe to this day. And oh my God, it's good. It's so good. So, being the oldest child and also the only son, Murdrios, he pretty much like had it made. His family was just overall very successful, and Murdrios was said to be a very handsome looking guy, allegedly. You know, he was very charismatic. People just really liked him. They wanted to be around him. And then on top of that, like, he also drove this like super bright yellow Oldsmobile, and I guess it was like just like cool. He was absolutely adored by his parents, especially his mommy. You see, Murdrios was definitely a mama's boy. They were very close, okay? He could never do wrong in her eyes. They were always together, okay? And that goes like across the board. The whole family was really always together, but he was a big mama's boy for sure. Every year, Murdrios would throw Mother's Day pageants within the community. And like these were these big celebrations and parties and just, I don't know, you know, it was just a big thing that they would do. And every year he would crown his own mom as queen of motherhood, to be specific. Yeah, crown and everything. So he loved her. She was queen of motherhood. So his Oldsmobile is like what got him a lot of the attention, and it especially caught the eye of this 12-year-old girl. Her name was Rita. I guess she like had lived across the street from him in an apartment. Rita said she would sit on the balcony and like daydream about Murdrios. She would just watch him across the street, and she was like, oh my God, this was like love at first sight. This was a classic 12-year-old crush, you know? Great, you get it. You get it. First crush? One of my first crushes was on Aladdin. Oh, I thought he was so hot. Aladdin? Prince Eric? Would bang. So Rita was an Armenian Catholic schoolgirl, and Mardrios was the classic like bad boy in school, you know, like the jacket, and he just had the cool car, and all over town, everyone knew him as a womanizer. Like this man, he would make sweet, sweet lovin' to anything with a hole, you know. You know the type. Now, Mardrios started to pay attention to Rita because he started to notice that she was blossoming into a young woman, which is like so creepy, you know, like she's getting boobs. She's, you know. Anyways, I guess he was liking what he saw, and the two ended up starting to like see each other. They were dating, you would say, regardless of the fact that Rita was still a teenager and Mardrios was like a full-blown adult at this point. Now, they wisely kept this little secret relationship, just that, Bailey, a secret. Well, for a couple of reasons. One, of course, the age difference, right? But also Mardrios wanted to keep it a secret because he was a fuckboy. So, like, he didn't want to tell anyone he was in a relationship. He wanted to still do his thing, but then have his main girl, you know? So, it was kept a secret. Not a lot of people knew about them dating. So, several years before the two had started dating, Mardrios was like semi-involved in a murder and robbery of a jewelry store. Now, supposedly, Mardrios, he didn't actually do anything. You know, he was like, actually, no, it was my 3 friends that were staying the night at my house that night, but not me. So I guess Mardrios, at some point, he went up to his attic and he found a bunch of stolen jewels, and he decided to do the right thing, and he turned in his friends. And his testimony would be what sent all of them to prison. If he's truly, like, innocent and really didn't know, then, like, good for him. That's got to be a hard thing to do. You don't want to send all your friends to prison. That sucks. But, you know, this is Murder Mystery Makeup. We hear all types of stories. It's like, maybe he was just trying to get ahead of it. That's just my opinion. I don't know. So after the whole thing went down, a lot of people in town didn't want to associate themselves with Mardrios because they linked him with the crime. Like, everyone thought he was a part of it. He was seen as, like, a bad guy. So after the whole thing went down, Mardrios, he ended up buying 2 guns, and he would keep them with him at all times because he was worried that if, like, one of those guys, his ex-friends, had gotten out of prison, they would come for him. And honestly, they probably would because, you know, come on. So he loaded up on guns. I got upper lip sweat, look. It's the cramps. Moisture's coming from me. So he is panicking a bit, which probably like isn't the worst thing, considering Beirut and Lebanon are now like, or were like smack dab in the middle of a brutal civil war. But anyways, back to the love story, I guess. Rita's teenage dream played out big when their parents finally believed that the two were like genuinely in love. They were like, okay, we believe you. You guys been together for a while. You know what? You guys can get married. So they allowed them to get married. Rita was 19
Nico.
and Rodriguez was 26. But even though they were indeed married, Rodriguez made one thing very clear. He said this like out loud to Rita many times, that Rita would always come second to the most important woman in his life. His mother. I mean, like, that's fine if you feel that way, but maybe just like don't say it out loud. Yeah. I mean, for Rodriguez, he would say next to God would come his mother. But yeah, Rodriguez told Rita that she would always be second place and that he planned to live with his mother forever. And like a lot of that had to do with probably how cherished and like spoiled he was by his mom, but he also said that he just really admired her work ethic, and it's his mom. He loved her, you know. He said his dad was cool, but like he loved the shit out of his mom. Now his father, who everyone would say was like overall a very loving and good man, was known to have some bad habits. Like he would go on long benders and he would disappear for a while, but his mother was like consistent. She was always around. She was just always there for them. Their dad, he would go missing for a couple days. No one asked questions. And not only was his mom around for him and like his sisters and the family, but she was also always around at the restaurant. I mean, she worked non-stop, making sure that the place kept running no matter what. Meanwhile, her husband was off getting wrecked. You know, I can understand why he loved his mother, so she just seems like an all-around amazing person. And her hard work would pay off. The family continued to thrive in Beirut, and Zanku was killing the game so hard. I mean, the Iskandarian family, they started investing in real estate and would go on to become landlords, which is great. You know, owning property is great investment, they say, except that they were landlords in like an actual war zone. So, not ideal. Well, in 1979, Rodriguez gets tangled up in another little shenanigan yet again. Now, I guess this time, there was some kind of rental dispute with like one of the tenants who was renting the property that they owned, right? This tenant apparently had political connections that were just not exactly great, you could say. While outside of one of the buildings, two men on motorcycles, they pulled up like right next to Rodriguez, and they shot him 16 times. I know, and this part like blew my mind. They shot him 16 times, but they shot him at like a really close range with a freaking AK-47. 16 times. And guess what? Wait, that's not even the amazing part. He lives. He lives. I think it's the freaking, it's the garlic sauce or something. This man has incredible luck. This man is just unbreakable. They're alive, damn it. Anyways, that's not even the story. We haven't even gotten to the actual stories, which is wild, right? It's already been a roller coaster. So after surviving this close range hit with machine guns, the entire family decided, like, it's probably best if we all leave Lebanon. And they decided to do just that. They would end up moving all the way to beautiful, sunny-ass Los Angeles, California, if you don't know. That's a drastic change, right? Good for them. Not just for the glitz and glamour of Hollywood, but because the Los Angeles area has one of the largest Armenian communities. And when your ancestral home gets literally burned, then you have to flee again, it's nice to go to a community that shares somewhat a cultural connection. So once the whole family gets to Los Angeles, Rodrigo's parents, they wanted nothing to do with the restaurant business, which is like kind of shocking, but they just wanted like a completely fresh start. And they ended up, at first, they were looking into starting like a different line of work for the family. So at first, when they get to Los Angeles, they're like, okay, we're gonna do, you know, a family dry cleaning service. But I guess the whole dry cleaning thing didn't work out because the chemicals were making Mardrios sick. And it's all about him. Can't get him sick, the oldest of the family. So they had to stop because he was getting sick. So after that, they tried their hand at importing menswear, but I guess that didn't go very far either. And this whole time, Mardrios started seeing that within the bustling Los Angeles community of not just Armenians, but a lot of the Middle Eastern immigrants, there was actually like a need for a restaurant like Zanku. So at this time, it's the year 1983, and Mardrios goes to his parents and he convinces them, like, you guys, there's no good food out here, okay? We need to bring the restaurant Zanku back, and come on, pop out some bangers out here, because there wasn't any good food. So they did just that. They opened up their restaurant once again, but this time in like a little strip mall in East Hollywood. Right off the bat, it was an almost instant hit. I mean, word of mouth like spread quick that there was this incredible casual restaurant with this amazing chicken and this incredible secret garlic paste that people were literally losing their shit over. The garlic paste is just incredible, and people's heads were exploding. Let me tell you, it was just different. It was different. Now, from the beginning, not only did it get praise from just word of mouth, but there were a ton of write-ups in the Los Angeles Times and across many other like food critic reviews in magazines and newspapers and stuff, and everybody was talking that Zanku chicken was the shit. Like, it was the conversation. It was the chicken. So by the end of their second year, I think it was, the new Zanku chicken was bringing in something like $2 million a year. Yeah, they're making money, okay? So the son, Mardrios, he is pushing his parents to yet again get them into, I don't know, the idea of expanding, you know, because like to him it seems like a no-brainer. This chicken is fire, everyone needs to eat it, we should expand. And the parents were just kind of iffy about it, like, I don't know, it was just a family thing we did, like, you know. But finally in 1991 his parents were like, fine, okay, we'll do it, but with a twist. They were going to split the Zanku brand. So his parents would keep running the original restaurant that they had opened up, while Mardrios would take on one of the new chains. But one thing for sure was that Mardrios' mother would still be the one making the garlic paste, and she would continue to make it, and it would be served at all locations. So it was like consistent paste, okay? So she's working harder than ever. It's like, give her a break, damn. She's busting out paste left and right. Mardrios' mother, we can't confirm this, but it was said that like she didn't take a salary at all, and she did this all for the family, which is like, you know, very touching. So, unfortunately, tragedy does hit the family when Mardrios' dad dies shortly after the expansion had just started. So now Mardrios, he's taken on the head of the household role, you know, he's the man in charge. So Mardrios, he was true to his word to never live away from his parents. Like, his mother lived in this giant mansion in the hills with him, Rita, and their 4 sons. So Mardrios, he ended up kind of being just like his own father. You know that old saying, the apple doesn't fall from the tree? It goes something like that. You know what I'm talking about. Anyways, so Mardrios, he didn't spend time with his family, like, at all. He still wanted to be that fuckboy, and he also just wanted to do whatever the hell he wanted to do. Like, he was a successful guy in charge. He was making a lot of money. He had the wife, he had the kids, he had the house, he had the cars, he had it all. I mean, you couldn't tell him nothing, okay? And also, you couldn't really be that mad at him because the restaurants were doing well. They were in great shape, and very successful. So it's like, Again, can't tell him nothing. Of course, as time went on and more money is being made, Mardrios would become friends with like fellow rich douchebags in the area, and then they would go off and do like rich guy stuff in Vegas all the time, where Mardrios would take a lot of the Zanku chicken money and they'd go to Vegas and they'd spend it on all the good stuff. The ladies, the gambling, the alcohol, just Vegas. And like, he wasn't shy about his wealth either. He loved to flaunt it. He loved to be flashy. And it's sad because, you know, Mardrios is going through all this. Meanwhile, his mother is still showing up every single day to the restaurant, cooking, making her the sauce, okay? And then after working all day, she would come home and cook at night for her grandkids. So, I mean, obviously, it's fair to say the two of them had very different lifestyles. But Mardrios, his fortunes would take a sharp turn when he started to feel very unwell. He would complain of pain, like in his stomach area, and his family would be like, you should go to the doctor, get that checked out. But you know, guys, I'm not trying to stereotype or anything, but if you try and tell a guy to go to the doctors, what do? They don't. Exactly. So Mardrios is like, no, it's fine. It's just acid reflux or whatever. But eventually, the pain gets so bad in his stomach that he ends up going to the doctor. And he got the horrible diagnosis of bladder cancer. And by the point that he had gone to the doctor, it had spread to where it was now terminal. Oh, yeah. Donezo. And it was a really sad thing. And to his credit, the first thing Mardrios thought about was his family and how he needed to make sure that they were going to be taken care of, like, once he was gone. Remember, well, let's recap. His mother and his sisters owned and ran the original Zanku chicken, while Mardrios owned the, at this point, 4 others in the chain at the time. They had expanded a lot. So Mardrios thought nothing of it when he told to his mother and his sister Zovig that when he died, he wanted his 4 sons to take over the 4 other Zanku chickens. To him, it seemed like a totally normal request. 4 sons, 4 Zanku chicken restaurants, done and done, right? Like, it makes sense to him. But when Mardrios' mother heard this proposition, she freaked out. She was so upset by this news. She was not thrilled that the sons were going to be taking over. And honestly, she had some good reasons as to why they shouldn't take over. I guess Mardrios, his sons, you know, they weren't like ideal. And they're all still alive. And I think they live kind of close to me. So let's just say, like, they weren't great. No, but I mean, like, they were shitty workers. You know, they weren't considered prime Zanku chicken material. Okay, so let me explain a little bit. Mardrios and Rita, his wife, remember, they had 4 sons. So, at the time of Mardrios' cancer diagnosis, the kids were from the ages of 25 down to 17 years old. One of the kids, when he was 18, was addicted to pills, while another one of his kids was addicted to spending stupid amounts of money on weed. Yeah, the 2 oldest sons of Mardrios, they had been involved in their own scandals as like an undergrad. I guess they got caught cheating on law school entrance exams, which I guess is pretty serious because he actually had to pay a criminal fine and went on probation. Worst part is, it totally killed any hope of like getting into law school, as no one would accept a cheater. So these kids are just kind of making not the best decisions, as many do growing up. One of the kids, though, after this whole scandal school situation went down, tried to turn his life around and became a born-again Christian and went very extreme and became very vocal about his relationship with God. He went so far as to spend his days as like a street preacher, telling people they were going to hell. You're going to hell, you're going to hell, just like, everyone's going to hell. And then he would come home and spend his nights telling his brothers that they were also going to hell. It was just kind of like, the kids were just unwell. is what I'm getting at. I think they were having a hard time finding themselves. And this is the reason why Mardrios' mother and sisters didn't want his kids running any of the Zanku chickens. They're just all over the place. Figure it out, you guys. You can't run a restaurant. And the most troubling of the Iskandarian boys' problem were with the second son. His name was Steve. Steve allegedly got into a bit of a tangle with a prostitute and her pimp. They tried to steal money from him. So he like chased them down a freeway and like shot at them. Whole mess. He ends up getting arrested, and then he had a bail set at $1.4 million.
Goodness.
And obviously was facing up to life in prison, but was never convicted due to a technicality. So it worked out for him. Nobody's learning lessons here, okay? They're kind of getting away with shit. As Mardrios' sons are growing up, Mardrios' mother is watching. Obviously, she loves her son so much, and she's never lived a day apart from him, ever. She started to really see that how ungrateful and maybe not the best the boys were, and it would create fights. There was tension going on. I guess Mardrios' mother even got to the point where she really wanted to get rid of Rita. Like, she wanted them to break up because she thought maybe Rita was the problem, and she needed to come in, take over, fix her son, fix her grandkids, and Rita just needs to leave. Okay? That was like her goal. Ladies, what do we do when we're upset? What do we do? What are we good at? The silent treatment. So Mardrios' mother was like, you know what? I don't like any of you guys. I'm not going to be talking to you guys anymore. And she gave her son, her beloved son,
hey girl, hey,
the silent treatment. She like ghosted him. This is huge. He hadn't gone a day without talking to his mom. So this was like, he is shooketh to the core. Now, even though Mardrios and his mom lived in the same freaking house, they managed parts of the same company. And the fact that she found out Mardrios is now dying of terminal cancer, she just stopped talking to him. She ghosted him, gave him the silent treatment. She was done.
Make
Every
sure
day
you let them know
when she
that
would
you saw
come
me do
home
it.
from work, she would say hi to Rita, pour herself a glass of water, and then go straight to her room without saying a word to her son. She's like, I'm gonna show you, little bitch. Sometimes the silent treatment feels good. That tension, you're just like, yeah, this is my water. Hi, Rita. And nobody else in the room. You know, it feels good. But you shouldn't do it because it's petty. But like sometimes it feels good. So things obviously not great between mother and son. And Mardrios is really having a hard time with this. I mean, he's dying. This is when he needs his mommy the most. And she's not speaking to him, you know? It's getting to him. Things are boiling up inside. And Mardrios, I don't want to say like he had obviously he didn't have an easy life, but like he didn't know how to handle rejection, not getting something that he wanted. So he wasn't handling this like at all. And not only was his cancer definitely terminal, but the treatments that he was participating in hopes to buy him more time, more months or whatever, were making him really just sick. They were creating like fluid buildup in his brain, and his body's just breaking down. He's getting thin, he's getting sickly, and he's just kind of spiraling, really getting fixated on his mom. And how dare she not talk to me? He's just getting worked up over it. I guess at one point he was so mad at his mom that he told Rita that he would forgive the devil himself before he forgave his mother. Drama. Family drama is so petty. Because we're looking at this like, get the fuck over it, you two. Oh my God. But, okay, here we are, you know? So, I mean, as you could probably imagine, it would be very uncomfortable living with someone who was not only giving you the silent treatment, but giving you the silent treatment while you were dying of cancer. It'd probably make you go a little crazy. Then, one night, randomly, Mardrios' house catches on fire. Oh yeah, it was like this whole thing. The house doesn't burn down, but it catches on fire. And Rodriguez's mother ends up moving out because of the fire. She felt like it was unsafe. Nobody knows how the fire started, but there's lots of rumors. And because she felt unsafe, she decided to go now live with her daughter, Zovig. So this is just another thing for Madrios, like this random house fire, mom moved out, everything's falling apart. Now get this, a whole year goes by and Madrios doesn't hear a word from his mommy dearest. Nothing. Not even a hi, not even a K, not even a nothing. Crickets. I was gonna try and make a cricket sound, but I don't know how to do that. No. Anyways, it gets to the point where Madrios is so sick that he knows he only has weeks to live and they still haven't spoken. So he wants to reach out, allegedly, Madrios wants to reach out to his mom, but he's too prideful. He's not going to. He wants his mom to. But, like, time's ticking. He's like a time bomb. Tick, tick, yeah. Well, finally, one day, something changed in Madrios. Maybe he was ready to have the conversation with his mom, say sorry, whatever. And on the morning of January 14th, 2003, at this point, Madrios is, like, very frail, can barely take care of himself, needs help showering and doing just his basic self-care. This morning, he wakes up, he showers, he puts on a suit, very different. A fact that I just felt like I needed to add into the story because he puts on a fresh diaper. I had to keep that in there. I was like, okay, tell me more. And he decides, you know what, I'm gonna go visit my mom and my sister. So it's like, oh, look, finally, he's gonna do it. He's gonna, you know, say sorry maybe, and perhaps shit himself. I'm sure many of us can relate, like if you're dying and you wouldn't want to go your last days without seeing someone you love, someone you're really close to, your beloved mother, one last time, right? So it makes sense. That's what he's gonna do. That's what he tells his family. So Madrios gets into his car and drives himself over to his sister's house. This is all just very, again, unusual because Madrios is so sick that he needs help being taken care of, but he puts on that diaper and he makes an effort to drive by himself over to see his family. So like that was just unusual, but nobody's questioning it because again, like just let him have his dying wish, you know, just let him drive him in that diaper into the sunset. So I haven't mentioned too much about Madrios' sister, Zovig, but Zovig and Rita were very close and they raised their sons more like brothers than cousins. Madrios was always looking out for his sister and nephews and had always vowed to take care of them and like vice versa. So Rita and Zovig split parenting duties, and then Madrios' mother, even though she worked insane hours, she still made time for all of her grandsons, and again, never until recently had lived apart from Madrios. So it's Madrios, his sister Zovig in the house. They're sitting down, they're making small talk, casual small talk, and it was said that they chatted for like at least half an hour as they waited for Madrios' mother to come home. And when she finally did come home, she said her first words to him that had been spoken in years. She said hello. I know. Groundbreaking. It seems like a step in the right direction though, right? Madrios' mother pours herself some lemonade and the three of them head to the living room, sit down to have a conversation and talk. Yeah, like so far so good, right? Well, nay, my friend. Remember way back when, in the beginning of the story, when I said Madrios was in Beirut and he was all paranoid and he purchased like 2 handguns to protect himself against his crazy friends? Well, he actually got the opportunity to finally use those guns on his mother. While they're sitting in the living room having conversations, Madrios pulls out his guns, and first he shot his sister Zovig just once, right in the head, and just kills her instantly. And then he sees his mother get up from the couch, and she knows exactly, like, she just bolts it, okay? She bolts it for the door, but Murdrios caught up with her. According to either Zovig's son or the housekeeper, it's unclear who, but someone said that at one point they heard Murdrios' mother begging Murdrios in Armenian not to shoot. And then following that, he shoots her anyway, and he shoots her right in the chest. And it was said that she fell straight onto her back. And then Diaper Boy over here stands over his mother's body and shoots her 8 more times. Like, Diaper Boy, chill the fuck out, man. Oh my God. The analysis concluded that with each shot, he was aiming for her heart. He kept missing, so he kept going. Like, I mean, this horrifying, awful. But what's extra sad is that sitting on the family staircase was Zovig's son, and he had been watching like what was going down. And he said afterwards that Murdrios saw him frozen on the staircase, but Murdrios didn't say anything to him, didn't acknowledge him, just kind of they made eye contact, and Murdrios just kept walking on by. Well, after Murdrios did his thing, he goes back to the living room and he sits down on the leather couch, and he ends up shooting himself right in the temple. Yeah. Now, because this was a murder-suicide, there was no trial, but after everything went down, there was a ton of family drama. I'm sure you can imagine. A lot of it had to do with like trademarking and who owned what and just business related stuff. Miraculously, Zanku Chicken, the actual restaurant itself, survived this insanity, but it ended up getting split into 2 factions. You have Rita and her sons owning like one side, and then Murdrios' remaining sister on the other. They're the same company, but they're just not talking to each other. But they still have the same sauces, but they're just not talking to each other. It sounds petty, but it's also, who are we to judge, you know? So even though they share the same logo, the same name, the same damn garlic dip whipped recipe, not because like they're sharing it with each other, just because like they each have it for themselves, they still have completely different websites. And if you go visit their websites, they don't mention any of this, obviously, but it's just, I want to say it's like so petty, but at the same time it's murder and stuff, so it's like I you know, maybe one day they'll come together. Zanku Chicken, though, has definitely survived. They have up to now 8 locations around Los Angeles and is one of SoCal's most successful mini chains. Oh yeah. Wow, wait a minute, you guys. I finished the story and I didn't even finish my makeup. Oh dear. Happy New Year. Now, naturally, I hadn't eaten Zanku Chicken. I heard about it a bunch, but after researching the story and whatnot, I was like, I gotta try this chicken. Like, let me just try it. So I did. There's no words to describe how good that garlic, I don't know. Like, I didn't want to believe it. I didn't want to believe the hype. I didn't want to give in. I went in with a bad attitude. Like, I'm not gonna like it. Everyone likes it. They're all exaggerating. Like, I had a bad attitude. And then I ate it. And something happened to my body. It was so good. And I'm not even kidding. I tried it. And then the next day I ate it again. And then I took a break. And then the next day I went again. I'm so sorry. So what I'm getting at is today's story is horrible because kids are spoiled as fuck. Parents work hard. In this case, Murdrios' parents worked their asses off to take care of the family, to come to America for a better life, and just made some great ass chicken and stuff. Became very successful. And look how their son repays them. Birth control, right? Fuck that guy. So that's the Zanku Chicken murders. It's really sad, but they have really good chicken. I'm so sorry. It's not funny. It's just like such a, what do you do? Let me just put on some mascara and like a gloss because, ladies, you know what I'm talking about. You know when it's that time of the month, you're getting your oil changed, you're bleeding, your makeup and face just ain't the same, am I right? So let me just finish the look and I'll be right back. All right, my friends, and this is the finished look. She's natural. She's flawless. She's bloated. Who is she? She's me, Bailey Sarian. Oh, I looked better with the headband on. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Please make good choices. If you have any grudges, pettiness going on within the family, I'm not here to judge or tell you what to do, but I heard this song once that I think may inspire you. It goes something like this. Let it go, let it go. Copyright claim, I know. I hope you guys have a good rest of your day. You make good choices. Let me know down in the comment section down below what story you want me to talk about next time. And also, if you have any advice on, I don't know, how to get rid of cramps, that'd be great. I've tried everything, okay? Sick of this shit. I gotta do this for how long? Okay, anyways, I love and appreciate you guys so much, and I'll be seeing you very soon. Goodbye.
All right, you know
Feeling
what?
stuck?
I think that's enough for today. I'm going to bed. Is anybody even on? Friggin' Freya's on? Dude. Fuck it.